All right, looks like we're live. Everything's working out, and I haven't screwed up and misattributed the video to the wrong stream, which definitely never happened before. Yep. Just gonna stay here with that one. Hey everyone, I'm Airier, and today we'll be finishing the Yugioh Iceberg from Bumbles McFumbles. This is technically part 6, and we're going to be doing part 7 after this. I say technically because we have been working on his entire shorter iceberg, because apparently someone mentioned, I don't want to look this up, that there's a longer one. How? I don't know if they were joking. I don't know if it's true. I don't want to find out in case it is, because I'm just going to leave it at that. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to this though, because I've been on a massive Yu-Gi-Oh kick, and also got this. Yep, put it up on eBay. Someone just got it. I don't really mind because I also have the non-Starlight Rare version and the regular art version as well. I pulled 3 of him in the same box. Yeah, that worked out pretty well. Yeah, apparently my Yu-Gi-Oh luck is, when getting boxes, bullshit. Yeah, there's no other word for it. It is utterly, completely BS. Especially considering the card I wanted to get was Farah, and that's only like $10, so neat. Yeah, that worked out. So what we'll be doing today is not just doing the Yugioh Iceberg from Bumbles McFumbles and parts 6 and 7. In between those two, we will be taking a break, or whenever my camera gets to roughly the 5-hour mark and I need to cool it down, we'll be taking a break and playing Master Duel. So if you want to beat my face in because I'm such an idiot who missed the obvious things about Yu-Gi-Oh that are right in front of me, I've heard that's a reason, just without the Yu-Gi-Oh part, that people say they want to do that pretty frequently. Outside of family. Inside of family, they don't need the excuse. So yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of things like that. If you want to jump in, I'll let you guys request which of my decks to do. I just got really invested in the game. Also, apparently I had stored up a lot of Google credit over literally years of playing gacha games, so I had a lot of gift cards to use on the game. That definitely helped, because I'm not going to be able to splurge on that. Yeah, for anyone wondering why I'm saying that, just went full-time. So this is the second day of full-time streaming. We will be streaming tomorrow as well. The video is already set up, and what videos we're probably going to be hitting are on there. So if you want to check out what we're doing, it will redirect after the stream ends to that one. Also, it should be up on my channel as well. In the meantime, we will finish this out. For anyone who doesn't know, this is not so much a normal recording stream. I mean, it is. But we're going to be taking this video down and not making it available for members afterwards, because I'm going to compile this and the previous 3 parts into one giant, massive, oh god, why video that will make YouTube mad at me, actively mad at me. Why am I doing this? Because I can. Hey, Corinne. Yep, you'll see me tomorrow, because we're going to be doing a whole bunch of videos, and we're going to be doing it on Tuesday. Wednesday will be all of the videos that we're doing the massive donation goal from Duck. This is going to be the Gundam development history on Wednesday. We're just going to do the entire playlist, or as much of it as we can. And Alan, a supercut? Essentially, yeah. It's probably going to be close to 30 hours. YouTube doesn't like hour-long videos. They despise 2-hour-long videos. They just say, fuck you, when you do 3 hours. If doing a live stream, usually it's not as bad because it's a stream and they don't promote them at all, which is why they hide the shit out of them. But we're going to be doing a much bigger one, because it's going to be a non-stream. It'll just be taken from it, and those videos will be removed, so that you only have the full video to look at. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff going on where YouTube may or may not just ban me from uploading out of sheer spite. Is that going to happen? I don't know, but we will find out. Also, Fran, a recommendation of the FNAF, what if the FNAF timeline was planned from the start? Oh, see, that is just, I don't think I could do that, because that gets into literary analysis, and I go way too hard on that. Probably not something I should check out. It's why I don't do anything related to books. I get very, very into it, and very aggressive, and very opinionated very fast. Yeah. Also, Corinne, Spiff and Brit did proof that long vids make money. Yeah, I saw that video. It was the conclusion of, if you have something to keep people there the entire time, yes. But just a long, say, joke video about a fan running for 12 hours, that's not going to do shit. His watch time on that was worse than some of mine. He got millions of, like, a lot of views, but the watch time was so minimal that it actually kind of hurt him. Yeah. And Ami, channel size is only good if you have people who actively check your channel all the time, because the subscriber thing is mostly, how to put it, it feels nice and it makes people trust you more. It's an indication to the audience that this person has enough people who trust them to subscribe, but YouTube doesn't weight it. In fact, if I did a video that no one wanted to watch, it would get 10 views. I've had videos that are very niche to the point where my normal audience doesn't see them. YouTube will not recommend it unless people search it out specifically. Now, sometimes that works out because the hyper niche audience starts watching it and shows that there are people who want to watch it, and then YouTube will spread it to other people. But if you don't stay in your niche, YouTube does not help you. It's also one of the reasons I've been pushing for just, hey, if you like this, check it out. We'll have a bunch of shit. It's everywhere. We're all over the place. And generally ignoring YouTube constantly because I just do random shit all the time. So if you're here, you're probably used to that. That's it. Let's actually get into the video. Just one sec. I love allergies. They're my favorite. Yeah. Oh, Krant, any plans to continue Star Wars 40K? Yes! I was planning to do that back in January. I've been planning to do it since then. I just haven't had the chance. It's one of the things I definitely want to just take a day to do. But that is something that will probably only happen when I finish more of the videos I ever went in the backlogs. But I do want to do it. That and the other stuff Tex has put out since then, because he has done other videos since now. I have a backlog of Tex Talks. And an abundance of coffee, so we're good. Let's jump into this. Wrong video. All right, I'm just going to leave a like now for good measure. So next up, we're going to be finishing the 6th video of Iceberg. Wow. You know what? I'm not sure why I'm doing an intro to this. You guys know what we're doing. I already told you. And I'm going to cut this out when I actually start the video for the full version. We're going to be doing the Yugioh Iceberg Explained Part 6 from Bumbles McFumbles. We've done all the other ones, and normally an iceberg is constructed in such a way where the light, easy stuff is at the top, and the deeper you get, the weirder it gets. I'm the idiot who didn't know anything about the top of the iceberg, so I was like, duh. Oh, the entire time. And yes, that was a reaction face for the thumbnail when this eventually goes out. Will I use it? I don't know. I'd have to do something like this. And then I would be a thumbnail video, but that's completely different. And if I happen to use that one, you realize what I just did. I'm having a lot more fun with this than I thought. Heading out until tomorrow? All right. Ooh, we have an OVA to recommend? I'll check it out then. Well, maybe not get to check it out, but I would like to. And Magnetar, have you considered the co-op Helldivers 2 with the mechs in Titanfall? Oh. I think I'd have to avoid that because seeing Titanfall mechs would hurt. Because I think Respawn's, either it was killed off or it was on the chopping block. Unless I have the developers wrong. I hope I do. And also I can't log into Titanfall 2 without an EA account. And I refuse to do that. That's just me being pedantic, but yeah, whatever. Let's jump into it. Just wait for that to go away. I actually started getting a few of these cards. Not all of them. Some I recognize, some I don't. So what are we at first?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Predicted Nazca line discoveries.
The fuck?
Enter.
Seriously? Wait, no, how? Nazca lines were discovered, I think, in like the 80s, right? Or the 70s? No, 50s. It was discovered when we got planes. How did Yu-Gi-Oh! Predict that? Because they found more later.
Entertainment inadvertently predicting the future is a phenomenon that's been observed for as long as mass consumption and...
Of course he brings up The Simpsons. Like, they have lampooned and parodied so many things that IRL happened almost frame to frame. All of them? No, but close enough that it's terrifying. Why would you? Oh, God. Also, Alan, Respawn is still around. They made Apex Legends? Oh, yeah, I forgot that's connected.
Preservation of media has been available. Looking
These.
back and seeing when creators were dead on with predictions, conscious or not.
New York, $9. Family special? Oh! Oh, I just got that. Oh, that's the... Oh. Seriously, you know, I've seen a lot of issues of The Simpsons that get brought up. This is not the one I thought they would bring up. I did not know about this one. Oh.
Has kept top 10 sites humming along for years. Like when
I'm glad he
Super
wasn't holding
Mario
a plane.
predicted 9/11, or Godzilla predicted 9/11, or JoJo predicted 9/11. Destroying the Twin Towers
Really?
used to be hilarious. Until one day. And while Draco Sack popping Skyscraper is pretty close, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a much better example.
Oddly enough, I have literally just started watching this. And I got to literally the episode they're showing right here. Yeah, I'm only over a decade out of date.
For predicting the future, tying back to a centuries-old world wonder. The Nazca lines are some of the most captivating creations in human history.
And again, it's crazier considering this was all done prior to people being able to fly in the air. Unless maybe they had hot air balloons we don't know about. I doubt it, but who knows? Weirder things have happened. I don't think planes, because that would be way different. But yeah, it's a level of precision that the more you think about it, the crazier it gets.
Created over the course of 1,000 years by the indigenous Nazca civilization of Peru. The Nazca lines are geoglyphs depicting whales, condors, trees, reptiles.
Also, the best part about this is these lines are right here. And there's a major highway going through it. People had the highway there already before they knew about the lines. Can you imagine what it'd be like before they had this highway? Like, you can see why they have the observation. There's the observation tower right here. That has to be one of those, oh, hey, here's a rest stop. Ooh. Yeah. It's just so weird. It's like, we just built through what now?
And hundreds of other objects, numbering now at over 700. What's most interesting is
700,
their
that's a
sheer
lot more than I
scope
realized.
and purpose. The Nazca lines are
They had a... Oh, see, I know someone mentioned a purpose, but I don't remember what it was. So this is actually going to be new information to me, too.
enormous, with their full scope only visible from a vantage point.
A very high one.
Nowhere to be found in the wide open plains that some geoglyphs are found in.
Yep.
Their designs are far too
Oh, they built on the walls, or I guess the cliffside. Mountainside, I guess.
coordinated and planned out to have been done haphazardly, so how would they have been able to carve these into the ground without an aerial view? Their purpose has also been debated for a long time, with some claiming them to be for spiritual purposes, while others say they were used to mark territories for different groups. Whichever it was, they've endured as a wonder and mystery of the world for thousands of years.
It's probably the one case where not being incredibly noticeable is the reason we didn't fuck it up. More than we probably did, just because, and by we, I mean humans in general. Seriously, look at some of the archaeology discoveries where it involved just blowing it up with dynamite.
And with a mythology all their own, it was only a matter of time before they bled into pop culture.
So how did
Finally,
Yu-Gi-Oh get
onto
this?
Yu-Gi-Oh, the Nazca lines served as the inspiration for the Earthbound Immortal archetype.
Oh. I did not get this far in 5Ds. I think this is 5Ds, so this is news to me as well.
A series of giant monsters with pure black bodies that are illuminated by glowing lines, with each one representing a different real-world Nazca line. Earthbound Immortal Kapak.
Okay, that's kind of cool. Also, according to Necro, they used the neighboring mountains to plan out the Nazca lines. Oh, okay. And they knew how to measure according to the madness. Well, that's good, because I definitely don't. Did not do good in, well, most math, but trigonometry, calculus, geometry. Actually, I think I did good at geometry now that I think about it, but we'll ignore that part.
Ka'apu is based on the astronaut geoglyph. Asalapisku, which, bonus fact, is one of, if not the only card in the game with a non-capitalized word in its name.
They're all capitalized. Oh, it's just bigger than the... Okay, so the Pisku is smaller, even though it technically is capitalized still.
Anyway, that's based on the hummingbird geoglyph, and Wirikocha is based on the condor geoglyph. These served as the ace monsters for the Dark Signers in their arc of the 5Ds anime. Reanimated corpses powered by their immortals, who...
Oh, damn. Okay, that got dark. I just literally started looking at the show now. It's like, oh, hyper wealthy situation where the poor get nothing and are actively discriminated against is where I was at in like the first 3 or 4 episodes. I guess it changed a bit. Granted, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! I would be surprised if it didn't.
Sought to destroy the Signers and plunge the world into darkness.
Oh, that's terrifying.
After their defeat, though, there was one final Earthbound immortal, said to be the most powerful of them all. So strong it took the Crimson Dragon to a standstill in their fight.
Oh, that's where that card comes from? I've played so many decks that still use him. I didn't actually realize he came from 5D. Huh. So wait, let me get this straight. If Yu-Gi-Oh! Predicted the Nazca lines, does that mean they made a joke about their own fantasy Nazca line and then someone actually found it later? Oh, I hope he has a segment about the actual staff writing it, going like, we did what? Oh, that would be so fun, man.
This was Earthbound Immortal Red Nova, and his associated Nazca line was the Snake. He attempts to steal Jack Atlas's body for his resurrection before Jack is able to counter him and seal Red Nova inside of his Red Dragon Archfiend, evolving him into Red Nova Dragon. The most interesting part, though, is with Red Nova's associated Nazca line. See, the Snake Nazca line isn't real.
What?
Unlike every other one, the writers decided to go with a wholly original Nazca line that doesn't exist, and further didn't base Red Nova's design on a snake due to the lack of a real-world analog. For the next 4 years after the Red Nova arc in 2010, this would remain
Oh, shit, it's long. I thought it was only 10 years old. Okay. Bit more than that.
true, until in 2014.
What?
A sandstorm had been kicked up in Peru that revealed dozens of undiscovered geoglyphs.
Yeah. Well, flying over the famous Nazca Desert recently, pilot Eduardo Herrera Gomez de la Torre. Torre? Spotted some geoglyphs that had not been seen before. He believed the geoglyphs, or Nazca lines, as others call them, were exposed after recent sandstorms carried away the soil that was covering them. And let me guess, one of them was a snake.
Including a llama, bird, and lion geoglyph. The biggest one, though, was a nearly 200-foot-long snake Nazca line in the Nazca Desert. This means that 5Ds didn't make up a new Nazca line.
They preempted.
Instead, they lucked into making one based on one that had never been discovered.
Although I guess having a snake isn't that weird if they have a ton of animals. For example, a llama of all... I guess in Peru that makes more sense. But a snake would be one you kind of expect to see. Even if it is hilarious that we didn't know about it until after it came out. I still want to hear what the guy's making this thought, because that has to be a WTF moment of the most epic proportions ever.
Maybe the biggest coincidence in the entire franchise. Now they're hedging their bets and made the Earthbound servants only original Nazca lines. Come on, baby, I got a good feeling about Gremlina.
Oh, God.
Cory Roca.
Who?
Yu-Gi-Oh!, like any other competitive game, can become a...
I have been watching so much Yu-Gi-Tube lately that I actually recognize most of these people and still can't seem to win a match, even if I understand what is going on. Mostly because I pretty much don't understand what's going on.
Cult of personality. A player who's good at the game is one thing, but a player who's fun to watch is a whole other ballgame. It's the reason so many of the popular players in this game, like Jesse Cotton, Joshua Schmidt, and Steven Trifanowski, also have careers as YouTubers and streamers. Even players who...
But what about all the winnings you get from Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments? Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. I had to say it. Oh, yeah, I realize the joke here, but I'm sure there's at least one person writing a comment right now, but like, well, actually, Airier. And to which I would say, yeah, no, you're completely right. And whatever I'm thinking is probably worse than I think. Oh, God.
Don't lean so heavily into social media can build up a following based on how they play the game. Jeff Leonard is a perfect example of this. Even with him only being a player without any social media, he's still famous and beloved in the community.
The guy who did the
despite his
Exodia
best
deck, yeah.
efforts. Another great example is Forbes, a player who mains the less than meta Suship deck.
You know, I've never actually seen someone play that. I kind of want to see someone play that, damn it.
Pet deckers are common in Yu-Gi-Oh, but Suship seems like kind of an odd horse to hitch your wagon to.
Wait, they animated this card? Certain cards on Master Duel do have animations when they're cast. The sushi ship, the sushi battleship, Suship, got an animation. Apparently the designers of this game just really like this one. Makes sense. It looks funny as hell.
It's not an especially strong deck without a heavy splash from a deck like Ryziel or Primite, so why do people care about this guy playing a bad deck? Well, Forbes made Suship his entire personality and arrives to events in full sushi chef cosplay, while playing on a wooden board like he was serving sushi. Loads of people in the community know and love the Suship guy.
Okay. That is understandably amazing, and I completely respect this. Like, you got your entire gimmick, dude, and you play it so perfectly. I wonder if he has an issue with people bringing him sushi now, which, considering his outfit, he probably should be the one bringing it. And unironically, if he's trying to start a sushi franchise, he got the name recognition down, and I kind of hope he did, because I would love to do that if I could travel to wherever he's at and actually afford it. But let's ignore that last part.
And it's earned him a nice reputation.
Dude.
However, the other side is when a reputation turns sour and people start to turn against and even hate certain players.
Oh, so this is going to be one of those, oh, this guy fucked up moments, isn't it? Ah. Yeah. Also, according to Ami, the tournament makes me think of the memes of people comparing the Marvel Rivals team, where only one was serious with the rest just playing for fun for a ton of money, versus Yu-Gi-Oh! All out for a rice cooker. To be fair, rice cookers, man, they're pretty awesome. Ah, jeez. Also, according to Bill, oh god, a chef duelist quick, run away before he force feeds cake to Odd Eyes. Is that a thing that happens? I don't actually know if that's the thing that happens. Huh. Also, my monitoring stream just crashed. That's awkward. If anyone else has issues, let me know.
It can be for a lot of reasons. You could be Chris Lofton and be a total prick to everybody you meet and act surprised when Konami bans you for it. You could be Roy St. Clair.
How much of a prick was he? Like, was he just pissing on people? And I'm hoping, I mean metaphorically. Don't tell me. No, I'm just going to leave it. Nope. I was just making it random funny. I was not actually making a joke. Please don't tell me that was actually what happened. Oh, no.
Whose cheating stories and American Championship title made him a real-life Bandit Keith.
Because he did things that aren't cheating. Is it cheating? Was it cheating? We'll find out later. But yeah, how bad is it going to get?
You could even be Luke Von Karma.
Who?
One story, though, is way more serious than all the other ones.
Wait. What do we mean serious? Like, some of them were funny. The cheating one's like, but also, it's just a game still, and no one's really putting money down. Did he do... Is this one of those, and it happened in Vegas, is going to be the punchline moments?
Because it involves a complicated web of escalating events that ends with a player getting banned and even more people nearly dying. Corey wrote,
okay, yeah, it's escalating where I was fearing it would go. What the hell?
Oka is a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player with a really impressive record to his name. a bunch of high-placing finishes across multiple years, especially in 2016, which culminated in the next year with a win at YCS Atlanta with Paleo Frogs, in the height of Zodiac format. However, more people probably know him for his controversies in various online spaces.
Okay, one. Wow. Maybe it's just the previous comments about people nearly losing their lives that's making me think this, but I'm looking at his background and all I could think is, oh, serial killer. Tell me this doesn't look like the backdrop to that.
Starting with him sending unsolicited dick pics. Of the
Really?
4 people we know of who received them, 2 didn't show interest, and he was outed as a sex pest. This isn't hearsay either. Corey himself admits to sending the pictures in an interview with Mega Capital G.
I'm not sure which is dumber. Talking about it or doing it in the first place? No, definitely doing it in the first place. I just... Why? I don't get it. I really don't. Also, do people do that because it actually works? And if so, you know what? I'm not going to ever wrap my head around this one. I don't think I can. I really don't think I can.
There was a lot of ruckus about me sending dick pics. Now, I
very quiet on mine too.
Dick pics. I'm a guy. These girls were of age.
This is already enough to ruin a career. Pro player Alessandro Di Patria pretty much never showed his face in the space again after he made rape threats towards a woman.
Okay. One, depending on the police department you work with, that may or may not be something they will charge. Or more likely, depending on the DA in the area. Some are like, oh, did he do it? No. Don't care. Others will actually do their job, so it really depends.
Which only ended up with him getting clowned on and called a giraffe.
You know what? No, I can see it. The guy is, like, very stretched out.
Corey's case, though, this was just the spark that lit the fuse. Eventually, the story reaches Zodiac Duelist, and wow, you know we've gotten deep when we're finally bringing up Zodiac Duelist.
Who is Zodiac Duelist? Is this something I just forgot, or... Also, Alan, this went from 10 to 100 really quick. Oh, yeah. We're turning up to 1100 on this one, because if the previous things that were said were just the lead-in, what the hell is about to happen?
You know that scene in Star Wars where Han mercilessly guns down innocent family man Greedo McClunky?
Which version were you using? He's using the edit that came from the second version of the New Hope. Because in the first one, Greedo doesn't get a shot off. In the second one, where it was re-edited to have better effects and the Death Star blowing up looking way more impressive, he also had Greedo shoot, so there's a little debate about if Greedo shot first or if Han shot first, because Han shooting first showed him to be kind of dangerous. Where if he's just responding, he's still in the right. And his big heel face turn at the end of actually coming into the Force is less impactful. I don't think anyone else is going to get nearly into this as I am. I'm overly pedantic about this kind of stuff, but yeah, it's just kind of funny. It's like, Greedo, Han shot first, then pulling up the clip where he doesn't actually shoot first.
And how the bar is filled with, like, demons and werewolves. That's kind of like Zodiac Duelist. It's a Facebook community known to host some of the worst people the Yu-Gi-Oh community has to offer.
Wait, they're not on 4chan like everyone else? Oh, more you know.
And Corey Roca had his home phone number leaked to this community. What's more, Corey didn't live on his own at this point. He had actually moved in with his grandma, who was in poor health, and he was taking care of her. So it wasn't him absorbing the brunt of the abuse, it was his grandma. In retaliation, Corey would go online and make the now deleted comment, "I will literally bury all of you. I will bring a gun to the next event and take down names. I will literally put holes in your chests until I feel better.
See, there's a lot of statements that could be bad. The first one, the I will bury stuff, that is horrible. That is contact police immediately. Everything he said after that takes it from, hey, this guy's probably freaking out. We should do something about this. Maybe do a wellness check on him with the police, to we need to make sure this guy does not have guns now. It takes it from, hey, he could just be freaking out online, to he's freaking out IRL and we probably need to get him psychiatric help immediately until we can figure out if we release him and he will do something horrible. There is a very big line there, and it went from bad to worse within a sentence. And like all that other mitigating fact about his grandma, none of that will matter, because as soon as you say that, that is taking it to a much worse level. Yeah. And just to give people an idea, if you ever hear someone say this kind of stuff, this is not a, we need to let the police know. This is a, I'd actually recommend calling the FBI or calling the police, or actually, no, call both of them and have where he said it, how he said it, what he said, and specifically mention if there's a link where there's a video of that, because this is the kind of stuff that does get people's ability to get guns held temporarily until it goes through a process to see if that's the case or not. But it means that they can't go out and arm themselves easily, which is a big thing, because while there are ways to do unlicensed firearm transfers or just have one because it's America, I mean, you could probably just go into a dumpster and find half a dozen if you're unlucky or you're in Texas. No, actually, I don't think anyone ever really throw away a gun in Texas, so probably not there, but in other places, yeah. But it makes it so that if they're not already armed, it's much harder to get that way. That escalated a lot. Like, if this guy did not immediately get taken into a psychiatric hold, I will be very surprised.
Then the police will come and take me away, and I'll do life. But you'll do life.
No, he will get the police now. They don't need to wait for later. He said this publicly. I hope someone mentioned it. Please don't tell me this ended with him actually going to a tournament with a suspiciously large package.
In the ground. This was a mass shooting threat. He was going to go to the next available YCS and
also literally a crime. I'm pretty sure that was implied, but I want to make sure to say that flat out.
Start killing people until the police stopped him. This would result in Corey Roca getting an immediate lifetime ban away.
Also, my previous statements about his background looking like a serial killer, that was before I knew what he did, and I stand by everything I said.
No, it didn't. He wouldn't get banned until a year after his YCS.
I'm sorry. I had to have misheard that. There's no way.
An immediate lifetime ban. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. He wouldn't get banned until a year after his YCS win. Alter Reality Games, which was a popular tournament organizer.
No, wait, this was, what year was this? No, what year was this?
Rape threats towards Airier. This is pretty much written dick pics. He's in Zodiac format. Winners, impressive record dying. Corey Roca is a competitor because it involves. One story, though, is way more serious than all the other ones, because it involves a complicated web of escalating events that ends with a player getting banned and even more people nearly dying. His name. A bunch of which on
There's a lot of ruckus about me sending dick pics.
What year was this? That is
pretty much only ended in the space again after he made rape threats. Eventually, finally, guns down, and where host had his home phone number leaked to the Yugioh community. It's a Facebook community known to host some of his home at this point, taking care of her. Affiliation, Corey would go online, but you'll do going to go to the next would result in after his YCS win. Alter Reality Games.
This is pre-Parkland, isn't it? If you say something like this now, and you're not some random homeless person who no one can find, you will get brought into a mental health hold. Now, if this is before Parkland, maybe it wouldn't be taken as seriously. But even then, this is, I'm being told this is, so Necro mentioned Corey's one was in 2017. Yeah, that's close, but I'm pretty sure all this would have happened right before Parkland. So the immediate no response to this is, yeah, according to Necro, before 2018. I wasn't sure what year it would be. I thought they said something, but I wasn't sure the years. Wish this was alcohol. That last part, like all the stuff he's saying, bad. Yeah, I do think he's probably just being a bitch and should be banned. I'm not sure if he would do that or not, because I'm hoping he wouldn't. But the fact that nothing happened for a year and it was only a ban. I'm not talking Yu-Gi-Oh! Banning him. I don't even care about that. I care about the fact that he wasn't immediately brought into custody. I know it's prior to Parkland. I know it's 2017 rather than 2018, but that is literally infuriating.
Which was a popular tournament organizer, banned him on the spot, and he would leave the community almost totally and open a card shop in Delaware that he's running to this very day.
If you are brave enough to shop at his store, you are way braver than I am, because if someone has the immediate, all of that, like the stuff that happened, yeah, the harassment, bad. The stuff he did prior to that, bad. But jumping to, well, I guess you're stealing from me. Is this an open carry or a stand your ground state? I don't know if Delaware is or not. I don't think it is, but I don't know. And it's America, so.
Now, what to make of all of this?
Shit show?
On the one hand, his grandma was in poor health.
Yeah, no, as soon as you start making explicit threats about bringing firearms, I don't care about the rest. That means you are on a trigger, and firearms are very easy to get in this country. Ugh. That is legitimately terrifying.
He was being harassed nonstop.
But you don't jump to explicit murder threats. Do not do that. Like, there's a lot of, like, he fucked up. And then the people who are asking him fucked up. But then he made a jump that was way worse. I'm still stuck on that because that is so far beyond anything acceptable.
I understand saying something stupid in the heat of passion. On the other hand,
crimes of passion are a thing.
It's a mass shooting threat. I can acknowledge that Corey was in a crappy situation and still think he handled that crappy situation in the stupidest way he could. Either he was just talking tough online, which wasn't going to do anything but give Zodiac more ammo against him, or he was going to kill people.
Yeah, it's like harassment's horrible. But there are so many lines you should not cross. I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on this one. And yeah, I do get the impression he probably was just trying to look tough online and venting. But maybe we're missing something. Maybe the police did actually come and talk to him, because knock and talks are a thing. That is entirely possible. That was constantly a thing that just happens already. But before Parkland, I think that would probably be the extent of it. You go in, you knock, you see if the person's all right. When they're fine, it's like, hey, I didn't actually mean that. I was upset. Okay, we talk to the person. They don't look like they're about to do it. They're not stockpiling guns. They're not trying to shoot at us for even arriving. Neat. Maybe that happened. Maybe it's in the public record. I don't know about Delaware having open record laws, like sunshine laws in Florida, for example, which are the reason for the Florida man stereotype. Oddly enough, they're in Ohio as well. And yet somehow Florida still gets the badge of honor of being that state in the country.
And there's the fact this all started because he was being a pervert and sending dick pics to people who did not want to see his penis, and it's hard to feel a due amount of sympathy to excuse the mass shooting threat.
I just thought of the absolute most worst, terrible, inappropriate joke possible right now. Both of his issues stem from talking about what he was packing. I don't feel good about saying that, but it's so bad. Someone else has to look at me and just feel disgust, just to understand that I feel it as well.
This also brought in people who tried to excuse his by saying how
If he just had a crash out online swearing at people, sure, that's fine. But I shouldn't be surprised people would try and defend them. I mean, there are so many examples of people who did these things having defenders, so sure, why not?
impressive he was for winning with paleo frogs and topping a YCS. These are the dumbest bastards on the planet, and every time somebody uses being good at playing a game to excuse being a fucking freak, an angel hangs itself using its halo.
Yeah, do what the rest of us do. Use the fact that you have a lot of money to excuse your horrible crimes.
While I shouldn't be, I was surprised to see just how much Corey's story has faded into dust within the Yu-Gi-Oh community.
Honestly, I'm not. Mass shootings are a dime a dozen, and the people who make threats are innumerable. This is probably so incredibly normalized, maybe not in the community, but just in general in the world, that it's probably not even a news story at this point.
There are no posts about this that have survived, and the only reference to Corey Roca I can find consistently is my post to the Yugioh subreddit for this very iceberg, which is all wrong information about him. This is why we do research, kids, 'cause being wrong is the easiest thing in the world. Cancel.
We went from, hey, cool little prediction, to, oh god, we're literally in the first 10 minutes, essentially.
Duel Monsters versus GX movie. You can get over a lot in this life, but one thing that nobody gets over is that one thing from your childhood that you hated so much, you irrationally carry that hatred into adulthood.
Cherry flavoring. Artificial cherry flavoring. It's cough syrup to me. All it is cough syrup. I just think cough syrup. Does it taste like cough syrup? No. But if it's even reminding me of that in the slightest, it tastes like cough syrup to me. I have that irrational hatred. I cannot do it. If the pie filling is cherry flavored, it's not actual real cherries. No, I cannot do it. Irrational hatred. No, I think this is a perfectly rational hatred. Thank you very much. And yes, I am hyper focusing on this to not think about the things like what I'm talking about. The limit you feel is starting is just to put, or just to beat up with fists. And even that is a line I shouldn't cross. It can lead to death. It would probably be a bigger mark if it didn't actually happen, which is really bad to say. I'm going to pull up Ami's comments because I don't think they're all highlighted on the screen right now. But yeah, no, that is a line. Making the threats and doing the threats, one is worse than the other. But it's still bad. As soon as you say, I will, and then involving firearms, that is a line. Yeah. There are like, there's a phrase for saying you're going to fight someone. I think that's fighting words, probably. That's bad. But that's like, you know, a night in jail to cool your ass. Maybe prosecution if anyone really wants to push it. You have to find a DA who'd be willing to do that. You have to find police who'd be willing to arrest for that and keep them in jail rather than just like let him cool off. There is so much there. As soon as you start I will statements, though, at least right now, those are treated much more significantly due to previous people saying those and then carrying it out. Again, 2018.
When I was a kid and Ed, Edd and Eddy had ended, they premiered a new show called Stormhawks around the...
This had to be a game. This had to be a game. They look so weird like this.
Same time. It might have even been like a week after the cancellation. In my kid mind, I thought they had canceled Ed, Edd and Eddy to make way for Stormhawks. And so I hated that show more than I hated anything else.
Yeah.
Kazuki Takahashi had a memory just like that, which would...
Yeah, to be fair, this is something that we even see right now just with people hating on Marathon because they assumed it was greenlit so you can cancel Destiny. Ignoring the fact that there's so many other fucked up things going on there.
Not just to lead to a canceled movie, but a huge upheaval in the ongoing series of the time. One of Takahashi's inspirations as a mangaka was Go Nagai.
Yeah, that does
one of the most influential authors of all time. To shorten his list of accolades for the sake of convenience, he's the guy behind
Devilman.
Devilman and Menzinger Z, two of Takahashi's favorite stories. When it was then released in 1973, the Menzinger Z vs. Devilman movie was something Takahashi looked forward to for months. But when the film did premiere, he slowly figured out it wasn't Menzinger fighting Devilman, but Devilman and Menzinger fighting together to take down a villain. Takahashi was so pissed off by the false advertising.
Isn't that how all versus battles go? Where it's like, I fight you, you fight me, but then a bigger threat comes out. Why does this guy have Robo shooting nipples? I'm not the only one seeing that, right? I'm just... Okay, sorry, I just got jump scared by that, all of that.
That years later, when he had the chance to do so, he decided to do that concept right. After the conclusion of Duel Monsters and into the production of GX, Takahashi had begun writing a movie that would see the heroes of both series dueling against each other.
Oh.
The movie would have seen Jaden and friends traveling to Domino City, where a brand new evil duelist would have pulled the strings of both him and Yugi to trick the two into dueling against each other.
This never got to happen, did it? Because if it doesn't end with Yugi winning, I think a lot more fans would be pissed. I mean, don't get me wrong, GX has its fans. But it's freaking Yugi, man.
This would have weakened both duelists to a state that the new evil duelist could have taken them out, ending with the two working together to take him down. The movie never entered serious production thanks to a major sword hanging over the film's head.
Considering some of the things have been previously covered, what kind of sword are we talking about here? I mean, I'm assuming Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point was big enough where they weren't worried about, financial issues as much, but at the same time...
Pharaoh Atem. Takahashi was adamant on keeping Atem dead. The whole meaning of the ending of Duel Monsters is finality, growing up, moving past the past while keeping its memory close to keep you going. The very last move of the final duel of the original series was negating the effect of Monster Reborn, stopping the Pharaoh from prolonging his life any more than he had to. He was free to rest. He didn't have to fight anymore. To undo that just for the sake of a film gimmick would betray the story he poured his heart into, and it gave Takahashi a lot of grief. That's why
I've never actually seen the ending of the first series, so that's on me. I didn't actually know that's how it ended. I mean, if it was just Jaden versus actual Yugi, I mean, Yugi was not bad by the end, so...
Atem, up until Dark Side of Dimensions, never returns. The final duel of GX is solely Jaden versus Little Yugi, up until the very end, which is just part of the reason many people write off the ending as a dream. Bonds Beyond Time takes place before the ceremonial duel, which means he's free to appear. His return in Darkside is as brief as it can be, and the entire rest of the movie is about how Atem should not come back. The question was enough to put a stop to Takahashi's planning for the movie, and it ultimately stopped any serious production. But the ideas didn't go to waste. I've said before that Takahashi did have an amount of involvement in the spin-off animes and their stories.
How much? Because before I thought it was he probably got to say yes or no to it, but was it more influenced or less influenced now that I think about it? Don't actually know.
And it seems like the ideas from the cancelled movie were rolled into Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. See, the evil duelist who was going to pit the heroes against each other wasn't just a concept. He had a name and a deck theme. Takuma Sayo and his tarot card themed deck.
Tarot?
This is the exact description of Season 2 Big Bad, Sartorius Kumar. Down to the same Japanese name. The villain wasn't the only...
So they actually got to reuse a concept for the first series in GX. I never made it this far in GX, so this is actually kind of cool to learn about altogether.
Scrapped element of the film to be reworked. One of the more memorable parts of Season 2 of GX was the mini Domino City arc. During this, the GX gang takes a field trip to the city of legendary duelists, and gets wrapped up in a plot by a group of dueling hitmen sent by Sartorius' sister, Serena.
Hit duelists? You know, I shouldn't be surprised. They did that in the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well.
Each one of them using a different monarch monster. This pretty closely follows the pitch idea of...
Oh wait, this is where monarchs came from? Oh. They're annoying to play against. I've only met one person who actually did it, though. I had no idea what I was doing, so I lost because I wasn't sure what to do to stop them.
The gang going on a field trip, simply swapping out the Duel Monsters characters for the new Monarch duelists. The arc itself feels like an anime movie recap arc, like the first 2 arcs of Dragon Ball Super, the sort that happened completely divorced from the ongoing plotline. This arc is the introduction to Sartorius having a sister, and she's only worked into the story in retrospect, showing up in the duel between Sartorius and Jaden, and then later on during the final season. While the idea of a crossover movie would be revisited in the next series with Bonds Beyond Time, it wouldn't be as a versus movie, and would instead take the same path that disappointed Takahashi so much.
I wonder if he actually hated that movie himself for that very reason. Huh. Also, if you recall, he also voiced by Dio in Japan. Oh! Damn, that voice actor gets around a lot.
The 3 heroes working together. Good work, Takahashi. Look at yourself. You became the Go Nagai of your time.
I know he's meaning that as both an insult, but I think there's also the fact that being compared to that guy of all people is kind of awesome. That's like saying, congratulations, you just became the next Disney. On the one hand, ugh. On the other hand, there's a lot to wrap up in that.
Vrain's original ending.
What? Wait, I thought Vrain's was one that actually got in it. Oh, it was changed. Isn't this the one where they had to change out the dragon for some reason?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains is in a very complicated spot of Yu-Gi-Oh's history.
Why?
It's the final ever show produced to this point that follows the formula set out in Duel Monsters.
How old is this? Okay, this is only 6 months old. Oh, this is recent too. Shit. So if it's 6 months old, Vrains is still... The formula, though, was they have a new mechanic coming out with a new game. Yeah. I'm assuming theirs was Links or something? I don't remember what order these came out, and they all kind of just were out to me because I skipped everything from first Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually just found some of my old cards, which involved a original unlimited printing of Dark Magician in English, which apparently still has value. Not a lot, but it's like, oh, I wasn't expecting to have any. Neat. I saved all the old cards because I just like them regardless. So I missed all of the updates, so everything feels new to me.
Since then, the only anime produced are either for the new Rush cards, or are based on the cards themselves, like the Albaz anime. It's also...
Yeah, wait, there's a full anime? I thought it was just the Chronicles adaptation of it. Honestly, I need to check that out. As someone who got into Yu-Gi-Oh! And mostly just loves playing Albaz in general, neat. Also, according to Cyber Dragoon, Vrains was the one that introduced Link summoning. I hate that mechanic. Still makes more sense to me than Pendulum. I just don't get why you would just want to jump or just drop everything on the field when the mechanics I've seen just feel weird.
The final Gallop era show, an animation studio who helmed the franchise for decades.
Oh.
At a point, this was the only animation the studio was putting out. It was put out at a time when the game's health was at an all-time low. And frustratingly, a lot of cards people hated came from Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains. Goki, Firewall Dragon, Gumblar Dragon...
I looked into the Trickstar deck. Didn't realize it was from this one. Just recognize the cards right now. And I realized I don't want to play this deck when I found the best way to play it is to fuck over your opponent so they can't play the game and just hopefully win after that. Also, I'm being told by Cyber Dragoon, yes, the leader is the Chronicles project. Oh, which reminds me, still need to reach out to Konami about reacting to that. I reached out to the gaming division by accident thinking it would be the ones doing it. No, apparently it's the entertainment division. My mistake. They were actually very fast to respond, though.
Magic cylinders! The anime itself was also a complete roller coaster in terms of quality, with super high peaks for the animation, character writing, and development.
Oh.
And then you'd get a clip show 13 episodes in, and half the sidecast were made to look like complete failures.
Clip show?
Blue Angel might take the crown for the most disrespected female duelist in the entire franchise, which is a title that does come with 15 free therapy sessions. The production of Reigns was likely frayed behind the scenes, for reasons we'll talk about soon, but those problems reverberate throughout the entire show. One place this was especially seen was in the final duel of the series.
Oh.
The end of Season 2 left I, the main character's little buddy, as the only remaining Ignis, a species of advanced, free-thinking AI. Grief-stricken and influenced by the previous villain, Lightning, I ran simulation after simulation to try to find a way for Ignis and humans to coexist. Only to find there was one constant he couldn't change. Either him or Yusaku had to die. Deciding then and there.
Okay, why? That seems like a bit of a leap, but sure, why not? Also, according to Jake, Blue Angel is flat out a chew toy for all of Reigns. Oh. Huh. Okay. Also, Jake, you've seen other YouTubers react without problem? Yeah, but I do most of my reactions live, which adds a complication to it. Normally, if they just claim it, not a big deal. But if they claim it while live, that leads to only strikes. It's one of those things I wanted to double check before anything else.
There, I planned on ending his own life in order to preserve Yusaku, and so instigated the final arc as a way to force Yusaku to take him out permanently. This makes it a really grim twist on the classic ceremonial duel that's become a staple of the franchise. Yusaku pretty much having to mercy kill Ai, who's given up on living, if it means his best friend will stay safe. The simulation scenes themselves are also super intense, with Yusaku and Ai standing alone in the ruins of society, the world having been demolished by the conflict that would take place if Ai doesn't die. The only thing is that if the initial ending for Reigns had been gone with, these wouldn't have been simulations.
What?
This was revealed.
Oh, they're doing a time travel shenanigans there. Or were they actually just planning to end with the world going to shit? Yeah, no, that would actually be a lot worse. That would be dark, specifically because this is the last time they made a full-on TV show. Although they have storylines that are pretty fucked up too now.
By a writer for Reigns on their personal website, which revealed loads of production information about Reigns and how things were supposed to play out. It was actually decided on super early that I was going to be the final boss of the series, for the exact reason I mentioned, inverting the partner duel that had ended out Duel Monsters and Zexal. However, the battle wasn't going to be to prevent the destruction of humanity, but instead take place after its destruction. Reigns' ending was supposed to have Ai and Yusaku dueling on a destroyed Earth, after Ai's forces and the humans had practically wiped each other out, with all that remained being the two friends at the center of all of it.
Oh, so it was initially supposed to be them after all the bodies are just the bodies. I think they may have made the right choice then. Because it changed it from, he's still my friend and I'm doing this for the right reasons, to, fuck all y'all. It's just pure on spite and vengeance at the end. I'm personal to the aesthetic of the first choice, the one they went with, as opposed to the one they put to the side, because I just like that kind of twist better. But there is something that, yeah, I mean, going full on Terminator in Duel Monsters is kind of its own aesthetic, man.
The duel wouldn't have had any purpose, no reward at the end. There were no battles left to win, just what was left around them. The duel would have been a game for the sake of a game, before they went their separate ways to live out the rest of their lives on a destroyed planet. Now, the reason you might have intuited from that description about why it was changed was because that ending was depressing as hell.
And at this time, considering production for anime is usually not that fast and involves months, they might have realized by now, hey, we don't have a show coming after this, and ending on bleak oblivion, probably not the best choice. I mean, if they weren't aware of that already, I'd be very surprised, considering from what I've heard, the timelines here were actually very tight, where shows were, at least on the English release, cut short because there was already a new one coming out. So I wouldn't be surprised if they knew maybe into half of the production that we're not doing another series after this. This is all we got so far.
And since it was the final Gallop era show, might not have been the best thing for its legacy to say the setting was destroyed and nothing remained.
I mean, it would be poignant. If you know it's your final one, there's two takes on that. One is, it's so depressing you don't want to end on that, which is what they made the decision of, and I'm perfectly okay with. I'm not saying that's a bad choice. The other one is, there's an entire line of thinking, especially in narrative communities and writing circles, that fucked up endings that make you want something else to happen viscerally. Not just, I don't like this, but I will go out and write fan fiction to show what could have happened, actually stick with you more because it reminds you that it didn't have to be horrible, but the situation led into a way where that could happen. It's a tragedy, essentially. Where comedy is overcoming bad shit, or tragedy is the bad shit happening despite everything, or because of everything. This is something that is usually very unsatisfying. It does not give you catharsis. It does not let you feel like that relief of, oh, it ended, but it was a good ending. It was that moment that you do not get over and will stick with you and gnaw at the back of your brain for probably decades to come. If they know they're going out, there is a legitimate and not incorrect way to say that is the way to cement their legacy, because this is the mark they left. Now, for all I know, maybe that was what they wanted to do. They want to get rid of you. Someone said no because they didn't like that for other company reasons. I don't know. But I'm not saying either choice is bad. They both have legitimate ways that they could work if done well. And it sounds like, from how he's describing it, I do want to eventually get to watch this because it sounds like it was done right.
It wasn't considered for a long time, but it's that it was considered at all, that it's the only alternate ending named, and that it was worked into the show in the form of the simulations that makes it so interesting. If things had changed just a little bit, and a lot of people got a lot more comfortable with a bad idea, we could have had the final Gallop era show ending Hotline Miami 2 style, and necessitating a full-on reboot of the series.
Unironically, though, that's not bad. Like, I know he's talking about it as if it's a bad thing, but it's really not, because that is incredibly poignant. You will remember that well beyond the end of the series, which, if there's immediately another series after it, maybe not the right choice, because it'll just be like, oh, we're moving on immediately. But if there's time to ruminate on it, it will stick around.
It would have made for a really unique ending, but I think the ending that we get, with the ambiguity that is there, is better for the overall show and series.
Maybe. Probably. Still not a bad alternate, though.
The Barian Observer.
Is this a card or something? I don't think I know this one.
Now we get to cover a topic so minute yet so interesting that I have a whole 3 sentences to work with.
What?
The second season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal feels like a response to the problems with early Zexal. I have no proof of that, and I'm sure that this was a case like with I always being intended to be the final bad guy. This was all.
Again, I don't know anything about Zexal. I think I remember seeing ads for it on TV sometime, but that's literally all I got.
Always the intended course. A lighter GX-style first season before raising the stakes to a degree they've never been raised to before. 7 of the...
How much? Because I'll be honest, or they mean never before in the series or never before in Yu-Gi-Oh? Because, hell, even first season Yu-Gi-Oh! Had some pretty high stakes. Especially near the end where the filler arc came in. Because oddly enough, that had a lot of stake in it.
Familiar supporting cast that we've gotten to learn about and appreciate over the course of the series, all the way up to the Joey analog of the show, are revealed to have been evil space aliens the entire time, bent not on world domination, but rather the preservation of their species. Everybody in the supporting cast, save for Kite's family and Tori, are killed by the Barians, as Yuma is all that's left to fight off an invasion that threatens reality itself. We get the dramatic backstories for characters like Vector, Nash, and Rio. The entire Vector duel itself is one of the most intense duels in the entire series. It feels like a completely different show. The only evidence of a major rewrite, though, comes from the NOS website, which, while it was airing, would post previews of Zexal episodes. These were usually as vague as possible to keep from spoiling the upcoming events of episodes, but episode 130 and 131 hold.
Do y'all remember when an average series was more than 12 episodes? Yeah. Hearing about this, an entire series that are longer than most franchises go on for now. At least there's One Piece.
An interesting bit of cut content. In it is mentioned a character named Alco, the Barian Observer. This was a character Dr. Faker would have told his son Kite about in order to get him to seek him out to help find a way to beat the Barians. Alco would have provided a card called the Closed Eight, which would have been pivotal in beating Mizar in Kite's upcoming duel. Alco only exists in the previews for episode 130 and 131. He's never mentioned in the show. The card The Closed Eight is never mentioned or shown anywhere. And the card that ends up saving Kite on the moon is the Number Hunter's very own number.
Wow. Duels on the moon. That just sounds cool, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds really awesome.
Number 62, Galaxy Eye's Prime Photon Dragon. What role Alco could have served is entirely speculation. His role as a Barian observer, and Faker referring to him as a young boy, makes me think he would have been a childish third party who wasn't Barian, astral, or human, that had a greater power than all of them. He could have even been the parallel to Dawn Thousand for Astral World, like Dawn Thousand is for the Barians, only now making his appearance now that things have gotten out of hand. As for why he was removed from the show, I think they realized that introducing a character even higher than the Barians, when that role was already filled by Dawn Thousand, was too much. With Numeron Dragon already set to play a big role, I think adding a third god, whose only job seemed to have been giving Kite a get-out-of-duel free card, was seen as a bad idea.
Oh, they summoned Shenron on the moon. Are they not going to blow it up this time? Yes, this is a Dragon Ball Z reference.
This wasn't even the only character removed from Zexal, but left in an episode preview, as there was planned to be another spirit named Proto, a spirit who wanted to eliminate the numbers as they could only be used for wickedness. The duel that would have taken place between him and Yuma would have been the introduction.
Oh, he's where Utopia comes from. Yeah, I still play against a lot of decks that use him. Oh, man.
To the manga-exclusive Shining Numbers, which was Yuma's answer to Chaos Xyz's summoning. Just like with Alco, he's only ever mentioned in episode preview scripts and is never seen in the action.
Okay, I'm not going to like beat around the bush, but I look at this and all I can think is Go Gaigar. Or Gao Gaigar? Gao Gaigar, that's the one. It's the hair, man. It's the hair. If you know what I'm referencing, you're probably thinking the exact same thing right now, and I can't unsee it.
Actual show. The duel that would have happened between him and Yuma would have been around episode 124 and 125, which is when the Barians launch their attack and start taking out the supporting cast. I guess it would have given Yuma something to do while the invasion was happening, but just like with Alco, it feels like they realized there was too much going on, and saying there's yet another spirit disconnected from both Astral World and Barian World was too much. Now all Alco and Proto exist as is as interesting footnotes in Zexal's history. Arc 5 problems because of Dark Side of Dimensions, fake.
Wait, are we talking about there was problems that were fake, or were there problems because of a fake? Honestly, I'm not sure which way this would go.
Arc 5. In one word, messy. In 1,032 words, Arc.
He probably wrote out his script and just then read it back. Oh my god. Or did he actually read in the words, add them into the number to account for him introducing it after he did the script? See, this is something I think about that has absolutely no point, but I'm absolutely going to obsess with this. And because I can, absolutely.
5 is a series that had all the promise in the world, but time after time found ways to piss away all of its goodwill. There was potential. Its hook of alternate dimensions is engaging and should lead to a lot of good stuff.
And also the entire manga thing where he literally went full on Oedipus. Yeah! I remember that part of the earlier segments of this iceberg.
It's the first series to give characters more fleshed out archetypes, like DDs, super heavy samurais, performa odd eyes. It made duels more mobile without the hook of motorcycles. But it is a 1 step forward, 2 steps back kind of show.
How so?
The early promise is there, and I think it's a good show to a point, but at that point, it starts to nosedive in quality to the point of burning up all the goodwill it built up. My brother used to joke with me that the whole series was propped up by Chaos Ancient Gear Giant.
Oh, they brought back the ancient gear stuff? Oh, that's probably what I meant by re-exploring archetypes. Also, according to Codemaker, thoughts that Arc 5 production went downhill due to Dark Side Dimension taking priority. Is that actually what happened, or is it more like people just thought that's what happened? It wasn't really, though. Could go either way. Also, novelty. She went Oedipus for her future son. Yeah, but here's the thing. He should still remember who his mom was. I'm just saying, something Lannister.
Because after that card is destroyed, in a series best duel with fan favorite Shay, using a beautifully animated final attack with Satellite Cannon Falcon, the show starts to go to hell in a handbasket real quick. The Synchro Dimension arc is where some of the show's worst moments are, culminating in maybe the worst received episode of the whole franchise, Arc 5, Episode 92. Episode 92...
Hey, wait. They did the card games on motorcycles a second time? I'm kind of... It's so stupid. I kind of like the concept.
Is the culmination of a duel that had been built up for 3 episodes beforehand with Barrett, a nobody jobber, handing Yugioh his ass over and over again. Barrett uses a Beastborg deck that locks down the opponent's field, and Yugioh had no idea how to beat it. He couldn't get out. He was going to lose. That was until a third guy named Sergei shows up, takes Yugioh's ass from Barrett, and also hands it to him. What made this episode so frustrating...
Wait, so people would just start 3-way dueling? Also, can we just acknowledge this is a very weirdly drawn character? It's like that is model levels of nothing there to... Oh, no, I just remember what it reminds me of. One Piece. Like, this looks like someone to try to do their own version of Frankie.
Wasn't the fact that Yugioh was losing. God knows he's done enough of that up to this point to prepare us. It's the fact that this was the culmination of getting back the Bracelet Girls. Yugioh has spent the entire series trying to get back Zuzu and her different dimension counterparts. This seemed like it was finally going to be the moment it happens, and it does, but then they're immediately taken away again by Sergei. In the Japanese fandom, at least, it was a turning point against Arc 5 that made a lot of people tune out.
So he's one of the characters who was well known to just get beaten all the time. See, I'm used to early stuff where it's like, the main character always wins, but how is the fun part? Okay.
With the show so sharply declining in quality around this time, people were left wondering why the show had taken such a sudden hit.
Also, I'm being told by Codemaker, Arc 5 used penalty intrusions to anyone joining a current duel. I wonder if this is something they incredibly or surprisingly were only trying to invent because they saw Magic in multiplayer format really taking off. And maybe it just didn't work. Because, yeah, if they could do multiplayer Yu-Gi-Oh, that would definitely change how you play the game. Destroy everything, 3 different counters for it, but are you going to counter or someone else counter the counter? They would have to really rework over the rules to make it work. Otherwise, it would be a giant shit show if nothing happens. But it might be fun to find out just how much of a shit show at least once.
Well, that's when dates started lining up, with the February release date of episode 92 and the April release date of Dark Side of Dimensions. Fans began assuming the production of DSOD was responsible for the dip
No, honestly, I completely don't believe this in the slightest. Just because that would both would have so much attention being put into it. If it was massively and suddenly half-assed on the animation level, maybe, but bad plot lines don't change that.
And quality in Arc 5. The writing and animation were continuously getting worse because the best talent working on the show was stuck on Darkseid. And the reshuffling is the best explanation for the odd choices made in the show's later seasons. It would even
But we've already seen in the previous bits of the iceberg, a lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh shows from Gallup had issues that were coming up frequently. So this actually seems kind of consistent with previous trends. From what I heard, though, a lot of the shows were good despite them, even if some had bigger issues.
even extend to and explain the
Also, according to Dematis, 3 to 5 player duels predate Arc 5. Oh! News to me, that's actually pretty cool. I have no idea how crazy that would be, but it'd be definitely something. And Silver, the first I can think of is the 4-way duel in DM. Dungeon Monsters? Oh, it was actually back in the first game, or the first series. Oh, shit.
troubled development of Reigns. No healthy show has to do a clip show every 15 episodes.
I have seen so many shows that do that that are also somehow good still. I think some Japanese episodes just like giving themselves the leeway. Especially considering the more you find out about the schedules a lot of animators in Japan work on. I'm not going to give them shit for that one, man.
For a long time, this was considered the reason for the woes of Arc 5.
Oh?
But doing a little digging shows more than a few holes.
Yeah.
First off, the names shared between Arc 5's credits and Darkseid's credits aren't enough to throw a show out of whack. Big names that were in both the credits of Arc 5 and Darkside of Dimensions include creature designer Honda Seiji, producer Jitsumatsu Teruaki, episode director Muto Kimiharu. These are certainly names, but it's
Not
not
the same
like
ones?
the entire animation staff was shifted over to work on Darkseid. Darkseid instead featured a lot of animators who weren't working on Arc 5 and instead had worked on older series.
Oh.
Namely,
Oh, so it was callback animators. That in its own right is kind of fascinating.
Takahiro Kagami, who would serve as the movie's director. Did losing all that staff help? No, but it wouldn't have been enough to derail the entire show. Even more than that, the actual problem with Arc 5 had nothing to do with Darkseid's production. Missing from that list of shared credits is any of the writing staff, and the problems people have with Arc 5 can largely be chalked up to the writing. The animation towards the end isn't stellar, but it was passable. The story is where people had problems. Yuya is a weak protagonist. He rarely gets impressive wins and feels carried by action cards, which act as deus ex machinas, no not those ones, that keep him from losing. What is Yuya's impressive win? What's the win that solidifies him as a better duelist than when he started the series? Yugi beat Pegasus, Jaden beat the Sacred Beasts, Yusei beat the Dark Signers, and Yuma beat Faker. What's Yuya's big win that puts a cap on a part of the story? He beats the Quiz guy, and the Cook guy, and the Flower Cardian guy, and after that just duels people to a draw about 10 times in a row.
Wait, Flower Guardians made it into the TV show? I mean, they were previously something brought up in earlier parts of this iceberg. I didn't think they were actually in the show because they seem so incredibly niche. I literally thought they'd be a card-only variant. It was like, hey, cool little thing we're doing on the side. More you know. Also, Bill had mentioned, and the Arc V, or 5 dimension split happened because some asshat thought it'd be a good idea to bring the Shadow games back by using the power of technology. He made monsters real and saw nothing bad coming from it. Admittedly, yeah, that actually perfectly tracks with technology. Can you imagine how many people who are making AI right now are naming it Skynet? The answer is not 0. That alone is all you need to hear.
Yuya's character writing is also incredibly frustrating because he's entirely one note. He's obsessed with smiles. Every conversation comes back to smiles. Oh, these children are starving? Probably because they're not smiling enough. The duel writing as well gets extremely repetitive after a few games. times when they repeatedly have to explain how piercing damage works. "You still take the damage" became a meme in the Yu-Gi-Oh community for a reason. The supporting cast has absolutely nothing to do.
I think I might end up skipping this show. Like some of them, even now, I still kind of want to see them. This one, I think I might pass.
Either you're Reiji or Shay, who gets to actually duel people, or you're everybody else. You'd be lucky to be a Gong Strong, who loses to every named duelist he fights after episode 57. The show just languishes in pointless duels for a lot of the endgame. When the show should be wrapping up and getting to the big fight with Zark, Yuya's fighting a pirate guy and the battle beast. When gladiator beasts showed up, I smiled. When they brought their bags, the smile faded. The twist that Yuya is the final boss after becoming Zark should work, but the show that follows is a miserable experience of watching a boss character pull trap cards out of his ass to avoid losing. Yuya's
I mean, at least they were consistent about that, with pulling things out of his ass to not die or to win a match. Yeah.
Tier rival Sawatori is able to duck and weave around every known effect that Zark has on his field and convincingly win the duel, until Zark reveals he had an extra trap in his back pocket just to make him auto-lose the duel. Any one of these plot beats would have been planned out months ahead of their air date. And just like with Crow Hogan the Dark Signer,
I will give some credit, though. The entire "I had a card you didn't know about and it's now going to win me the game" is a thing that they were doing since literally the very first series with Yugi. I mean, Pegasus' entire shtick was cheating. Yugi's entire shtick with Heart of the Cards is, I get to draw the card I need to win. And so many times, someone who just didn't have a power suddenly got the card they need to make the duel more interesting. Ass pull cards is literally a staple. Well, it's just too generic for this entire franchise. So I guess the bigger problem is they're abusing it way too often, which is actually something when you come into narrative writing you run into. You're allowed so many inexplicable events. 3 times is really the general rule. Do not do that more than 3 times. You shouldn't do it more than once. And you can get away with once if you've built up a lot of credibility with an audience. Such as, and I'm going to go back to the one I'm thinking about right now and show my geek card here. In the 2003 reboot of Battlestar Galactica, they have a moment where the wife of the what was it? Not the lieutenant, not the captain. The first mate. The guy right under Adama, I cannot remember his name. His wife comes back, and it's a big plot point. How did she survive? Oh, she was on a ship and managed to get out. It's a complete and utter ass pull. It is utterly Deus Ex Machina. Because literally, she's in a machine she's flying out of, so it kind of works. And there's a lot more into that entire statement I'm not going to get into here, but it's an ass pull. But it happens rarely, so you can just kind of like, yeah, we'll roll with it. Sure, one more person randomly survived. It sounds like this is doing that, but then they do it, and then they do it, and then they do it. You do it once, cool. You do it once a series, okay, cool. You do it once an episode, a little bit much. You do it more than once. Yeah. To quote Demantis, they used it too often. They made it look like the hero looked incompetent, undeserving. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting the feeling of. Yugi, though, again, going back to the first one, he did that frequently, but it was always feeling earned, like he was in a position where he needed that luck, and he could make it work when he did. But it wasn't done in every single episode where every single person would beat him otherwise. There were a lot of interesting moments, so you built up to believing it would happen. This, even from here, I can hear that is not the case. They overused a technique that is not bad, but needs to be done sparingly.
Wouldn't have been possible to change them so quickly. Just like with Dark Signer Crow Hogan, it feels better to try to push the failings of a show you like onto unforeseen consequences, but that's just not the case here. DSOD's production likely had very little effect on Arc 5. You want to know what did have an effect on Arc 5, though?
Oh?
Symphogears! Yeah, remember that? The show with the Scrap Fist reference? It had a negative effect on Arc 5's production thanks to Katsumi Ono, the very director who put in that reference. Ono had left his stamp on both franchises and had obligations to fill out for both, meaning that he would have been working on Symphogears GX, weird, and Arc.
Yeah. Huh. Was it just drawing away talent? Like actually just hiring people from there and not scalping them, I guess headhunting them. Okay.
5 at the same time. Wanna hazard a guess as to which arc he predominantly directed? The Synchro Dimension arc, where the entire show went to shit. So if you need to blame any anime for the Battle Beast arc, it's Symphogears.
Ah. In other words, a bad director. Although, the more I see about the show, the more impressive it kind of looks.
Not Darkside. Also, since this was going to get its own entry later on, but I eventually realized there wasn't enough basis to make a whole entry for, I want to quickly touch on Magician of Hope. This is a V-Jump promo card that's
What is V-Jump? I mean, I hear jump, but I immediately want to say Shonen Jump. But no, V-Jump sounds like it's different, so I don't have... Wait, is virtual Shonen Jump maybe? If anyone knows in the chat, I'd really like to find that one out.
extremely odd as far as anime cards go, because it's a crossover card. Before this, the only crossovers that would be done between cards would be in the same series. That's how you'd get a card like Dark Cavalry or Shooting Star Dragon TG Expansion. But Magician of Hope is between Zexal and Arc 5. The reason this is worth noting is because Zexal is really popular in Japan, almost as popular as Duel Monsters.
Really?
And Arc 5 is not. During the airing of Arc 5, the video site Nico Nico would keep a running tally of the top 10 worst...
I mean, I'm not surprised one could be as popular, or popular in general, but the first series is kind of like nostalgia bait. So I'm kind of surprised anything could ever reach that level because there's going to be so many rose-tinted glasses on there. And again, I'm very much guilty of that myself. Also, according to Demana's V-Jump, is the magazine V-Jump. Oh. So it's literally just a magazine called V-Jump. Huh. I guess it's maybe not related then.
Anime episodes as rated by their fans. And during Arc 5's airing, all 10 spots were Arc 5 episodes. The theory goes that Magician of Hope was printed to try to get people who were into Zexal, but not into Arc 5, to try out the new cards. Because hey, it's a Zexal card and an Arc 5 card. You like one of those, you can have the other. You like mac and cheese, you'll eat your Brussels sprouts. Cyber Dragon MF03-EN010.
What?
The rarest Yu-Gi-Oh card of all time is a
How many boxes did he buy? I know Moist Critical plays Yu-Gi-Oh! I've seen some of his matches, but that is so many boxes. Granted, they're probably still cheaper than Magic, so it's the equivalent of buying 2 boxes of Magic. But at the same time, have you seen the box of Magic prices? Dear God, you shouldn't do that either.
discussion that's been had a lot in the community. At the very least, we know there is no such thing as a one-of-one card, simply because Konami can't let that sort of thing happen. Whenever a new, official Yu-Gi-Oh card is made, they print at least one copy to keep in reserve at a card vault in Konami headquarters.
Oh!
That's the one.
Why? Oh, so they have at least one physical copy in case bullshit happens. Yeah, that makes sense.
That acts as a reference for the card's.
Also, I'm being told by Demantis Charlie is a filthy stew player. Oh, stun. Oddly enough, I've never had problems with stun decks. I've never played against one that I didn't immediately just say, nope, we're good, move on, dead. I don't know why. It's kind of like my same thing with anytime, what is the current one? I'm pulling a blank on the name. The deck that does all of the, like, music-related stuff. I'm just pulling a blank on the name. But, yeah, I've had no problems with them for some reason. I just think I get lucky against them and their player hands are just bricked. Unlike me versus anyone else, where it's like, okay, you got 3 Molcharmies and 3 Ash Blossoms. You're going first. For anyone who doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh! And is watching this, hi, welcome to probably hour 27 For anyone who does, you realize everything I just said is like, this is great. Why am I going for... Oh, it's just pain.
Code, and so they always have a copy on hand. Even cards like Tyler the Great Warrior, or
they have one
prize cards like Duel Links Dragon or the Normal Monster Blackluster Soldier have to have duplicates out there in order to have a version of the card on file. So for a card to truly be the rarest of all time, it has to be because of a circumstance out of Konami's control.
Oh?
2 examples of exactly that are with 2 Neos cards. Funny enough,
Neos?
Due to errors when printing the first edition runs of South Korea's Premium Pack 6, the card Neos Wiseman was printed as a fusion monster instead of a main deck monster. Ironically, though, this misprinted version ended up being more accurate to the anime than the actual version of Neos Wiseman we were stuck with.
Oh.
As in the anime, it's a fusion of Yubel and elemental hero Neos, where in the real game, you summon it by tributing those 2 monsters on the field. The other Neos card that was infamously printed wrong was a version of Chaos Neos, and you couldn't ask for a bigger misprint. This
How
was
bad are we
specifically
talking?
a misprint of the Ghost Rare variant of Chaos Neos.
Oh?
Already insanely hard to pull, but the name would also be printed wrong to now be Rainbow Dragon. This variant from Gladiator's...
Okay, one. I'm sorry. The fact that he's not actually rainbow in the art is kind of funny to me. I know that's how we're going, but it's just funny. Like the previous one is like, ooh, the shiny effect. And then we see this one. Nope.
Assault.
Oh, and Cyber Dragon. That was Cool Tunes. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, I don't know. I just always get lucky against them. Also, Jake, don't you lose to stun because they expect you to play an actually competent variant of Branded? You'd be surprised how many people just quit games because they just don't have a response to me right away. It happens a lot. It's why I got where I'm at. Not because I'm good. I'm really not. But people overthink the game so much. You can get a lot farther than that than you really have any right to.
Was already extremely rare, going for over $1,000 online. But you could double that and then some by going back to Rainbow Dragon's original pack, Tactical Evolution. Here, you had an extremely small chance of pulling a Ghost Rare Rainbow Dragon, and an even smaller chance than that the Rainbow Dragon's artwork would be replaced with Chaos Neos. He gets downgraded to an effect monster, but the dignity is worth it for a price increase of over $5,000.
God damn! I'm assuming this is one of those rare boxes that just holds up then. Damn. Also, Dementis, Cool Tune is in Stun deck that uses floodgates like Macro, Cosmos, Skill Drain, etc. No, I mean, that was separate things. I've played decks that have stun effects, and they just haven't. And Cool Tunes, I just got lucky against because there's like, we're going to manipulate your hand. You've already dumped your entire hand. We're going to manipulate your deck. You just shuffled again. We're going to manipulate your field. You just banished it all to get new effects after we're going to do that. It kind of matches up well.
Monster, Ghost Rare, Rainbow Chaos, Neos Dragons go for that much. But if you're not bargain hunting, you might pay over $10,000 for one. While that's clearly not even within spitting distance of Tyler the Great Warrior's $300,000 price tag, I don't think it's wrong to say Tyler is a bit of a special case and should be in a league of his own. Other prize cards, like Crush Card Virus and Gold Sarcophagus, carried multi-$1,000 price tags, but Chaos Neos in misprinted form is higher value than a playset of some of those cards. But what could get more rare than a ghost? How about a myth?
Wait, this isn't the most expensive card yet? Because I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are generally way more affordable than other games. It's one of the reasons I'm actually kind of fascinated with it right now and getting into it. Because I've seen the inflation of Magic prices, like, okay, a deck is going to cost you how much? And all the cards are going to cost you how much? And if you want to buy a box to see if you can get lucky, it's going to cost how much? And then I look at those prices, like over here, it's like, okay, yeah, sure. The last couple have gone up in price because they've started doing some really good rares with really cool alternate arts. But I picked up the cards I wanted for like $20. Yeah, it's like not the most aggressive stuff, but it functioned perfectly. So it was like, yeah, I can do this. This is fine.
There's a series of cards released in such an obscure way that are so hard to find to this day, it's speculated.
Wait. Are we going to talk about obscure, hard to find cards? Are we talking about literally like the quarter turn gacha machines, like the IRL physical gachapon that had cards in them, which is why Yu-Gi-Oh cards are even smaller? Are we talking that weird to get? Oh.
On whether or not some of them even exist at all. Cast your minds back to 2005, and if you were watching the brand new Yu-Gi-Oh series of the time, GX, you might have seen a commercial advertising brand new action figures to go along with the monsters from the show.
Yeah.
Elemental Heroes, Water Dragons, Chthonian Soldiers, all released by Mattel, all including a card in parallel rarity matching the toy you got. These would make them some of the rarest variants of these cards.
So you buy the toy and get the card. There's probably someone with a backlog of Yu-Gi-Oh branded toys that are never taken out who's just like, this is my retirement.
To ever exist. And the figures would be released in 3 waves. Wave 1 was simply Elemental Hero Thunder Giant. Wave 2 was more heroes, Water Dragon, and Cyber End Dragon. And then finally, Wave 3 would be even more heroes, because even in toy form, hero oversaturation is a problem, and a few other key monsters.
On the one hand, that's cool. On the other hand, I see what his playmat is. Also, Ami, I hope scoffers overspend so Yu-Gi-Oh! Or on Yu-Gi-Oh! Just to waste money realizing how cheap they are sold. Maybe. What I've actually found is a lot of people who make money on selling the cards they buy in bulk is they arrange them into decks and then sell them for an inflated price. But honestly, it's kind of worth it because they take the time to just pull together an entire deck. Yeah, you could do it yourself, but there's kind of a convenience factor where I think it's actually kind of worth it if they're not charging too much. For example, if you have like $20 of cards and they charge $25 and add shipping, it's like, $10 more than if I did it myself. That's fine. But also just because I don't know all the cards, so having someone just say like, hey, I want to play this deck. I don't know what cards to get, and they already have them all there. It's kind of useful. Depending on how much to go up, that could be a thing.
Those key monsters included
sometimes you see toys and you wonder what they're thinking. Other times you're thinking, oh, okay. The Down syndrome hero. Boo. I can't even just move their eyes apart like that. Like this is literally just, actually, I don't think the eyes moving apart is Down syndrome. That'd be more forehead, which you can't see. But yeah, that is, that's rough, man.
Cyber Dragon, Ancient Gear Golem, Black Luster Soldier, Elemental Hero Clayman,
the eyes,
and
man.
Winged Karibo level 10.
Oh, that's rough.
These 5 cards make up a group of some of the rarest Yu-Gi-Oh merchandise to ever exist.
Really?
And by association, the rarest cards of all time.
They weren't printed that much?
Versions of every other toy in the line have been documented, in box and with their cards, these 5 are all in various states of obscurity.
Oh.
The whole search got kicked off one day on Pojo when a user named Maykite was talking about his journey to collect every possible variant of Cyber Dragon, in all the rarities he had ever been printed in. The Mattel toy version, coded MF03-EN010, was nowhere to be found.
Oh, so it's one that we're not actually that's why it's a myth, because it may or may not actually be there, but they have the product code for it. Is this something they never actually decide to get around to, or they maybe only put up a test print for?
And digging from the players on Pojo revealed that Cyber Dragon, unlike all the other toys in the line, was only available at Sears. Along with only being available—
Oh yes, Sears exists, or existed. I forgot all about that.
At f***ing Children's Wonderland, Sears, the already scarce production of the figure meant it was impossible to find a Cyber Dragon with the card in the packaging. 2020 would be when the case was finally cracked, when a guy named Kevin L. posted to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Subreddit revealing loads of the MF03 series of cards, including the core elemental heroes and a Cyber Dragon. These photos that Kevin took were and still are the only proof that MF03 Cyber Dragons exist, alongside a UK-based buyer's guide that also listed it alongside a Black Luster Soldier.
Oh.
Speaking of which, I didn't mention Blackluster Soldier among the toys with no cards. That's because there is no Blackluster Soldier toy known to exist.
Seriously?
It was featured on the back of the packaging of other MFO3 figures.
They never even made it? And that's actually the one that looks cool, too.
But no version of it has ever turned up.
But this is a picture of it, so they probably made at least one mock-up of it. How bad did this entire franchise, or like this expansion of the franchise, go that there's some that just never got out?
It's not uncommon for toy lines to feature canceled figures on final packaging.
Yeah.
But with how Cyber Dragon turned up out of thin air, it's not impossible that it might exist somewhere.
I mean, we know it exists somewhere. We have the art of it right here. It doesn't look like a 3D or a mock-up. It looks like the actual printed version of it. Now, maybe that was a sculpted version. I don't think they would start an entire print run just for a package if they're never actually releasing them. Who knows? Maybe there's a landfill somewhere just went full on E.T. the video game with it.
And if you think you might have the $1 million prize, don't get too excited. A lot of false sightings have happened because there is a Blackluster Soldier, but printed back during the original Duel Monsters line. Not the MFO3 version, and certainly not with a card. We still don't have a Cyber Dragon with the card in packaging to prove that's how they were distributed, but that's not even the end of the questions when it comes to this card. Remember how I mentioned the buyer's guide? Well, that lists the card code for BLS as 009, and Cyber Dragon is 010. Meanwhile, the card we have lists Cyber Dragon as 009.
Oh. It could be that they just scrapped one of them altogether because it was from the previous game then. And Siren just mentioned, I mean, any toy company, Mattel do some shit. Yeah, Mattel, Hasbro, they are very questionable with the ethics and the things they've pulled. That said, they're nowhere close to Nestle levels. Never go full Nestle. Like, as much as I'll give shit to some game companies, Games Workshop, I'm looking at you, they do not go full Nestle. I'm sure they would like to, but I don't think they can.
For all I know, that's a mistake on the part of the buyer's guide, because it's unlikely they would have an act.
Although this is actually something that does happen with a lot of games where you'll find out something because the codes are in there. Sometimes the codes are intentionally wrong because they're fucking with their audience. I don't think it would be the case here because this is old enough. Maybe that wasn't the established meta of hiding information. I would be surprised, though, if it was just like he's about to say right now. Just a mistake. Someone just is wrong. It happens. You just mistype a digit. It does happen. Reprints, misprints, they're a thing. You find them everywhere.
Actual copy of the card, but even if I was correct, I wouldn't go voice.
Or possibly that they had it was canceled and the number was changed to 9 because they didn't have a 9th anymore. So there was no need to make it a 10th and just highlight they're not doing it. Yeah, it's all possible.
It because that means somebody spent $30,000 on a fake. Kaiba Corp Virtual Dueling System.
Isn't that just links?
Released back in 2007, the Kaiba Corp Virtual Dueling System was a brand new piece of technology. One of the first ever widely available online dueling simulators for Yu-Gi-Oh! Developed by fans.
Oh, wait, by fans?
We're spoiled for choice now between Dueling Network, Omega, Edo Pro, and of course Master Duel.
Yeah, it's what made it so easy to get into the game because all the complicated rules that I don't really understand, at least when I make a mistake, it's because I made a mistake, not because I didn't understand how to even play the game.
But way back when Strike of Neos had just released and the housing bubble was plumping up, the idea of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Without having to look somebody in the eye was unthinkable. The software had been in development since at least 2004 and was developed by a 4-person team.
Only 4?
Each one going by a different anime character's name.
Okay, unironically, this level of polish on just 4 people working on it, it could be another shit system. I'd still be impressed at this point.
With the main developer being Seto Kaiba himself. Miraculously, the page that detailed all of this development history has endured on kaibagaming.net,
Really?
where he details how the game came to be, mixing both actual development history with what seems to be in-character asides as Seto Kaiba himself. This makes discerning fact from fiction a little hard.
Oh, so he's having
like when
fun
he
with it.
claims the original site had to be taken down due to an influx of fangirls. With help from the other developers, the original beta for the game would be released in 2007 with a 400-card-deep card pool.
Honestly, for 2007, especially for an online game, this is kind of amazing. Like, really good. Damn.
And would be in a unique position in regards to the burgeoning internet. The game's early popularity...
Burgeoning? I mean, the internet's been around since, like, the 80s, if not earlier, depending on how big you want to go. Like, the entire thing about the Matrix was basically, hey, what happens if the internet was bigger and not actually a thing because we were the internet all along? Like, there's so much of it. Burgeoning. Google was 2000s in... I guess that would be a thing, but that was not a new thing. The internet bubble was earlier than that. 2000s. It just seems so weird to say 2008, 2007 as the burgeoning internet. It's like, it was already a thing. But he's doing the same thing most people would, because thinking YouTube and the internet are kind of one in one, even if technically it existed well before that.
Popularity was thanks to the contribution from a pre-established online community, the Tag Duel YouTube scene. I say that the online simulators were the only way to play the game digitally, but the Tag Force games also filled that role.
Oh?
Whether it was character duels or actual games, the Tag Force games filled that niche for people without stable internet connections. So a community...
on the one hand, stable internet connection. On the other hand, you've seen, if you've been here more than once, that is not always the case.
Community grew around the games for the purposes of making videos, which made up a hefty part of the early Yu-Gi-Oh scene.
Oh.
When KC dropped, these bigger channels would slowly figure out about it and post about it, showcasing the ease of use and availability to a bigger audience than forum word of mouth could.
Yeah?
Soon a large community would form around the simulator that would subdivide itself into various groups. A group on the main forum, hosted on the same site as the download, a group of splinter forums themed around the various houses at Duel Academy.
They're actually creating Duel Academy houses IRL. You know what? I shouldn't be surprised about that. I really shouldn't be. And yet...
regular tournament scene, YouTube videos cataloging them. In the early days of the internet, the Kaiba Corp virtual dueling system was the biggest hub for members of the community to play.
Huh.
The simulator itself was rudimentary.
He's talking in the past tense. I'm assuming this probably got copyright claimed and taken down, didn't it?
But expectedly so. Kaiba and the team had to build it without the luxury of a reference point that newer simulators like Omega have.
Newer?
Features like automatic play and a robust card pool weren't standard. Instead, players had to manually enter every command taken in the game, and instead of an add or subtract function for life points like with Dueling Book, KC had you entering a command line to perform these functions. In order to even access the game's server, you would have to download a third-party VPN called Hamachi that did the work of actually connecting one player to another.
I mean, unironically, that's not bad. I know this is being pointed out as a, okay, sure, we're doing it. You gotta do this extra step. But anything that involves intentionally creating a VPN or virtual private network, that's actually a really good thing, because it doesn't quite open yourself up to as many attacks if someone really wants to fuck with you, because there's a lot of ways to do that. I'd actually think that's kind of amazing in general and would solve a lot of issues that I wish more companies would do now. Seriously, yeah, this is good. This is really good.
The community for a long time was flourishing. Eventually, those different Academy forums would start a global ranking system that would rank each forum against each other. A system popular enough to get incorporated into the main program itself as the Kaiba Corp Team Academy universe.
Oh my god.
However, since this is likely the first time you're ever actually hearing of this simulator,
and the fact that he's been using was frequently so far, yeah, I see where this is going.
rightly assume something went wrong. If you were unlucky enough to be playing KC at the wrong time, you'd run into a user named Kira. Kira would enter rooms, reveal all 5 pieces of Exodia, and instantly win.
Why?
If he didn't, Kira would tell you all the cards in your hand that you had set and on top of your deck. Kira could do this because he had gotten his hands on a cheat engine that allowed him to mess with the game in loads of different ways.
That's disappointing. I was really hoping this would be like, oh yes, this is just someone we're playing around with. To just have that mysterious duelist. How is he doing it? We have no idea. Okay, no, it's just someone cheating. Okay, this is going to just be me. I like the idea of someone building in an programmed bot you can fight who does explicitly cheat, where it doesn't penalize you for losing to them, just as that random, very, very infrequent novelty gimmick of, what happened? Did this happen to you as well? Yeah! Because it gives some kind of interest and a mystery to a system. If it's just someone who's being an asshole, that's much more annoying. I kind of wish it was something they did on purpose, though, because that would be kind of funny. It's just like an urban game-related legend.
With the safety of the program compromised, a program that had you entering your IP address to play, all major tournaments and play ceased while Kaiba and the team looked for how to solve the problem.
But they had you connecting to a VPN, and if he had got into it, then he has access to that. See, I'm a big fan of VPNs in general because it's a great way just to make sure things are hidden. But I guess this is one where he had access to the back end of the VPN itself at that point, which might imply whatever service they're using or one of the guys who was working on it might have been the one to do it because they would have the easiest access.
The cheat engine, though, was later shared by Kira with different members of the community. And from there, trust eroded and people began leaving the service for newly available options. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well, on the one hand, it wasn't Konami taking a battle axe to it and just saying, nope. It was it deleting itself because cheating became too rampant. Yeah.
Virtual dueling was a piece of software that had existed since at least 2005, 2 years prior to KC, and had been receiving constant updates. The very early forms of what would become Percy and Yugioh Pro were just taking off, and in a year or two, Dueling Book would launch. Dueling Book isn't just a footnote in the story of KC, though, as if you go by the word of Kaiba himself, he'll tell you they had a hand to play in the service's downfall. With KC predating Dueling Book by 4 years with its launch in 2011, Dueling Book would have to find a way to convince people to use it over a service like KC. Kaiba alleges that the team behind Dueling Book were the ones behind the cheat engine that killed KC.
That actually doesn't sound that incredible. Because, I mean, it's not quite corporate espionage, but rival people in similar fields fucking with their opponent because we do better if you do bad. That's kind of a thing that's been going on in multiple franchises, corporations, industries, niche communities. You just can insert anything here and it kind of holds true. It's just depressing, though. It's incredibly believable. Is it true? I have no idea. But it doesn't sound impossible.
And distributed it as a way to draw attention away from the game and onto their new simulator. These allegations are all made in old deleted forum posts, as going to the KC forums now reveals maybe 7 posts overall. These posts, though, you might realize, are all from at least the past year.
Genesis format?
I was just scanning it to get an idea of what it was like, and then I noticed they
Oh yeah, 2025 Genesis format. That is very new.
We're talking about adding Genesis support, and wouldn't you guess it, Kaiba is working on a new version of the KC software. Well, at least somebody maintaining the old site and the new forum.
Yeah.
I can't tell you if it's the same guy or a guy simply going by the same username. The new system claims to be bringing Yu-Gi-Oh! Back to the way it was pre-Xyz monsters, as they compromised the game's integrity and removed skill, making a simulator for Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans who want to go back to the good old days.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't ever really like anything that says going back to the good old days, usually because that always feels like the plot hook to, and then it went badly. IRL or in novels, it kind of always goes that way. Also, Novelty Thief, yeah, that's peak capitalism. No innovation, maximum sabotage. Except the problem is, it's not just capitalism. It's just people in general. Like, you will find people who sabotage other people when they're not getting anything out of it. They just don't want to lose, or they just want to insert random bullshit here that doesn't actually matter. Yeah. Capitalism incentivizes that kind of behavior if it's unregulated. But that kind of behavior exists independent of it as well. Disappointing, but believable.
I wish the team nothing but the best in their pursuits of making a new simulator, but let's be reasonable here. If you want to play retro Yu-Gi-Oh, you're at no loss for options.
Yeah.
All the way up to the YCS level. Downloading a whole new app just to play like that is not going to go well.
Especially if they don't update so you don't have to enter command lines to adjust life points. That right there would probably... normally I would say that would push a lot of people off. But if they're explicitly going for people who are here for nostalgia, maybe that's actually a feature rather than a bug. Huh.
Secondly, this is a world where Master Duel exists. Downloading any third-party software is going to be a hard sell. Speaking of Konami, though, while all these wars were being fought on the unofficial simulator front, what was Konami themselves doing to fill the need?
Probably releasing more games in physical format that just had to be continually updated. Because it seems like they did that a lot before Master Duel. And admittedly, Master Duel is pretty cool. The only thing I wish could happen is if there was a way to just say, hey, I like this deck. I want to set an order for Konami. Send me these cards. Would they do that? No. But that would be the coolest thing ever. Especially it'd be like just the standard variants of them, not the like super rares. Or if you could do that, but it would be super expensive because, yeah, I mean, I kind of like the idea of having physical backups to the decks I play. Hell, I've bought decks that I play online, minus the cards that were like, oh, I just don't want to pay that much. But yeah, that's a thing. I don't think they'll do that because that would be direct sales and their entire thing is gotcha with packs. But it would be kind of cool if that happened. Or if they just linked into a third-party source that could source them. Which isn't actually impossible considering they do similar things with various websites to show in-game integrations of various... I think it's like Yu-Gi Pro or something. I'm not sure if they run that or not. If it's run by them, maybe it doesn't hold up. But if it's run by someone else, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen an integration then.
Well... Yu-Gi-Oh! Online.
What?
Yes, even before Virtual Desktop, or similar early simulators like Game King, the
very
very
90s.
first online way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Was an officially licensed Konami product.
When?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Online. Released in...
Oh, wow, that is 90s. I mean, like, look at that back. That is so 90s. Wow. Oh, man.
Released in April of 2005, Yu-Gi-Oh! Online was an official simulator that let you connect across the world to duel whoever you wanted. As far
That sounds kind of cool, actually. How did this not go well?
as complexity goes, it was nothing but a simulator.
Still.
No game to be played alongside it. You simply bought the game and dueled. However, something that you would learn very quickly was that the game itself might as well have been free. In fact, depending on if you got it in stores or online, it was free.
Oh.
Monetization is kind of online's lasting legacy because it's an insane system Konami worked out for how to make money off of it. Instead of a subscription service like the previous year's World of Warcraft or a flat purchase, Konami instead decided to lock out the game's only feature behind consistent, unique purchases. The currency of Yu-Gi-Oh! Online was duel points, with
What?
you needing to spend a duel point every time you wanted to play a game. Already this is kinda nuts, because it wouldn't
That's basically the gotcha timeout mechanic of energy. So they're kind of ahead of the curve on that one. How does this turn into being free, though?
be until the rise of mobile gaming in the late 2000s and early 2010s that we would get systems like this, that locked out your ability to play without a purchase. Duel Links has a system like this now,
it does?
but that's
Ew.
alongside the fact that it's on a cooldown timer and only applies to PvE duels. PvP duels can be played as much as you want.
Oh.
Online won't let you...
Wait, really? Oh, you think it'd be the other way around? They'd probably succeed because they didn't hyper monetize the PvP to the same extent as the PvE. Although, I guess if you're playing for PvP, you're probably hyper monetizing already because you want to get the cards, so you have to spend more money. And I've heard this one is kind of, when it comes to their pricing,
you do anything besides look at the cards without a purchase. This system would only ever be as acceptable as the duel passes were affordable. If they were cheap, it would be unacceptable. If they were expensive, somebody was going to die. Duel passes came in a few different forms.
Yeah.
Firstly being the duel pass cards. These came in foiling like a regular pack of trading cards and would get you about 3 duel passes equaling 30 duel points.
Oh, wait, was the entire joke about this that there was a cutout or it didn't cut out? So you could just keep using the same pass over and over again?
I don't know what they expected from people, but $3 for, let's say, a week worth of games doesn't sound evil. Don't get it wrong, this is inherently evil, but it doesn't sound as bad as it could have been.
Yeah. I mean, when I was this age, I'd be like, that's cool. What's the internet? More specifically, what's stable internet? Up until about finishing high school, the home internet connection was somewhere along the lines of, if I try and boot up a game, the system will crash in 10 minutes. The internet was too much for the PC. I don't think there were viruses on it. I think the computer was just completely overstretched for what it was. As in, when we first got it, I think it worked on Windows. Well, let's put it this way. We had to upgrade it to Vista. And that was a preferable comparison. If you know anything about PCs, talking about Vista as an upgrade and thinking it was beneficial is pretty condemning in its own right.
The next tier above that was the Dual USB.
What?
This was a USB drive that you could buy for $10 that would get you 90 Dual Pass points, as well as a few free cards.
Okay, one that's actually kind of cool. Two, this is just me thinking about how many USBs are infected now. I could just see someone making a knockoff of this, and it's just utter viruses on there just because they want to fuck with someone.
And after that, you threw it in the trash because it wasn't big enough to hold anything more than the information it came with. Put a JPEG on it, it'll explode. A step below that were the SMS dual passes that you could buy for £1, since it was an EU exclusive
Oh, EU, that would do it.
feature, which would net you 15 dual pass points.
I was literally about to ask, a pound of what? And then I remembered, oh yeah, British currency. I literally forgot about that.
The final tier, though, was Dual Pass 150. It does what it says and provides you with 150 Dual Pass points, which, if 90 of them were valued at $10, I guess this would put it around $15. Actually, this is the thing you're most likely to know about if you know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Online.
How much did it
Since
cost?
the wiki says that Dual Pass 150 was temporarily banned in America due to fraud, and
What?
it wouldn't return until years down the line.
Years?
I hate to ask, but where exactly does this information come from?
Okay, so this service actually stuck around for a long time, though. Okay.
I can find it only on one other place on the internet, and it's from a 2007 article on a Yu-Gi-Oh! Online website that doesn't cite a source either. What would have been the fraud in this case? The amount of Dual Pass points? The cards gotten from the purchase? A funny story, but I just don't think it exactly means anything. The original
Why?
game would eventually be taken down in 2007 and replaced with Yu-Gi-Oh! Online Dual Evolution. A new
So it was actually already succeeded. I mean, admittedly, for 2000s especially, it looks nice. I'm not sure if it is nice. Yeah. Also, Siren, Airier too American to remember that anything else other than America exists. So, me and Cosmic aren't real. Why is there an empty spot I'm quoting? Also, don't worry, Siren. Cosmic's not real. He can't hurt you. Apparently, though, he can very much hurt me because I know the video I need to react to from him.
Version of the simulator that included avatar customization and NPCs to duel in case you didn't want to go online. It's also around here the economy for you.
I will be fully honest. Oh, this is 2008. That's literally the financial crash when they switched over. Yeah, I could see how this is probably not going to be their big thing moving forward. On the other hand, I like how Master Duel just lets you play for free as much as you want, even against PvE or PvP. It's just the cards you buy. It's like, hey, you got the game. You're going to buy more. It's cool. We release new art for them every now and again. Have fun with this. It's not bad, actually. I kind of like it. It's kind of expensive compared to the regular game. On the other hand, it's also kind of not because you frequently just get free packs and free stuff by just playing the game.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Online was established. See, you could always trade with other players for better cards, but it was hard for people to settle on a definitive standard for what was a good or bad trade.
Yeah.
The 2008 Shonen Jump prize card, Doom Caliber Knight, though, was the solution. Doom Caliber Knight was both good and common enough to act as a gold standard for what cards were worth trading.
And thus they have discovered the basic of economics. Specifically, the fact that no value exists implicitly unless you both agree on it. So you want to find the lowest common denominator to work off there of what you're willing to accept. And if both of you agree on that, you can come to an understanding of where the trade lies and if you're being fair or not. Mostly because for the longest time, the value of gold was it's common enough that we can get it, but rare enough that only a few people can, so it's worth grabbing. And it's pretty enough that you can have intrinsic value of it looks nice, I want it. Yeah. I think it wasn't until electronics that it really found actual direct utility beyond it pretty. The it pretty is a good reason, though, because that's what a lot of big expensive things were for a long time.
If a card was good, like Test Tiger, you'd price it around $3.
Also, Alan, I'm just going to pull up your comment quickly. The American healthcare system is like making a deal with the devil. That's not fair. If you made a deal with the devil, they might actually give you what you paid for before taking your soul.
Doom Caliber Knights.
Oh, that's
so
cute.
Your trade partner would have to find something that was as good as 3 Doom Calibers. The final update for Yu-Gi-Oh! Online would come with Yu-Gi-Oh! Online Duel Accelerator, which brought in synchro monsters, as well as 3D avatars and rewards for dueling NPCs. The game would only last a few more years after that, with end of service beginning in 2010.
I don't know why, but the 3D avatar, for some reason, it just, I don't like it. I don't know why. There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't seem bad. It doesn't seem annoying. I just, for some reason, do not like it. I cannot explain this.
The game seemed to improve a lot with time, but really, there was always going to be a barrier for entry with the dual pass system.
Yeah.
It's not inherently... Never mind, it actually is inherently terrible, and the single purchase style makes it a lot less appealing than a set-it-and-forget-it subscription service. Even the cooldown and pay-to-speed-up system like from Duel Links would have been much more preferable to spending money every time you wanted duel points. I also can't help but wonder just how much these unofficial simulators cut into online's player base and influenced the decision to shut it down. Maybe.
Yeah, although, unlike a lot of companies, their response to that was Duel Links, or sorry, not Duel Links. Actually, no, it probably was actually Duel Links, followed by Master Duel, so at least they figured out the entire idea of, hey, what if we competed with the knockoffs by being better? I mean, Duel Links is debatable, but for the people who like it, it works. It's not a bad way to do it, as opposed to the usual way of, I'm going to utterly destroy anyone who competes with us legally so they cannot do it. Yeah. I mean, the best way to get rid of piracy is to have a better product and more affordable. To quote Linus Sebastian pretty frequently, if you want to solve it, it's a pricing issue.
The picture copy.
It's not really a quote, it's more of a paraphrase, but you know where I'm going.
Right, for Dueling Book in 2015 was some delayed retribution.
How crazy does this get, though?
Monster
capsules breed and battle. You know, I was about to ask how crazy we're about to get. Okay. Dual Monsters Eugenics. We're going there. Alrighty.
Monster Capsule Breed and Battle. The very first Yu-Gi-Oh! Video game ever made. Breed and Battle is such an old game that it predates the card game we're all familiar with. This game has no cards in it to speak of.
Oh, so this is actually... It predates the card game, so this is coming in early on. They're probably thinking more of things like Monster Rancher and Pokemon, where they had breeding effects, weren't they?
And is instead entirely based on the monster chess game from chapter 34 of the manga in the Death T arc. The game aired alongside the Season 0 anime by Toei, and as a result includes the anime's cast for the vocals in the game.
That is kind of cool, actually. Like, unironically, I kind of love this.
The meat of the game, instead of cards, is a chess-style strategy game, with you taking a team of...
I know he's calling it chess style, but all I can think about right now is Final Fantasy Tactics. Yu-Gi-Oh! Did Final Fantasy Tactics Yu-Gi-Oh! Edition before the game. Sorry, before the card game. I need to specify, because technically the card game came second. That's... Is it bad that I want them to re-release? Like, not re-release, but like just do a Yu-Gi-Oh! Tactics now? Because this seems like the coolest thing ever. And with some of the new franchises that they've been introducing in storylines, that's kind of cool.
6 monsters onto a board against the opponents in order to destroy their gold capsule and win the game. Those 6 monsters act as a combination of Pokemon and Digimon, with your 6 each possessing different abilities and types that change how they move and fight. Monsters come in a variety of different races and classes, including birds, animals, sea creatures, reptiles, plants, and more. They can also be either smart, strong, or cool.
What?
Different races also...
Wait, you could have just cool monsters? Oh my god, there's probably a tune for that or something.
Get different movement quirks, like sea creatures being able to move over water spaces, and birds only moving diagonally, but ignoring space gimmicks altogether.
Yeah,
the Digimon portion comes from acquiring new monsters. Instead of capturing them, you have to collect eggs on the actual board to hatch and raise.
Unironically, this sounds like so many of the still going mobile games that started in the early 2000s, or I guess mid to late 2000s. Like all of the ones that became popular on Facebook that you get spammed with. It seems like that, just earlier. Guess they were ahead of the curve on this.
These eggs always hatch into one of the 6 starting monsters, but depending on what buttons you press as the egg hatches, and what you do with the monster once it hatches, it can evolve into loads of different forms.
Oh shit.
You can give it dumbbells to exercise, a teddy bear to make it happy. Doing all of this will influence what the monster becomes, and can even influence it into a class change for a new type, like agile, zombie, or dragon. Seems kinda redundant to take good care of a monster to turn it into a zombie, ignoring it's gonna have the same results. The monster pool is incredibly deep as well, with your choice.
I just got that one's like, I'm gonna love and nurture you and also make you die and revive you again. Fun. Oh god. Also, Siren, it's the 90s. Cool is a type. Like, radical. Oh my god. Even just saying it like that, man. Oh, that actually hurts me out loud. Also, according to Novelty Thief, after losing Mokubo his mind crust to think he was trapped in a capsule, as opposed to normally where he was trapped in working with Kaiba. I say working rather than being related to, because I think that is kind of how he's portrayed every time after that.
Choices extending to over 100 monsters, including familiar ones like Mystic Elf and Blue Eyes.
Wait, Blue Eyes was in
Getting
here?
into the game itself, and various stronger monsters also come packing special abilities, like Blue Eyes getting to attack all monsters directly in front of it no matter the distance, or zombie types getting to resurrect fallen monsters. While the game does have a solo arcade mode with a boss fight against Yami Yugi at the end, the real appeal is the 2-player mode. By loading in 2 different memory cards, you can play against a friend and their team of monsters they've raised all on their own. The game is visually pretty, has a fun progression system, is fun to play. It's a shame the whole thing is in Japanese and therefore a lot harder to get through without a guide. Only thing harder is actually figuring out how to get each monster. If you thought Runarigus was unintuitive and have to keep checking guides to get Gundramon, then forget monster capsules, because there is no guide on how to get what you want.
Wait, there isn't one. Sorry, I'm used to the idea of there's a guide online being the obvious go-to. Wait, what does he mean there isn't one? Like, the community was so small, or the game was so infrequently, or if not yet released at all, people just don't do that. What?
You simply have to hope some of the time and follow the bare-bones guides that exist on Japanese.
Or is it just involving an element of randomness that you just can't predict, so it's not going to get a guide because it can't be one? That would also do it.
Japanese websites. If you can stomach trying to figure out how the game works, both its language and bizarre systems, it's well worth your time.
Oh.
Especially if you want a glimpse into what Yu-Gi-Oh! Could have been if it stuck with the school setting.
Admittedly, I'm kind of surprised they haven't gone back and tried something like that just to see if they can branch out the franchise into a new audience. Because cozy farming / mild battle simulator seems like it'd be something that would hit a niche audience that would probably gravitate more towards the Animal Crossing aesthetic than anything else.
Bang Zoom Zexeldub.
What?
Ever since the series touched down in America, the dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been handled by 4Kids.
Why have I heard of Bang Zoom? I don't know what this company is, but I think I've heard the name before. I don't know why, though.
From Duel Monsters all the way up to now, 4Kids, or 4K Media, the company it restructured into, has been responsible for the show. Through good and bad, they've led the franchise, but one time it seemed like it was all going to come to an end. This starts with the grim truth that 4Kids was in financial trouble towards the end of the 2000s.
Only at the end?
You can blame a lot of...
I'm just going to point out something that's very funny right here.
You can blame a lot of stuff on it. Trouble towards the end of the...
You can see where the censorship caught in a bit late.
2000s. You can blame a lot of stuff on it, like...
I mean, admittedly, I remember Cubix as a show. I thought it was fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine.
The flagging popularity of their flagship shows, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And TMNT, the general drop in viewership for cartoon blocks and cartoons as a whole, with Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network similarly faltering, it's a compounding issue.
Yeah, but wasn't the entire thing with Cartoon Network is they just went heavy into shows that weren't cartoons and they just kind of slowly died off, or were they really popular? I don't know, because I didn't have cable, so we just didn't do that.
Personally, I'd bet money on Chaotic having a huge part in it.
Really?
Like we've talked about before, Chaotic was a purely 4Kids funded venture, meaning they'd eat all the profits and losses. And boy, did Chaotic lose.
How about we're talking?
The game's crash of over $7 million in 2000.
Oh, that much? Because I remember advertising for this. I didn't realize it was that big of a flop.
2008, and then $12 million in 2009.
And that's during the recession on top of that, so... Which is probably why it flopped, because if they had started this a few years later, after people were more on their feet, maybe that'd be different, but... Starting anything in 2008 and 2009 is like saying, okay, we're playing on hard mode. Yeah.
Two of the worst years to be losing a lot of money was enough to put anybody...
I mean, I remember this. I was looking for a job in Ohio, in like the Toledo area when this happened. I made jokes about how I was competing against doctors for a job at McDonald's. I stopped making that joke after a doctor actually was applying. Yeah. To give people an idea, this was an hour south of Detroit, and Detroit got really hit by the financial crisis. So, yeah. Again, they were playing hard mode. Even if the game was great, it would have a lot of trouble.
Half in the grave, and 4Kids had to make up the weight somewhere else. This would lead to a lawsuit between 4Kids, Nihon Ad System, and TV Tokyo.
What?
stemming from 4Kids allegedly withholding funds from the two companies when it came to Yu-Gi-Oh! Royalties.
Oh.
Among the allegations were accusations of cutting deals with Cartoon Network and Funimation for Yu-Gi-Oh! Home video distribution rights, without paying royalties to Nihon Ad System or TV Tokyo. There were also allegations of using NOS and TV Tokyo's money to fund the cost of dubbing, and even cutting a deal to release Yu-Gi-Oh! Episodes as a part of Game Boy Advanced Video without notifying NOS or TV.
Game Boy Advanced Video? Oh, I don't know anything about this. Granted, I don't think I had a Game Boy Advance like this. I had moved over to the PSP, and honestly, it held up. It was fine. Mostly because I wanted to play Birth by Sleep, so I don't remember getting into this. But damn, that sounds incredibly believable, actually. Trying to get money from one place to cover for a company that might be in financial troubles and then eventually getting called out on it because it wasn't their money to move around in the first place. If I had a nickel for every time that happened, admittedly, I probably wouldn't need to work anymore.
Tokyo. The judge might have had to bring in
And Bill, you grew up in Detroit? Yeah. Actually, I have a lot of family that still lives around the area. Hell, my brother is he's a firefighter in North Detroit, which should already tell you everything you need to know. He's doing fine.
TV with a Super Game Boy Advanced attached to a GameCube into the courtroom, and then found out GBA video doesn't work on it, so he would have to take out his own GBA to properly view the evidence. By the way, I didn't know this, but the only GBA video Yu-Gi-Oh! Episodes are the second half of the 4-part duel between Yugi and Joey in Battle City.
Why?
Well, now if I want to follow the story on only my Game Boy, the whole thing doesn't make sense.
Why that specifically? That seems like someone made an intentional choice there. Did they think that was the most dramatic part about it, which wouldn't get them in trouble? I mean, admittedly, that last part might be the case, but it sounds like they got in trouble regardless.
The lawsuit was devastating for 4Kids and was ultimately the reason the company had to file for bankruptcy in March of 2011.
That's for voice actor.
With the newest season, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal still in need of an English dub though, NOS and TV Tokyo would shop around to various dubbing companies to find one that would be willing to produce the show, eventually finding its company in Bang Zoom. Bang Zoom would produce 26 episodes of Zexal dubbed in-house with a completely different voice cast.
Good or bad, though? Also, I'm being told by, Alan, that Fun Fact Chaotic is coming back. I guess since 4Kids restructured, they still have all the rights to it, and even if they missed the absolute hype that was all card game and memorabilia, trading card, anything around that was the pandemic era, a lot of that hype hasn't died off as much as some people forecasted, so not the worst time to do it. Unless, there's anything on the horizon, like the entire economy being propped up by a bunch of AI companies that are actually showing that there's a lot of other companies that are not on the major indexes that are not doing as well because there's a lot of systemic issues that I don't want to get into because it's way too complicated. And might be forecasting that we're having another recession coming in within the next few years. Other than that, this is a great time.
As well as score, sound effect, even brand new animation.
Okay, unironically, I kind of like his version of the dual disc. That kind of works for me. I don't know why, though, because I think it looks stupid. I don't know why I like it and think it looks stupid at the same time. I guess I'm just weird. I know that's shocking to a lot of people.
And since, as a show of faith, NOS and TV Tokyo gave Bang Zoom access to the animation files themselves in order to make their job as easy as possible.
Oh.
This proves that 4Kids has been working with a handicap the entire time. The cast of the new dub included English voice acting icon Johnny Young Bosch of Trigun and Bleach fame, Vic Mignogna from
a few other things, too. Didn't he do Zuko?
Full Metal Alchemist and Dragon Ball.
Am I thinking of the wrong person here? Like, we're talking about the same guy, right? I'm not just completely off base. I mean, it's entirely possible because it's me. Oh, he was also the second Black Power Ranger. Yeah, just pulling this over. Trigun, Ichigo, a Persona 4, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Lelouch, Iron-Blooded Orphans. Okay, I'm thinking about someone completely different then. It's not Zuko. I don't know why I always get those two confused. I think I made that mistake before. Unless I literally just forgot it. Nope. Completely different voice actor, but one I've seen apparently in a lot of different media. Oh, shit.
Richard Cancino, Liam O'Brien, even Sam Riegel returning after voicing Rex Raptor.
One sec. I fucked up and I woke up my wife just in time for her to tell me that, no, it was Dante Bosco who voiced Zuko. Yeah, and yeah, Codemaker literally just told me at the same time. Yeah, so I did two things. One, I got certain characters wrong, and two, I woke up my wife doing it. I am in trouble.
And Arcana in the original dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! However, the dub would end up never releasing because the court case between 4Kids, NAS, and TV Tokyo had a massive turnabout. Not only did NAS and TV Tokyo withdraw a lot of their claims of unreported income, including the highest value ones like the Funimation deal, making this agreement with Bang Zoom was found to be a breach of a court order saying that 4Kids still retained the rights as the trial was ongoing.
In other words, they're probably dropping a lot of that because they were in breach. Yeah, that would be the case.
Termination of their working
Also, being told it's also Rufio and Hook. Damn, Gamma.
Agreement with 4Kids was found to be improperly handled by NAS and TV Tokyo, meaning that the termination was withdrawn and 4Kids retained exclusive rights to dubbing Yu-Gi-Oh! In America. So by shopping around to Bang Zoom, NAS and TV Tokyo were actually breaking the law. By March of 2012, the lawsuit had actually ended in 4Kids' favor to the tune of $8 million.
Which is probably the only reason they restructured rather than just dying entirely. Granted, we heard how much they lost with Chaotix during that time period, so there's probably a lot of the restructuring. Apparently it worked. I'm kind of surprised about that. Sorry, I'm still stuck on that, but that's kind of surprising in its own right, because usually when you hear a company restructures, it's followed by, and then they were bought by someone for way too much money, and promptly that didn't work out.
After this, both to keep
Or it did work out, and you just kind of forgot about it. I mean, technically Atari's still around, so
their connections, and maybe keep a closer eye on the company, 4Kids was bought by Konami and turned into 4K Media, the company who handles Yu-Gi-Oh! Dubs to this day. That meant the 26 episodes produced by the Bang Zoom team are never to be released.
And this is either where we find out and then they were released online, or we know a guy who has a copy of the original ones.
Having been made under dubious legal circumstances. Here's the actual court records detailing the ending of the trial. I haven't changed a single word in this entire thing. Like characters in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series itself, 4Kids and the Consortium were locked in a high-stakes duel over the future of the series in the Western world, and by extension, the survival of 4Kids as a going concern. On March 24th, 2011, the Consortium attempted to end the duel by issuing a letter that purports to terminate its licensing agreement with 4Kids. Who the fuck was doing bits in the courtroom?
Actually, that doesn't surprise me at all. You'd be surprised. No, I guess you wouldn't be at this point because I just said you wouldn't be, and I'm not surprised. But that's actually a thing that happens because attorneys will try, and every now and again, if they're specifically in front of a court case with an audience, just ham it up, because if someone likes you, then they might actually agree with you, which is stupid and should not work that way. And yet, yeah, now if this is not in front of people and this is just lawyer to lawyer, plaintiff to defendant with a judge overseeing it, or if it's just in litigation in the sense that it's mostly just talking between each other and the judge gets to oversee it if it progresses beyond just coming to an agreement, that makes no sense. And they're just hamming it up because it's like, hey, I get to make a reference and no one's going to call me on it because they already paid me. Which admittedly is, as far as I'm concerned, the absolute best reason to do that. And I hope that's the case because that sounds absolutely amazing. I really want that to be real.
Despite the dub's illegal limbo, we have gotten bits of it released over time from people who would have access.
Oh.
Including voice director Kristen Reed and Johnny Young Bosch himself.
Oh, shit.
Kristen's clip only exists as a fan cam recording of a panel done at Armageddon Expo in 2012.
Nice.
And Johnny's is a comparison between the first duel of the show with Shark and Yuma. Now, I know it's sacrilege to say this, but I don't necessarily think the Bang Zoom version is an improvement.
Oh?
Okay, so Shark's voice, first of all, doesn't fit at all. I think the 4Kids version is much better at capturing that tough delinquent type compared to the Bang Zoom version, which is much more snobby.
Big talk. All right, Yuma, say that we did duel. You want Bronx deck back, but what's in it for me?
I'm gonna do you a favor. After I win and take that deck from you, I'm gonna smash that key to bits right before your eyes.
Maybe it's just me. Doesn't sound like Shark at all. Yuma.
I don't know enough about the characters to say either way which one sounds better. I literally just don't know enough to say shit right now. I kind of like the first one more, but I think it's just because it had a clearer tone on the video itself, so that might just be recording quality and not really the best way to make a judgment.
Is weirder. His dub voice has never been one of my favorites, especially.
I'm just, again, never seeing the show. I'm going to immediately assume one of them will be very high-pitched and squeaky. Because child.
When you compared the deeper, more reserved voice in the clip to the end of the show, where he's gotten a lot more shrill. But Johnny doesn't quite fit Yuma either. He's too deep to voice Yuma, who's supposed to be an overactive and annoying kid. That's part of his character.
It's not where I'm going, it's where Utopia's going. Cause since
Oh, I don't think I could listen to this. Sorry, I don't think I could do that voice. Oh, that would hurt. Not bad, but ooh.
I stopped his attack before, his strength is now double, and he gets to attack again. That's enough from you. You don't know me at all, Shark.
I just hear Ichigo. Yeah. Nope. I see why. Yeah, that probably doesn't fit. I just hear Ichigo. I just hear tough guy. I can't unhear it. And yeah, I can see why they wouldn't. The other one, maybe not my favorite choice, but yeah, that's a no. That's a no for me. I like his voice. I like what he's done. Plucky hyperactive is not what that voice sounds like.
No matter how many times I fail or get laughed at, I'm always able to pick myself up and try again.
I just imagine him shouting Bankai next. I'm not the only one, right?
And that's because I never stop believing in myself.
Also, this isn't a problem with the performance, but f*** off saying Katobing instead of feeling the flow or something like that.
What?
Dante Bio, motherfucker. I'm sure it would have been fine over
What?
time, but I don't think it was the biggest improvement in the world.
Again, he sounds like someone who should be significantly bigger. Yeah. Also, according to Necro, that's just Ichigo from the Urankar arc. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably where they chose it from. And according to Codemaker, I'm just going to pull up the chat right here. The problem is Johnny fits better an older teen, close to adult age characters than younger. Yeah. Or in Ichigo's sense, someone who, even when he was not an older teen, was treated like one because he kind of looked like one. Like, the kid grew up fast and was big, tough, and kind of taciturn well before that would normally happen. So it kind of worked with his character. And then he actually grew into it and kind of worked. Also, Cyber Dragon mentioned JYB, Johnny Young Basco, is a little closer to the JPVA's performance. Really? Oh. Huh. Yeah. Also, Novity, you should watch subbed Zexel anyway. I'd probably do the dubs just because most of the time when I'm watching anime, it's because I'm doing something else and I'm actually listening to it more than watching. And I might glance up every now and again and just like do two things at once. I like painting while anime is on. I'm weird. So hearing Japanese would not really work for me because I couldn't follow the show at all because I wouldn't be reading the subtitles. I don't do that for all of the shows. Some I will get engaged in, but a lot of the times it's background for me and I just love it for that purpose.
Personally, I think his current voice ever since Duel Links has been the best it's ever been. it finds a sweet spot between the two versions.
Oh?
Regardless of that, we can all agree that this would have been the worst Yu-Gi-Oh opening we've ever heard.
Never giving up, never giving in. I'm with my best friends, and we're here to win.
Fucking Chuck E. Cheese music.
Yeah, I'm kind of with him on that one. Whew. Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Alex.
What? Alex like the character or Alex like Half-Life? If I'm going to find out there's an entire thing where Steam was in contact with Konami about this, I don't expect that to be the case, but I would love if that was the case because it would be so interesting because it would be so weird.
What does it say about Capsule Monsters that the most interesting thing about it was the part that doesn't exist?
What?
American-produced Yu-Gi-Oh! Products always find their way back to Japan eventually. For the cards, they'll show up in special packs dedicated to TCG
I have no
imports.
idea where this is going then.
World Premiere Pack 2025, for instance, imported Mimighoul, Mitsurugi, and the Odeon deck from Maze of the Master.
Yeah.
Mattel-produced Yu-Gi-Oh! Toys will find...
Wait, Mitsurugi is that old? Sorry, I still play against people who use that. I did not realize it was that historic. I hate everything I just said. Oh, that just, I did it to myself. Oh, God. Oh, historic. It's not even wrong. I just hate that I said it.
their way to Japan, in limited quantities, but it can be confirmed they were, thanks to Kazuki Takahashi's house tour, which displayed them alongside the rest of all of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Merch ever made.
Yeah.
Animation will also find its way over, and while the pool of American-produced Yu-Gi-Oh! Animation is small, it does still make it there. Pyramid of Light was created for the American audience, but did eventually come over in the form of a TV movie.
And they get subjected to it just like everyone else. Still looks cool, though.
The exception to this, though, is the Capsule Monsters miniseries. It's a fully animated season of Yu-Gi-Oh! That could easily be imported over with a new dub and slapped on TV, but they chose not to do that. This was a show animated by Gallop, approved by NAS and TV Tokyo, who own the rights to the show. They have the ability to release a dub, but chose not to.
Really? I remember seeing this and thinking, cool idea, but maybe not the best execution. Granted, the people who like this probably went on to do things like .hack and Sword Art Online as things they really want to follow after. Or just the entire general isekai genre itself. So they almost had gold on this one. I'm kind of surprised it didn't make it over for that very reason.
I say chose because there is evidence that Japan was actually supposed to get the show, but they ended up not releasing it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Alex is the name of the Japanese dub of Capsule Monsters that never got released, originating from a years-old site hosted by Gallop that confirmed the name alongside other projects they had put out at the time.
Why not? Like just
While
timing,
it only
or
lists the series as being
think it'd be
released
weaker
in America with no mention of a Japanese release, if it was only ever meant for an American release, why would it have a unique Japanese name instead of just going by Capsule Monsters?
This almost sounds like someone was like, you know what? We're just not going to do this because it doesn't have the greatest impact right now. Maybe it's a financial decision for all I know, but it sounds like someone's definitely making a decision after it was approved by someone under them. This feels like upper management making a decision more than anything else.
No promotional material of this version of Capsule Monsters exists. Not a logo, or a commercial, or a print ad. Nothing. It's essentially vaporware, if not for the scant sightings we've had that confirm at some point it was a thing that was meant to come out. Even staff who worked on the show, like director Katsumi Ono, have posted on social media asking when the show was going to get localized. The reason for the dub's non-existence is a mystery, but there is at least some compelling speculation from people with knowledge about how these things work.
I want to take a wild guess. Something along the lines of maybe they were just pressed for time, because it does seem like they had a really fast turnover rate back then, so maybe that's the case.
John Opliger is an anime historian who's been interested in the medium for over 20 years.
That sounds like both the coolest and most depressing job I can imagine. Because on the one hand, getting paid to just talk about anime, nice. On the other hand, having to tell people that there's no good way to go about it.
And runs the site Anime Nation, where he has a Q&A section where he answers questions from curious anime fans.
Pretty cool still.
One fan brought up the disappearance of Yukio Alex, and John was able to shed some light on it from his understanding of the companies. NAS and TV Tokyo are very protective of the Yu-Gi-Oh brand, and a show like Capsule Monsters doesn't line up with their vision of the franchise. That's why it's fine for release in America, which has a different vision of Yu-Gi-Oh, but in Japan, that vision doesn't line up. It supports a product you can't buy in the region and was made exclusively by a foreign company.
Wait. What? Oh yeah, we did see that they had a bit of that in the previous bits of the
It supports a product
Iceberg, so yeah. I didn't realize it was Game Boy Advance. For some reason, it never hit me that, oh yeah, this is recent. Wait, Game Boy Advance will be over 20 years ago. I'm just going to keep doing that to myself, aren't I? Don't mind me. I'm just going to go old in the corner.
Region and was made exclusively by a foreign company.
Oh, man.
In this case, Mattel. It features a plot they were much less hands-on with, since 4Kids had a much more solid vision of what they wanted. With Pyramid of Light, they were able to do what they wanted, but with Capsule Monsters, they weren't. It features ideas that aren't present in the ongoing series, and
yeah, because I do remember seeing it, I was like, what happened to the rest of the show? Why are they just detouring? Apparently, because it literally was just a detour. Cool idea, I think, just not, didn't work. Huh. So I guess it was officially filler.
Could dilute the image of Yu-Gi-Oh! That NAS and TV Tokyo want to present. With no secondary product to advertise like every other Yu-Gi-Oh! Product has, what's the point of dubbing a decade-old show that nobody really remembers? I don't know all of John's sources or how reliable he is on the subject exactly, but I do think he makes a compelling argument.
Trustworthy, but maybe not
Alex
totally informed, or maybe he is, we just don't know.
The internal name at Gallup they used while making the show, rather than a canceled series that was meant to come out. Not the most exciting ending, but it's an ending. Not everybody gets those.
So, how far are we into this now? We're near the end of the iceberg. We're in the second half of the second to last video, and the last video itself is rather short, so it's not the biggest amount of what the fuckery. But we've had a few things where I'm sitting here going like whiplash between one thing and the next, where it's funny, haha, too. Oh God, why? The last one was kind of like, oh, that's cool. That's a neat little bit of trivia that you only find out at the most obscure places ever with a handful of niche references. And if the entire process we've seen so far holds true, we're about to have something where I'm just going to be like, ah, maybe I'm wrong. Will I? We'll find out.
Expensive Exodia Tazo.
What? Isn't Tazo a T? Or am I completely misremembering this?
Hey, who's excited to hear me get something wrong because 100% of the information I had to look up for this section was in Spanish and I can't read Spanish?
Sí. Me no speak en español. Technically, I know the actual phrase is no hablo español, but I'm not going to say that out loud.
Mexico, you had it too good for too long. So, Pogs, the informal name of Poggers.
Wait, that's where that comes from? You know, in hindsight, that's so blatantly obvious. I think I just missed it because of the obvious fact they're there. I remember Pogs as kind of like this fever dream that just were there and that I never saw again and still cannot find. Okay.
Originating in Hawaii in the 90s,
Really, Hawaii?
Pogs were the flat discs included in the caps of milk containers, with the name Pog originating from the specific drinks the caps came from, being passion fruit, orange, and guava. POG is an acronym. You don't even have to like Yu-Gi-Oh! To exhale slightly through your nose and say, that's kind of interesting. Like,
yeah, no, I'm with him on that one. I had no idea what this is about. I didn't realize that character was associated. I didn't realize Pog just was two, like, surprisingly nice fruit flavors. I mean, orange is orange, but Really? Guava and passion fruit. Okay.
Everything in Hawaii, the mainland came to f it up, and Pogs were introduced to the world in 1993. A lot of companies would get in on the craze because it was the easiest win any of them had ever seen.
Yeah.
All you had to do was take a picture of your thing and print it on a small cardboard disc that, prior to this, was as worthless as a thing could be. Kids.
What the hell is that machine? Oh, God. Also, Bill, you took me for the kind of person who have a Pog collection? I mean, I think I did, but I don't remember if I did. Or if I'm just remembering someone else having them and I was like, oh, that looks cool, and then moving on. Because this was early in elementary for me when I saw it. Like, I don't remember if I was in kindergarten or just visiting to learn what the school looked like early. That's like, I normally have an absolute shit memory. But this is something I'm almost certain I saw, and I don't remember because I don't actually think I owned them. I think I just saw people playing with them, and that's the only thing I got. But it was really early. And like, I know for a fact I wasn't even in second grade yet. It had to be like kindergarten or first grade. I cannot imagine it being any younger. And for people wondering, that's probably like 94 or 95, maybe. It's long enough ago that I barely remember it.
Would love them, since they could get a whole bunch of them at once.
Also, I'm going to make a point not to try and remember more of the early 90s as a kid, because I would like to remember not losing my fingertip. That's not a joke. You can actually barely see the stitch lines. It did get cut off. I put it in a blender. It was a very bad idea.
Collect ones of a certain brand, trade them with their friends, and, best of all, beat them out of their friends by playing the actual game of Pogs.
Wait,
which
you had to give it
involved
away?
stacking
What?
up a tower, slamming down a hard plastic Pog, and then grabbing the ones that landed face up. The ease of production and ravenous demand for tiny cardboard discs led every
Oh, because it's collection and you can lose everything, so you have to buy more. I see why people like this.
company with time to spare
And by people, I mean companies. Yeah, that makes sense.
to release their own Pogs. Some companies, though, wanted to insulate themselves from the highly volatile cardboard industry and decided to handle production.
I'm sorry. Konami wants to insulate itself from cardboard. You know, this actually might be before... No, this is probably right around when a lot of this stuff would be possible. So yeah, sure, why not?
Of their own Pog alternatives. One of those companies was Frito-Lay's,
What?
who would launch their Pog competitor Tazos in 1994. Tazos were functionally the exact same thing as a Pog, but with some differences, including some being made of plastic and being available in bags of Frito-Lay products.
Which, ironically enough, is closer to what it initially was. So, cool for that one.
In Australia, you'd open up a bag of Twisties. The Greek would open up
What?
Cheetos, and in Mexico, you'd open Sabritas.
Is it bad that I kind of like this? Maybe I'm just weird, but the idea of getting a bag of chips and a random toy inside of it sounds so stupid, I kind of like the idea. Would I throw it out? Yeah. But it's like, oh, that's cool. Moving on.
Just like with Pogs, various brands would team up with Frito-Lay's to release themed Tazos around new cartoons and sporting events, with anime
that's so
making up a huge
stupid.
part of the lineup. Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, Naruto. Back when being an anime fan
These are probably incredibly niche with collectors, aren't they? Yeah.
was a point of shame, you might accidentally get outed by your bag of chips. Naturally, Yugioh would be a part of the Tazo line, and with it came a peculiar scarcity problem that rocks the collecting world even to this day.
Seriously?
The Mexican
Oh.
Tazos for Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a rarity system to them.
Wait, they have indents on them as well. Are they metal? Wait, is it just metal like coloration, like a foiling effect, or are they actually metal?
With a few different Tazos like Harpy Lady Sisters, Vorse Raider, and Rocket Warrior being holographic. You were encouraged to collect them all, but there was one Tazo.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a foiling effect because you see how it's kind of breaking down at the edge. Okay. Also, Troa. Okay, so each person put 10 of their Pogs into the pool. The pool is mixed into a stack face down. You slam your hit into the stack, and whatever lands face up is now yours, taking turns. Yeah, it's basically gambling for kids. Except it's more based on how hard you could hit. Yeah, I can see how this could become an issue because you're literally losing things you owned. So the best thing to do would be never to use your favorite ones because then you could lose them. But then people don't want to play you because you're only going to get shit off them. And then that probably inspired a lot of hard feelings when you lost. Yeah.
Printed in such small numbers that finishing a collection was impossible. That was the final Exodia Tazo. Part of a line of special Tazos that it either occupies alone or are so rare that the Exodias we have are the only example of the line.
Oh.
What makes them even more valuable is that they're made of an aluminum body.
Oh, they actually were metal.
Which means that they're much harder to keep in good condition.
Oh.
Causing mint Exodia Tazo.
Wait, being in aluminum makes them harder? I thought cardboard would be the hard one. Especially when this is something you're explicitly going to be slamming on the ground, and if you're a kid, you're probably playing on asphalt, which would tear these things up.
Those to become the rarest Tazos in the line and one of the most expensive Pog-like objects of all time.
Oh, how much are we talking?
How about $4,000? Important to note.
Okay, that is, I mean, again, and I'm being told by Tro, it's oxidation and corrosion. Really? It wouldn't be sealed in from the paint on it. I guess it probably wasn't that thick, so yeah. And because of everything I just mentioned, it would be damaged, so the paint would be scraped off regardless, and then we'd probably just do it underneath it. Yeah.
That not all Exodia Tazos are this Exodia Tazo. This here is an Exodia Tazo,
yeah,
but it doesn't have the Sabrita smiley face. This is an Australian Tazo, not fit to wipe your ass with.
Why?
This is a Sabrita Exodia Tazo, but it's not this Sabrita Exodia Tazo. Only this Exodia, in this pose, made of metal, is the valuable one.
Why?
And this version of this Exodia Tazo isn't even the most expensive version of this Exodia Tazo.
What?
The Yu-Gi-Oh promotion had been such a big success in Mexico that Frito-Lay's actually sent factory workers Exodia Tazos sealed with a Sabrita logo on the front, along with a collection of other rare Tazos, like the Mr. Burns Tazo from the...
So they're sealed, which means they're probably in better shape, and if they're sealed, that means anyone who normally would just do the normal thing of, and hear me out here, normally opening and using it for its intended purpose doesn't get it. Or at least the payout for the sealed, very limited run. Yeah.
Simpsons line. Nobody has ever been able to get more than a few pictures of this Exodia Tazo.
What is it
and
sealed
the ones
in?
that have taken pictures seem to take pictures of ransacked ones, as they're missing loads of the Tazos they came with. Even just the loose Exodia Tazo runs up against the most expensive Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever sold.
Oh?
Which means this even rarer variant could probably fetch close to Mattel Cyber Dragon numbers. If anybody finds one...
How much is the Mattel Cyber Dragon? And again, coming from Magic, I've seen some very inflated numbers, so I might be thinking a very different scale.
And just make sure to send it to me for inspection first. I gotta make sure now, because for some reason I'm an expert on Mexican chip bag toys.
I mean, more than I am,
Duro
that's
de
true.
huevos.
What? De huevos isn't that eggs? I don't speak Spanish, but I want to say huevos sounds like eggs. Duel of eggs. Egg duel? There's no way I'm right about this one. There's no way I'm right about this one.
Parodies are a topic we covered almost a year ago at this point. And it doesn't seem like there's very much left to say. Sure, there were some examples I didn't cover, but where's the harm in leaving some investigating for you guys to do?
What?
Well, there is one very big example from Mexico that I missed in the form of...
You know, he's not helping himself by saying he's the Mexican equivalent of the expert about anything Yu-Gi-Oh related, because he's doing it multiple times now.
Eggs. Okay, hold on, this is gonna take a minute.
Okay.
Huevo Cartoons...
Never mind, apparently I was right. I'm not used to that.
...is a Mexican cartoon studio established back in 2001 that specialized in internet animation. Before releasing any TV shows or movies, it was a site you could go to watch cartoons of eggs being a little naughty. One of the creators of the studio, Gabriel Riva Palicio Alatrista, even said it was Mexico's answer to South Park. No more evident than with the character Osama bin Egg. You know Osama?
Ah, yes, the time in New York. Okay, we're going there.
Bin Laden? No, the other one. While the company would certainly keep up its adult animation going forward, the Huevo Cartoons team would also start appealing to kids with things like Huevos Kids, Fabrica de Huevos, and the Huevos film series, starting with...
So they started as South Park and decided to go Nickelodeon. Okay. That's the thing. Also, according to Tro, a TCG player doesn't even have the value for Mattel Cyber Dragon. Yeah, I would not be surprised about that. Because if you can't sell it, there's probably no data they can pull from.
Una
Or they're
película
just not
de
looking hard.
Huevos in 2006. I don't know how much more toned down the films were from the original online cartoons, but I'm guessing it's probably more Simpsons edgy than South Park edgy. Or maybe
Depending
I'm
on which
completely
era.
wrong. I'll be happy to be corrected on this one. I skimmed the first movie. Didn't seem like the eggs were showing off their assholes. Probably fine. The first movie was even popular enough to earn the Mexican
Okay, am I wrong in thinking this just looks like the food fight movie, but for eggs? Just the images alone have that energy.
equivalent of an Oscar for Best Animated Feature, and was the 16th highest grossing Mexican film
But apparently well done. Okay, should.
ever made. But what does any of this got to do with Yu-Gi-Oh, you might ask? Well, just like with everywhere else in the world, Yu-Gi-Oh had a lot of popularity in Mexico.
Yeah.
And being such a fixture of pop culture at the time drew the attention of Huevo Cartoons, and led to them releasing a series of collectible cards and stickers in the style of Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
What?
These were simple parodies in the style
Yeah, Powerpuff Girls, Dexter, my little kitty. Hello Kitty. Bugs Bunny, Jurassic Park. Don't think I know that one. Johnny Bravo. Don't know that one. And can't quite see what that... Oh, Spider Egg.
of most of their other products, including characters like
Also, obviously,
Huevo
this is art
Esponje,
compared to Food Fight.
Huevo Neutron,
Low bar, but yeah.
Huevo Ball Z. These aren't even jokes. They just put the word egg in the title. Where the hell was
Excellent.
Egg, and Eggy? Do we even care?
Oh, that is a good
the
one.
team at Huevo Cartoons saw more potential in the concept than as a mere sticker line, and contracted game designer Antonio Ula Fereza to turn the sticker line into Duelo de Huevos.
So they made an actual card game. They made an actual card game of it. And honestly, I've seen worse.
Duelo de Huevos was an original card game in the way I'm a bike. It isn't.
What? So it's just a bunch of memes like the Terminator egg. Yeah. I mean, sure. Why not? There's a lot of weird ones out there. This doesn't seem that odd.
The rules of the game are almost an exact mirror of Yu-Gi-Oh's rules, with life points, different monster levels, attack and defense, effects, but did have a few interesting mechanical changes.
Oh?
6 monster zones predates the extra monster zone by a decade.
Oh, yeah.
3 zones for spells and 3 zones for traps is an odd change.
Because it would also tell your opponent if it's a trap or a spell, which is extra information they can use.
And the enchantment zones took a new spin on field spells,
Oh.
by having a zone for enchantments that worked on both fields, and one for enchantments that only affected you. Even if it was a simple knockoff in terms of rules, they clearly tried to make the cops look twice when they would get pulled over. Copying Yu-Gi-Oh, though, did also mean they adopted some of Yu-Gi-Oh's most confusing features, like chains and the entire battle phase.
Yeah.
The cards started out with a lot of the characters from the Huevos cartoon catalog, including Osama bin Laden,
Fidel egg. A Hannibal egg. A Blade egg. Just I'm glad they did this back then, because if they tried to do this now with Marvel being owned by Disney, oh God, there would have been Nestle levels of things happening.
But as the line continued, it would lean more into original characters, or at least less celebrity with egg in their name puns. The line would last for 5 expansions up to Duelo de Huevos Crystal when the game got cancelled.
Wait, 5 expansions? Like, were they putting them out multiple times a year, or did they just go one a year? Because that's a surprisingly long-running game otherwise.
Due to excessive piracy,
Oh.
which made it impossible for the company to turn a profit. If they had
Are we talking excessive piracy they're being accused of, or excessive piracy of people just stealing the concept and making their own? Probably the second one.
just held on for a few more years, we could have gotten Egg Z's monsters.
Shit, that's actually a good one. And Necro, not Coca-Cola union busting levels. To be fair, if we're talking Nestle, man, that's... Nestle still makes Coca-Cola look like they made bad decisions as opposed to committed war crimes. That's not a joke, by the way.
Latin American GX dub.
How awkward are we talking about? Like, are we talking like, oh, this is weird, or oh, I think I need to shower after watching this. For the sake of funny, I kind of want the second one.
I didn't mean for 3 Spanish ones back to back. I feel like I haven't given the proper dues to the foreign language dubs of Yu-Gi-Oh! Funny, considering the one I know is technically a foreign language dub.
Yeah.
The voices that are iconic to me and so many other dub watchers sound totally different depending on the various regions they're dubbed into. From the Iberian dub, the German dub, the French dub, the Arabic dub, the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! And the influence it's had on so many is so much more broad than just...
The German dub of 5Ds probably has a lot of interesting choices, considering the beginning of that show is people trapped behind walls. I'm just saying, there's a lot of, okay, are we really going to go here? Moments that I would love to find out just how they were brought up.
the Japanese and English versions. This extends doubly to dubs like the French one that were able to get back their original cast to dub Dark Side of Dimension.
Oh, shit.
It was such an amazing experience
Good
for
job
me
on that
with
one.
the English dub that I hope plenty of other regions got to enjoy the same thing.
Oddly enough, I
These
haven't seen
different
that movie.
dubs
I really
could
want
include
to.
various facts and controversies all their own.
Oh?
Like the Colombian dub suddenly canceling itself in the middle of a 3-part duel in 5Ds.
Wait, what?
Or the Serbian dub leaving in bloopers in the finished product. Sticking to Mexico for the last...
Also, I'm being told by Zero, yeah, I'm right. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Zero is German, so he would definitely be the expert on that one. Also, Zero mentioned the Portuguese dub is the most hilarious one, to the point they reference it in Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Really? Oh, I missed that one, or I'm just an idiot. Also, Novelty Thief? Nah, Siri. As a German, I can confirm no Berlin Wall jokes from Novelty Thief. That's disappointing. Still be interesting, though.
An American dub, and we have one of the most awkward and unfortunate casting choices I've ever heard of. The problem begins in episode 53 of the Latin American GX
I mean, if they made it 50 episodes before the issues hit, how bad is it?
dub, when Jaden's current voice actor, Isabella Martinon, is replaced by Miguel Ángel Leal.
Oh?
A super prominent Spanish voice actor, known for voicing Ash in Pokemon from Diamond and Pearl onwards, Ken Kaneki in Tokyo Ghoul, and Meliodas in The Seven Deadly Sins.
All of Seven Deadly Sins? Because I've heard that show... Sorry, I couldn't get in after the second season just because it had issues. Let's leave it that way. Yeah. Sorry, if you know what I'm talking about, then you remember some of the stuff. Also, according to Novelty Thief, Jack made a reference to a German song where the singer likes to go fast. And Drew mentioned, I guess they drew a line with the wall jokes. I have no idea what you're referencing there. And according to Siren, they made all the characters sound like they exist in a bad 90s surfer movie with everyone being the surfer dudes. Siren? Is that a bad dub or like a dub that is so bad it loops around to being amazing? I don't know, but I kind of want to find out. But I'm not sure if I should find out because that sounds low-key kind of awesome. But like in that, oh God, it's so bad, I love it way, as opposed to the, oh God, it's so bad, I can't do this again. Oh, why am I doing this to myself? Yeah.
This alone isn't a problem, and his appearance on the show even opened doors for his family members to get roles, including brother Alfredo and sister Lupita. Alfredo and Lupita wouldn't have quite as high-profile a career as Miguel, but they still have notable roles,
Billy and Mandy?
like Alfredo playing Todo Matsuda in Death Note, and Billy in The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Oh, shit.
Lupita as well is known for her roles in ReZero, Full Metal Alchemist, and as Carly in iCarly. I suppose Mexico does need to laugh too. So, who would Alfredo and Lupita
Was that show well received? I know that some people from that show went on to do things. I just don't follow any of it.
voice in GX? Well, it wouldn't be this low if it wasn't really bad, so stand back as I reveal they voiced Jesse and Yubel. Oh, fuck no. If you're unfamiliar with GX, let me explain why this is really creepy. Jaden and Jesse have a very different relationship compared to the rest of Jaden's relationships in GX. Their shared ability to see dual spirits sets them apart from the rest of the characters, and gives them a bond Jaden barely has with anyone else. His relationship with Cyrus, for instance, is treated as a big brother-little brother dynamic at first, until Jaden asserts they're on the same level. Jaden and Chaz are more like bickering brothers, with Chaz constantly trying to one-up Jaden, and Jaden egging him on. Jaden and Alexis barely have a relationship. Jaden...
Yeah, I know I've seen a lot of fan communities shipping them pretty hard, but am I the only one who didn't see it? Because I didn't.
And Jesse...
Granted, I also did not see far into the show. I think I did see an episode with this guy in it, but maybe it's as far as I got. And even then, I'm not entirely sure if I did or it was just like someone who brought it up on YouTube for some reason. That's about all I saw. I did not see a lot of GX.
Are able to prop each other up in a way nobody else can. This means Jesse is actually a competent duelist who doesn't need Jaden to come by and fix everything for him. Instances like the duel with Viper and Yubel when they're using the Sacred Beasts showcases Jesse as somebody Jaden can depend on. Somebody who renews Jaden's flagging efforts just with his confidence. It's not a stretch to view this as a romantic relationship. It's very Sam and Frodo like that. And before anybody...
But Sam and Frodo weren't gay. And also, fight me on this, Frodo was the main character. Sorry, not Frodo. Sam was the main character, and Frodo just took the credit.
Says, oh, you're looking too deep into it. It's not really there. Rainbow Dragon.
Was that already part of the aesthetic for the queer community? Or I don't know enough about the history to know when the flag for the rainbows came into fashion. Or if it was a fashion thing at all and just was associated with them more as mocking but then adopted. I just don't know enough about the history around it to understand if that would be a direct one-to-one at this time period or not.
Neos. Rainbow Neos. Come on, this is classic.
I mean, I just think Yubel in general would be more to it, considering their transsex character. At least I think they are. Again, haven't got that far in the show, and probably won't, but yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Losing Jesse is what pushes Jaden over the top to become the Supreme King. And after he returns to normal, his first goal is getting Jesse back. That's where Yubel comes in. Whatever romantic undertones are there with Jesse become overtones with Yubel. Yubel will directly tell Jaden that they love him and want to protect him forever. That's the reason the latest Yubel evolution is called the Loving Defender Forever, and even mimics the pose of Jaden's favorite card, Flame Wingman. That's what makes the duel where Yubel possesses Jesse's body all the more impactful. So you have this extremely passionate love triangle, and they're all being voiced by siblings. I can't speak to if the subtext of the dialogue...
Oh, I forgot about that part because, yeah, he got his family in there. And, you know, maybe Jesse, but also Yubel explicitly. How many times after this did they go to their brother and just go, dude, what the fuck? Or better yet, run away and never say a word. Also, I'm being told by Troa the rainbow flag was 1978. Oh, good. That did really precede all of this then. So probably more direct then. Unless this is an instance of one of those things where the wording was changed, like hope being taken out of the name for one of the cards. I'm not sure if that would be a thing or not yet, or if it would be well known in the dubbing community in a foreign country. That said, yeah, brothers and sisters and siblings in this dubbing community, like that's... Did they know what they were getting into in advance? Actually, no, they probably didn't. They probably were finding out. I was like, I'm sorry, I have to do with my... pretend it's familial. I guess, familial works just as good as filial.
Gets changed massively in the Latin American dub of GX, but if it's anything like it is in the Japanese version, or even the American dub to an extent, then this makes for some extremely awkward moments when you remember that the voices are all related to each other. And this should have been where it ended, but god damn it, when I was doing research on Lupita Leal, I found...
Please don't tell me they then were found out to be into some really creepy stuff IRL.
Found out she voiced Elizabeth in Seven Deadly Sins. That's Meliodas' wife. The guy voiced by her brother. Again!
Okay. Did they also happen to voice in Rent-A-Girlfriend? Sorry, not Rent-A-Girlfriend. What's it called? All of those incest-style shows that Gokuk really likes, because I'm starting to see a pattern here. Once, maybe not twice, 3 times, and we're looking at someone who has things that maybe they should get genetic tests to make sure nothing bad happens.
The one that gave us that f***ass panel of Meliodas holding a baby and saying, "Hands off my woman!" What is it about the 7 deadly allegations that just leaks on to all facets and makes it weird? Why are you weird?
I did not know about that panel. Okay. That was news to me, and wow. Okay. Also, according to Necro, if I had a nickel for every pair of siblings voiced lovers in anime dubs, I'd have 2 nickels. I don't want clarification, Necro, because I don't think I need to know it, and I don't want to know more. Okay. Also, to quote Mario, do it once, weird on you. Do it twice, stop. Or they said stop doing it, but I think just stop works better. Oh my god, and I'm with them on that one. If it's a 3rd time.
Kazuki Takahashi political art.
What?
Like most every mangaka, Kazuki Takahashi's personal life was very low-key and under wraps.
I know I already geeked out because I think I saw the dog before, but Puppy! I stand by my reaction on this one.
Given I've had to make do with the same 2 or 3 interviews and house tours to use as B-roll whenever he comes up, it's clear the guy didn't want his life broadcast too heavily. We would eventually get more of a look into his personal life when he became more active on social media, namely Instagram.
Ooh. Yeah. That's one hellscape I'm glad I avoided.
We could see how he reacted to the COVID-19 pandemic, April Fool's sketches for a Yu-Gi-Oh! Babies spin-off, the game ideas we covered before, all pretty benign stuff. One post in particular, though, comes off as far more caustic than the rest. And it was a post made in July of 2019.
Oh?
During that time, Japan was having a massive election for their House of Councilors, with 124 seats up for grab between the 6 major political parties.
Oh.
That's more than half of the available seats.
Oh, shit.
Any party that could get 123 seats would have a majority on the House of Councilors. The only party you need to know about for this is the Liberal Democratic Party, or LDP. The LDP in Japan is kind of a complicated system to understand.
Isn't this... I know enough about Japanese politics, which is very minimal at best, to understand that calling them liberal democratic does not mean the same thing as it would in, say, Europe or America. And I don't mean America, United States America. I mean North and South America. Because isn't the entirety of Japan's political parties in general far more on the conservative side, to the point where the differentiations are not quite the same? But then there's the issues where there's internal dealing that did have, not in the current administration, but previous ones, lead to allegations of corruption. I'm not sure how old that is, mostly because me and dating is never going to happen. Specifically dates with times, as opposed to with my wife, where honestly, we have no idea what an actual date would be. We just do random things like ask, is that a date? And I was like, my wife and I are weird. I'm sure this is very much news to everyone. Huh. Also, Tro, you mentioned it's party as Love Hina's author Ken Akamatsu, or Akamatsu Ken. Is that the one he joined? So Japanese AFD? Zero? I don't know. I'm not sure if this is the more liberal or the more conservative party here, or if it doesn't really have the same divides. I just realized that politics are very different just because the voting demographic skews incredibly elderly.
Understand from a political sense. There isn't really an LDP group, but rather multiple splintered LDP factions who don't actually agree on much. Using a political strategy called the 1955 system, these different factions are free to fight amongst each other by staying under the same banner to ensure the vote doesn't get split.
Oh.
All of these different factions, using the same name, are able to retain control over Japan's House of Representatives, which gives them control over almost the entire government. This is where Takahashi comes in, because Takahashi was super against the 1955 system and LDP.
Oh.
In particular, its current figurehead, Shinzo Abe.
Okay, never mind. This is exactly who I thought it was. Also, I'm just going to pull up Tro's comment because it does clarify a few things. The Liberal Democratic Party, or LDP, also known as Jiminto. I'm probably butchering this one because I don't actually know how to pronounce the O with a... One sec. Sorry, apparently my voice does not like pronouncing those words. I don't know how to pronounce the O with a line over it. Is a major conservative nationalistic political party in Japan. I don't know much about that, but I do know one of Shinzo Abe's big things was, one, I think he's one of the people who heavily pushed for intentionally sexualizing a lot of media to combat a declining birth rate. And also, I'm not sure if he's the person who pushed it, but I know there were heavy insinuations of World War II denialism. Yeah, I know that was a thing. I'm not sure who specifically was pushing it or if it was him, but I do believe it was during the era where he was in charge where that kind of became more in vogue. Not sure if it's still in vogue or it was beyond his party or not. That is just something I remember hearing about. Yeah.
With the 2019 election looming on high, Takahashi took to his Instagram to share an edited piece of artwork from the Monster Art Book released for the 20th anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Damn.
In it, Atem's Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl cards are replaced with slips of paper saying, "Let's vote!" And the aforementioned monsters have text bubbles above them.
What do they say?
With Dark Magician saying, "Really, Japan has become a difficult place to live in." And girls saying, "A fascist regime equals a dark future." The actual
I do want to know how much Konami was freaking out when this happened, because I think the last thing they want to be in is getting associated with politics, but they also can't say anything about the guy who is most famous for, making Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh. Also, Game Doom guy, honestly, I don't know. He got assassinated, so the accusation kind of feels iffy. Saying from a place of ignorance, mind you, but still. Yeah, the assassination I actually know quite a bit about, just because, well, not so much I know a bit about that, more I remember hearing just how incredibly weird it was, because the guy made his own homemade firearm. Notice I'm not saying gun, because that, from what I've heard of the composition of it, it's honestly kind of, in a very dark, disturbing way, impressive that happened, because that was a giant pile of how did this actually work? It was a simple one-shot thing that should never have actually done anything. Like, blowing up and destroying itself or just not firing was more likely based on the construction materials. Or just getting that close to the prime minister to start with is just one of those, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm not going conspiracy level here. I'm going on the sheer, there are so many levels of things just happen to fuck up in the wrong way at the right time. That's just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Also, Necro mentioned they are very anti-LGBT, anti-immigration, and denial of their war crimes. And yeah. Oh, and apparently Shinzo was the inspiration for Shindo in Persona 5. I've never actually played Persona 5, so I have no idea how that works out. And Mario Luigi just challenged the other political parties to a duel. Unironically, I would love to see that. It would make politics much more interesting to me and probably less infuriating. Konami has Metal Gear. That's very political. Yeah. What do they do to the guy who created that? I think it's one of those things, they kept it around because it made money, but I mean, Kojima's kind of been off the reservation because they threw him off of it for a while. I don't think he has anything to do with them anymore, but it's like I had a fever dream where I thought I heard about him doing something with Konami again, but I also don't believe that I heard that. It was like just random bullshit I heard online.
The body of the post is mostly advertising the art book and apologizing to delivery drivers who would have to carry it for how thick it was. The back half, though, is Takahashi lamenting the current state of Japan, calling the current administration traitorous, and wondering if Japan's future will be safe. It's a super uncharacteristic post for what Takahashi was posting previous, and showcases a look into his personal thought process we never saw before. Based on how he speaks about it, it's clearly a passionate topic for Takahashi. For him to make such a statement that was this blunt after never having made a political statement before in his career.
He has an egg swing with looking, I think that's padding on the walls. I can't tell if that's something like, oh my, or one of those, oh my, type things he has in his house. Interesting, he has it regardless.
Of course, there's a reason mangaka don't usually make statements like this. It was met with immediate backlash for him speaking so bluntly, and he was forced to issue an apology. That apology, though, has since been totally lost ever since it was deleted off of his Instagram. So it was more likely a sorry you got offended apology than actually feeling bad about what he said.
Yeah. And considering how often people are made to apologize in Japanese corporations, even adding that much and then deleting it in its own right, kind of... Did it happen before or after his death? I don't know about that one. And that there's a lot I just don't want to touch on because I'm not nearly knowledgeable enough to comment beyond it.
Porn AI.
I mean, yeah, it's the internet, of course. But how does this play into Yu-Gi-Oh! Beyond the obvious, it's the internet, of course?
Yippee! So AI has been a hot topic in f***ing everything recently because...
Yeah, that hasn't changed in the last 6 months.
F***ing everything has had AI shoved into it with no regard for if it's a good idea or not.
One of the video programs I work with to just do thumbnails is insisting on including an AI button. I don't use it, it doesn't help, but it actively slows down the program just having it on there. I hate it.
On YouTube alone, you can AI generate a thumbnail for your AI generated video whose creative content cannot exceed Doug Walker levels of What If Mario Met Batman. Your coffee machine can use AI to determine how hot to make the coffee. And this is all leading us to an IT guy mentality where if our appliances make noises we don't recognize, we shoot them.
I mean, they're not wrong. Also, dear God, so much of it is absolutely useless. Like, none of the things that are being used are actually good reasons to use an AI for, because it's kind of like crypto. the best use of crypto was as a security transfer tool for system administrators. That's not how it was used. AI is great when you're crunching high information density packets, such as NASA. Not to make things, but that you have an entire scan of a night sky with multiple different wavelengths and multiple different types of readings with multiple different types of sensor data that are just so huge and complicated that having a person do it would be physically impossible in their lifetime because there's just too much information. And AI is really good to just scan through something and pull out like information that someone else can then look at. The same is also true with a lot of medical research because it's really good at pulling out like information. It's like, I've been trained to recognize this pattern. Here are all the instances of this pattern that correlate with these dates. And here's the other surrounding information if you want to look deeper. That's a really good usage for AI. This, what we have on screen, is just dumb. Yeah, it's just dumb. And it's not like it makes money either, because the thing it does best on is shorts, which as a creator on YouTube, I can guarantee you, if you make $1, it's because you've had close to a couple hundreds, thousands of views on there. It is not a good return. So as soon as you have to pay to use prompts, I mean, even if you're doing local, you're probably spending more on electricity than you are getting back in a return. It's not worth it. To the point where if you finally made something creative using AI, you're going to have to put in so much work. Just doing it yourself with shitty props might actually be cheaper. Ugh. Also, Bill, AI is a cool toy and a good tool, but businessmen are ruining it. I mean, right now, it's the hype. This happens a lot. Oddly enough, one of the other ones I've heard about where this happened was trains. People really want to get invested in railroads because they knew it would be the next big thing. Back in the 1900s, specifically like the 1920s, everyone wanted to be invested in a railroad. I mean, they weren't wrong. People who had money in railroads did make a lot of money when they invested after the crash. You know, the 30s. Yeah, I'm going to drop this one because it gets really depressing really fast, but AI is basically being used for every way that is not actually useful because it looks flashy, and people who are paid a lot see that there's a lot of irrational investment in it. And if they're not looking at it to make money, but to just immediately draw investment that they don't actually expect to recoup because no one's recouping it right now, they can get paid a lot of money and not actually have to do anything because someone else is going to foot the bill. And looked at it that way, it's not irrational. Just that the person who they know is going to make a stupid choice is going to make a stupid choice.
AI has some applications somewhere, like telling a surgeon which organs to not cut out, but in entertainment especially, it's a buzzword, attached to something that looks like shit and has...
I'd say even more than just entertainment. At least entertainment, it doesn't hurt people if it's wrong. So far. Because misinformation with AI is possible. But most people don't use it that way, so good luck for us on that one.
No thought or personal meaning behind it, because it leached off of somebody else's thought and personal meaning.
And usually badly. Yeah. I mean, there's an entire style of Disney illustration now that people think is AI, so the people who are not AI doing it have trouble because of that.
But corporations still put it into everything now because it's a buzzword to make people think the fridge is smarter.
And the reality is, it's just now more energy hogging. So the most energy intensive thing in your house just got more expensive.
Why does the fridge need to be smarter? Anyway, as it's a dumb company...
Yeah, I mean, at least on my end, it doesn't matter if it's going to tell me what I can use in my house. Congratulations, you've told me that the beer and rice and cheese could be used to eat cheese and rice with beer. But, because it's AI, it'll probably tell me to also eat the can. And yes, this is a direct reference to the time it told someone on, like, it was Google, for their AI, to told someone to eat rocks.
Konami tried getting in on the AI trend, but did it so poorly it nearly got them into legal trouble. It all started at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Oh, this is more recent. How bad did they fuck up?
2025 back in August.
Oh, this is less than a year ago. I mean, not by much, but technically, yes.
When Konami revealed a brand new feature coming to Master Duel. An AI announcer that would commentate over your match in languages including English and the rest.
Oh, why would you do this? No! No, 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 no. Oh, God, no. No, no, no. Oh, there's a lot of good uses for AI. This is not one of them because hallucinations and it could confidently say horrible things, which has been proven well before 2025. Grok going full mecha Hitler, for example. Why would they do this?
This was met with immediate love from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, who expressed their love through loud hatred.
Okay, maybe they just killed it because it's a dumb idea, not because it had the obvious problems of... If they just stop and have someone prompting it in such a way that fucks up, because one of the biggest ways to fuck with an AI that has a language component is that it misunderstands something and goes full-on horrible. Oh, this is... Honestly, if they killed it because of this... Oh, God. Like, this is just PR Nightmare 101. I don't even know how bad it went. And I'm assuming if it's not killed because of PR backlash, then Konami is not dodging the bullet that the fans are trying to keep them from hitting.
This was a feature nobody asked for at a time where demand for new stuff in Master Duel was at an all-time high.
Yeah. Do you know what a good use of an AI in Master Duel would be? Solo matches. Basically, just a program that plays the deck. Would that be an AI? No. Would they brand it as one because buzzword? Yes. You already have this with some of the story modes. But if someone just programmed in a bunch of normal decks that you could play against as a generic solo experience, that'd be kind of fun before moving on to playing against actual people. But that would not have a language component, and you should never include that. Also, because working within the framework of Master Duel so it couldn't cheat would be very helpful.
A second ladder for alt formats, more ways to play the game. We instead got an AI saying,
"The summon of Erebus, the underworld monarch, is really going to dominate this duel. I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now."
Yeah, that went exactly where I thought it would. One sec. My wife saw news. She's cute.
What's more insulting
Also, yeah, that went exactly where I thought it would.
is their world championship would have an AI announcer tested out at it. The same.
They had actual announcers dealing with the guy they're trying to, or the program they're trying to replace them with, who they realize probably costs more than paying them. Granted, those costs are heavily subsidized because most people who run AI are getting tokens, and the tokens are heavily subsidized right now because the actual price of them is not what people are paying because everyone wants to be the one that survives. Yeah.
Same event with their actual announcers still on the call. The AI is god-awful. Instead of insightful commentary that an actual player of the game could give, the AI instead makes inane, often wrong calls.
Yeah! Because the problems with AI are hallucination and saying things unprompted if they're working through LLMs, which are both of those. You literally put it in the one example where it's the absolute worst use case. Also known as where everyone who invests in it think is the best use case, because no one actually thinks about what does this actually do competently. It's like going into a Walmart to buy a pound of rice because you have a big family and you're all obsessed with rice. Okay, maybe this is just my family case, but unironically, I've had to do this multiple times. And you walk out with tannerite. Not going to work out well.
It changes pronunciation from Riziel to Rizel to Ryal.
I have no idea how to say
it
it
normally. If a new player is
so.
listening, how are they supposed to tell what these cards are called?
They won't.
The player on the far side special summons Sword Riziel. Activate effect. You can add 1 fire pyro-type light monster from your deck to your hand.
Did it just become British then Australian? Or American to Australian or American to British? Okay. Knight. Current AI is just a pyramid scheme? Honestly, I think it's more just a wealth transfer from really stupid rich people to slightly less stupid rich people who realize they don't actually have to show anything yet to get the money. And everyone else is going to foot the bill at the end. A pyramid scheme would imply someone at the top is making money.
After resolving Sword Rezeal's effect, the player seems to be contemplating their next move. There's a 79.2% chance they'll summon Ice Rezeal to the field. The Ryzeal series is a theme built around thunder and pyro monsters.
A player listening is also unlikely to get a good grasp of what a deck is doing.
So here's the thing. I've only played a handful of Ryzeal decks in casual, and they all disconnected, so I can't say shit about them. Like, literally connection issues. Very annoying. I can't tell if it's on mine or their end either. So I have no idea how wrong everything she just said was, but I'm assuming, because AI, very. Also, I'm just going to pull up this comment. Masquerade Art mentioned access code talker attacks AI. Access code to victory. Also, it's known that Diabel uses AI art, but I don't want to talk about it. Oh, that's disappointing. I actually like that deck too. Oh.
Because the AI keeps cutting itself off, unable to finish a thought while formulating a new one. You haven't lived until you've heard an AI try to pronounce Memento Mictlan Tekutikla.
I'm going to pause because I think I want to save whatever he's about to say because it's going to be so bad. I'm going to love it. Also, according to Mario, if you make an AI, you have to train to understand over 13,000 cards. Wouldn't upgrading and maintaining it cost way more than any announcer ever would? Yes. So this is why you probably hired ChatGPT to do it, because assuming they probably stole your information already from other places. Yeah. And they're still going to be wrong. Often enough. Yeah.
A 15.8% chance. Fusion with 3 monsters. Fusion summon Momentum Atlanticutzlika. Creation King.
It was clear the work that Konami had done on the software wasn't near enough for an official release.
I'm assuming they didn't work on the software and it's just an LLM that they're paying for. I mean, who knows? Maybe they did, but it's probably just a ChatGPT clone. Or literally just an actual paid insert that they're just burning tokens to access. Because I don't think they have the team to make this work. Unless they made a massive purchase that would somehow bankrupt them, because the easiest thing to do is just buy server space somewhere else or just access to it. Because I think especially during 2025, they hadn't switched it over to actually paying the correct cost yet. They're still not, but they're actually doing more payments that you would need otherwise.
And the date for when, or even if this was going to become a permanent part of...
Also, Necro mentioned ChatGPT has already stolen information that the computer is using it. Yeah, I'm not even surprised in the slightest. Yeah.
...of Master Duel was never announced. Only a few days after this event, though, on September 10th, 2 of the videos containing the AI were taken down, and Konami issued a statement explaining why. It turns out that the Japanese version of the AI specifically had been trained off of the voice of actor Hibiko Yamamura without her knowledge.
See, in America, that's bad. They could get sued, but corporations, so whether they win or not is actually up in the air. In Japan, that is a way bigger thing because copyright, like fair use, no, there is none. The anime tube in Japan is, we will talk about it, there are no pictures, there are no clips, because the people who have done that had jail time. And I'm not talking like back in the 2000s. I'm talking last year. Hell, it might have been this year for all I know, because I think it was rather recent. The fact that the big company explicitly used stolen data, was caught using stolen data, was correlated to who did it. Oh yeah. That is a problem for Konami specifically.
and was trained off of various roles she had done over her career. What I mean by that, though, is that it was based on one performance in particular, which was from Suki ni Yoriso Otome no Sahao 2, specifically her role as S the Gaelic Arnots, where she was credited as Nonoyami Benny. To give you the same first impression I got of the game, let me read you the very first Reddit thread that shows up when I searched it. This was search result number 3 in Google. Suryotsu 2 made me decide that I don't like incest now.
Okay. So not only did they fuck around, they're finding out, and so is everyone else. So they brought in the incest AI. You know, that's the second time that has come up in this video. That's a pattern now. I'm glad I put that in the past tense because that would be so much worse if I put it in present tense. Let's just ignore that. Also, Masquerade, Japanese are very respectful with IPs. I'd say less respectful and more litigious. That's a nice, safe word. Unless we're talking Uma Musume, in which case it was actually threats from the Yakuza. Okay.
I think all that matters is that he got there eventually. So, it's a porn game. The company who made the AI...
I mean, to be fair, so is Fate Stay Night, the original one. As opposed to Fate Grand Order, which technically is safe for work.
Not Konami, but a third party called Anelli, trained their AI off of Yamamura's performance.
Wait, are you telling me AI was trained on stolen data? Shocking.
In the game, and then sold it to Konami for them to use, all without ever informing or contacting Yamamura.
As opposed to them just going straight to ChatGPT, which is probably also stolen from them as well. And everyone else that could possibly get.
Following the discovery, Anelli's website listed that it was going to close until it could solve the problem.
The problem being they probably got someone who paid them to do this. And there's a lot of venture capital money who probably just went away suddenly. And no refunds. I'm assuming the no refunds is really important.
And as of November, it hasn't reopened. Personally, and I know you don't want to hear it, I know you're gonna get mad at me for saying it, but it's my right to say it. I think this was the wrong call. You bought a plagiarism machine and then got mad at it for plagiarizing. Would you get mad at Leonardo da Vinci for painting the Mona Lisa? Or at Ryan Dunn for shoving a toy car up his ass? Then I think you should let the AI...
Oh, yeah, Jackass, never mind. To be fair, people have. Yeah, Da Vinci had people who hated him.
AI scrape the porn games to call Memento matches wrong! Obviously, this is a huge and embarrassing oversight, but I feel like the title of this section buries the lead a little bit. The embarrassing part isn't that it was a porn game, the embarrassing part is that Konami...
Oh, no, let me guess. Had the AI announcer doing a job badly in front of the people who they actually hired to do the job and could do it better? And were probably paid less than the AI cost?
A multi-million-dollar company is fucking bumming it from porn games to voice their Yu-Gi-Oh matches.
I mean, considering how many voice actors in Japan start in off-brand material, that doesn't actually seem that odd. Or how many artists specifically did off-brand before doing manga. I just really fucked up that word. But yeah, no, that's not unusual in the slightest. In fact, that's probably the most, oh yeah, that happened, thing I can imagine.
Hibiko Yamamura has every right to feel as frustrated as she is because her work, whether it really matters that it was from a porn game or not.
Could she sue Konami? Again, yes, copyright, but Konami is not the one who knew about it. But on the other hand... I don't know Japanese law nearly as much. I just know that they're very much do not fuck with copyright. But at the same time, would she be able to make that claim, or would the company that they stole it from in the off-brand be the one to make that claim? Well, I mean, someone's probably considering it right now.
Was stolen from her, and her voice, the thing she uses to make a living, is being used without her consent in a way she didn't agree to. If somebody stole all your building materials and built a house without your permission, you'd be pissed. If your main takeaway...
You'd be surprised. I've heard stories, man. not ones I can verify, and for not losing kneecap reasons, I'm not going to.
From this is that porn games exist. I'm sorry, but school's in the morning. You need to go to bed. These AI voice models exist solely on...
I mean, to be completely fair, this isn't even so much a school's in the morning. It's more, okay, preschool's in the morning. You are way too young to be on the internet. Don't look.
Off the idea that they exist in a legal gray zone where they can continue to exist so long as the people they're stealing from don't kick up a fuss. When they do, like in the case with Yamamura against Konami, they really have no option but to back down, because if they don't, they risk popping the whole bubble and having serious regulations put on their theft machine.
Actually, the funny thing about that is, do you know what company is about to pop that? Sony. You can look up the lawsuit they're in right now. They're trying to argue both in and against it at the same time in different places. I'm not going to go into the details because it's very much legal minutia that could easily be outdated information by the time I'm saying this. But just look it up, because you're probably going to laugh at this as much as I am, because in two separate instances, they are arguing against themselves. Not in the same court, unfortunately. That would make it much more hilarious. But it is happening, and I kind of love this. And it's just the dumbest thing ever. It's so incredibly dumb that I'm honestly wondering why a lawyer took this up, because their name is going to be on this now. Oh, I mean, the answer to that's probably obvious. Money. So, yeah, but beyond that.
Kaiba's 4chan VTuber.
I'm sorry. It's on the screen. The screen. The thing in front of me. I can still see it. It's not missing. But those are words I did not ever expect to see. And again, this is not alcohol. I am not intoxicated. I am very sober right now. I am admittedly not nearly as caffeinated as I would like, because that would imply there's enough. So this is real. We're not just having a fever dream right now. Okay.
Dude, I am just putting words together at random now. What the hell does that mean?
Yep.
Konami has done a very good job thus far, making sure the player base can't ruin any of its ongoing events. Normally, they leave that up to themselves by playing hentai at their world championship.
Oh, yeah, the AI was hentai.
Or hosting a normal Shadow Duelist tournament.
Yeah.
There was one, now long-forgotten event, though, that did feel the full force of the internet's wrath, before doing the impossible and turning it around into a win.
What?
The event itself was a Duel Links event, which will have its own unique events from
Wait. So this is something that they actually got clowned on and then made it good? Okay, I'm kind of curious now.
time to time that turned the game into a board game, but this was a different type of game altogether. The event Konami had planned was closer to the Shadow Duelist tournament, with various players playing in preliminaries, this time against popular figures in the card game and anime space, before taking on a final boss
No idea who that
duelist.
is.
The twist this time was that instead of inventing a new character to host the tournament would be hosted by none other than Seto Kaiba himself.
What?
Represented here by a VTuber-style PNG of his default render from the game.
Okay. Yeah, so they're basically just doing the lips moving. Yeah, I guess PNG tuber is the right choice for that. How did this become a win, though?
This would be accompanied by actual, live running commentary from Kaiba's official English voice actor, Eric Stewart.
Oh!
This was the virtual Kaiba Challenge. They've never done this before, or since, and it's such an interesting idea. I want to say cool, but interesting is a much more apt phrase, because it's interesting how Konami let an event like this go forward when there was so much that could have potentially gone wrong. You have
Yeah, because the voice actor is not the writer of the lines. They're good at it, and unless they're just leading, I guess they could just be reading off quotes the entire time while someone else is playing. That can make sense, yeah.
3 creators, Slushy, Kriparian, and ProZD, dueling random Twitch chatters for days as Kaiba is on the sideline doing running
They had ProZD doing this? Oh shit, that should be kind of fun to watch.
commentary and throwing out insults. This was an event that required consistent, in-character improv from Eric Stewart.
Oh, so he wasn't reading lines. He was actually improvising the entire time. Also, I'm being told by Siren, Dylan Sprouse was one of the twins from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Oh, I had no idea. I never saw the show. I just saw memes of it. That's it.
The guests to have enough knowledge of the game to put up a decent challenge, and hope the average Twitch chatter wouldn't try to find a way to mess with the tournament.
So, not the average Twitch chatter then? Like, was Doug streaming and they just all went there instead? Actually, no, that could literally be the case.
There were some issues early on, namely Eric's mic being buried in concrete, but Slushy's portion of the stream went off relatively well.
Okay.
Kriparion's section was less well put together, since despite being a world-renowned Hearthstone player, you can't get a truck driver and put him behind the wheel of a Formula One race car.
Unironically, I kind of want to see that. Is that weird? Am I the only one? I don't even watch Formula One. I don't like race cars. I don't watch competitive truck driving. You know, now that I said it, I'm pretty sure someone in the chat is eventually going to say, yeah, it's a thing. You can find it and then, like, tell me where. But I would love to see an entire thing of someone who's a long-haul trucker being put in a race car, specifically a Formula One race car, that's a beat today, and just seeing how, whoa, inducing that would be. Like, that's a fish out of water story I think I would actually like. I don't know why, but it seems like it's unironically kind of awesome. Maybe I'm just weird. I mean, okay, we know I'm just weird, but still, beyond that.
Skills didn't transfer gracefully, and he ended up going 1-7 in the whole event.
Hey, I know what that feels like.
Meanwhile, got the brunt of the abuse, since he was at the center of a conspiracy started on 4chan. Users on the...
Why does anyone take anything started on 4chan seriously? Like, legitimately, as soon as it said it came from 4chan, your next response would be, oh, that's fun. What else? Maybe that's just me.
VG.
Also, apparently, according to Siren, Truck Simulator, there are competitions. Yeah, to be fair, I think I've heard of that because they do actually advertise IRL trucking companies in that game. And to be fair, yeah, they know their fan base. That's literally the best place to ever have that. Props to the marketing company for whoever thought of it.
Board were watching the tournament closely since it had the chance for audience participation, which meant the audience could ruin it.
Yeah.
After dozens of attempts, one of the members was able to enter a room and was paired up against ProZD. Okay, now what?
They have audio?
It's gotta be something heinous, so what's the worst thing we could do in the entire game? Make him play against weather painters.
What?
Of all the competitively viable decks available at the time in Duel Links...
See, I've never played against this deck. A bunch of random ones I've had every now and again, but I'm so... Well, how to put it? New, I guess? Noobish? No, noobish would imply I'm not a noob. I'm very much a complete and utter noob. I don't know many of the decks I'm playing against, so I just don't know what I'm supposed to do against them. Some of them I've started to figure out, but a lot of them are like, oh, Dracotail, what does that do? I should probably figure this out. Where everyone else who's been doing this for more than a year even, will be like, oh yeah, I know what we're doing here. Cool. Not there yet. I've never seen Weather Painter though.
Weather Painter was the best option to make the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Look like dog shit. First off, it's a slow control deck. Weather Painters aren't known for explosive turns with massive damage numbers, and instead are all about slowly breaking the opponent down with a combination of strong effects and useful spells and traps.
Oh, so the joke here isn't that you're playing Weather Painters. The joke here is that you're going to be playing an explicitly boring match. Yeah, that would do it. And Konami probably doesn't like this.
Weather Painter's whole gimmick is actually their spell and trap lineup, as monsters in the same column as the spell or trap played will gain a new effect.
Oh?
The fact that this is an inherited effect of the spell or trap means it won't show up in the effect text of the monster, but will show up when the effect is activated, meaning that it will look like the player using Weather Painters is activating effects not on the card.
And technically, they're right. They're not on the card. They're on a different card. That's... And because they know there are conspiracies around it, that means that they're going to think there's a bunch of conspiracies happening on stream because people will make assumptions without realizing it. All of which I wouldn't know because I wouldn't be able to catch any of this because I'm an idiot.
It makes sense when it's explained out like that, but nobody would be there to explain how the cards worked to ProZD when he was playing.
So he would think someone hacked. Yeah, so not only is it a boring stream, but it looks like someone hacked through it altogether. Ooh. Well, I mean, it probably made for good content.
Secondly was the calling card.
What?
How are we gonna let people know that 4chan was behind this? Well, that's where Sneed posting comes in.
What?
Sneed posting references a season 11 episode of The Simpsons called EI Annoyed Grunt, where Homer visits a store called Sneed's Feed and Seed, formerly Chuck's. The joke with the sign is that if it's called Sneed's Feed and Seed now, when it was owned by Chuck, it would have been Chuck's... Well, I think you get it. Actually, I don't. You're really dumb. It would have...
Nope, not saying anything. Not saying a word.
been called Chuck's fucking suck. The joke became massive on 4chan, with it eventually evolving into Sneed posting. Posting about the Sneed scene whenever possible, and especially when it was wildly inappropriate. So they had the operation all planned out. Operative Sneed was armed with cards very few had ever read, and they sent him out into the field to make...
Okay, I will correct him on that one, because even I realize, having played only a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh!, cards few have ever read describes most of the cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!, including the ones you're probably playing with if you have this game, any of the versions of it.
A name for himself and ruin the event.
It's a meme for a reason.
The game Sneed played against ProZD was biblically boring. It's a game of slow playing, purposefully missing lethal, and dragging out the game to confuse and frustrate the organizers as much
Oh, so they were also intentionally not winning the game either. Oh, dude.
as possible. All with the hope that Kaiba might actually say Sneed. While he wouldn't during the course of the game, they did get a second chance as Sneed somehow made it to day 2 and would be taking on Kaiba himself.
Sneed
The game
wins.
goes about as well as you could expect, with Sneed dominating, until the very end when Kaiba admits defeat.
That was an excellent.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to concede that match, but it doesn't mean you're any good.
They did it. Kaiba had actually been wizened up to the joke.
If you need to take a second to appreciate that move, go ahead and take one.
What?
I kind of love this. I wasn't expecting it because it involved 4chan, but this is actually kind of done. Like, done well at that. Yeah, okay, this is what he meant. It turned it into a win. They were trying to fuck with him, and it actually worked out well.
No, this can't be happening.
You'll need it.
Oh my god! Kaiba at the very end started comboing Sneed puns, and it turned what could have been an embarrassing moment for Konami into an incredible moment for the community.
Unironically, I can see why. This is kind of awesome. Apparently, voice actors who hopefully have either really good internet connections so they can look up what they're looking at, or someone who's really up on Urban Dictionary, Wikipedia, 4chan, and any other website that has random bullshit memes propagating all the time, good on them. That's definitely something you need more of.
They realized 4chan was trolling them and decided to play along. For a split second at the start of Game 3, they even changed the Game 3 text at the top to Feed and Seed, just to make sure the message was clearly
it was briefly
sent.
up there.
When you hear 4chan has gotten involved in a contest or with some sort of fan event...
I mean, you saw my assumption. I was thinking, okay, they probably had something horrible happen, and afterwards they managed to play it off well. That's what I was assuming this was going into. Not, they actually made it work right away. That is not what I was expecting, and I'm kind of loving it.
You assume somebody's going to Alaska. But this might be one of the very few times both sides actually came out perfectly fine.
Yeah. And now we had something good. Let's move into something, oh god, what the fuck inducing. I know the pattern here.
Jeff Jones on Nicktoons.
What?
How did you watch Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid? For a lot of people, the answer is on Kids WB or
Yeah.
during the 4Kids programming block next to shows like TMNT and Sonic X on Fox. Along with showings on channels like Cartoon Network as time went on, this is where a majority...
It was on Cartoon Network? Oh shit, I actually missed that completely. Huh. Also, Siren, I missed one of the challengers was Little Karibo. Oh, that actually is disappointing. That would have been awesome to notice.
Majority of people got their Yu-Gi-Oh fix. 4Kids' high status, thanks to their dubbing of Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, meant they could afford to air on high-profile networks like these, getting their product out to as many people as possible. As their power decreased and the 2000s went on, they would be pushed around a bit, downgraded to the Toonzai block, and pushed to the CBS affiliate channel CW. Eventually, when that block ended,
Isn't CW what WB became? I think they've changed their names a bunch of times, and every time it just got a little bit more depressing.
the rights to air Yu-Gi-Oh! In America would float around to various channels before largely ending up on Nickelodeon. The reason for this program shifting was thanks to that bankruptcy we talked about before, as now 4Kids didn't have the capital to afford to air on channels like Fox, and had to shop the show around to make up the difference. Zexal would start airing on the secondary channel Nicktoon in 2013.
So Nicktoons had Zexal. I guess for the first season, it looks like it's kid-friendly, because I think Nickelodeon, kid-friendly. Even though they're the guys who did Avatar, I also think they're the ones who did everything else on Nicktoon. Or not Nicktoon, just Nick in general. Unless Nicktoon is completely different than Nickelodeon. Which is entirely possible, but I would be kind of surprised if that's the case.
And would stay there through Arc 5. Vrains would start airing on the streaming platform Pluto TV, and Sevens onward would be on Disney XD.
Oh god, someone actually got onto Pluto TV? I mean, the more I hear about that, the more I'm like, yeah, it's a thing. Just do YouTube instead. Hell, I'm surprised I don't do... Oh, wait, no, they do that now. Yeah, the new Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime technically is Chronicles, and that's explicitly on YouTube. Huh. They did actually just move to YouTube for the dubbing. Are they dubbed? I don't think they're dubbed. Whatever.
Back when the show was airing on Nicktoons, though...
Also, being told by Bill Cipher in the chat, one 4chan prank involved rigging a poll to have Taylor Swift perform at a school for the deaf. I mean, not the dumbest thing I've heard. There's technically a video for the play about the Helen Keller musical. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, which is amazing because of that very reason.
They would actually try to put some stake behind it and produce a few bumpers to hype up the series. In order to do that, they would recruit pro duelists to film bumpers for Arc 5 explaining how the new pendulum summoning mechanic worked.
That's
These
a face.
included players Robert Boyajian, Jarrell Winston, and Jeff Jones talking about how pendulum summoning worked, what it could be used for, and advanced techniques like Xyz pendulum summoning, which was an Xyz summon following a pendulum summon.
My god, it's like doing one thing followed by another. High stakes, man.
There isn't a whole lot to these, but I think it's remarkable the amount of effort put into a promo for a show at arguably the trough of its cultural relevance on a channel that now exclusively shows SpongeBob reruns to get real pro players to...
Oh, that's all it is? Well, that was the thing.
Educate kids on how the game worked.
It's not horrible.
The Zexal shout cards.
What? Like,
I'm
were you required to
surprised
shout
it's
the
taken
name?
this long to talk about prize cards.
What?
We sort of talked about it back when discussing Yu-Gi-Oh's pricing problem, but it's a more interesting topic than in just that context.
No dogs,
Seeing as Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't do cash prizing and only gives out consoles and cards to winners, why not make those cards special? Yu-Gi-Oh's always had to be real careful, though, with how these cards are handled, because in the early days, these prize cards were mechanically unique meta cards.
And we saw that much earlier in with some of the crazy ones that you could only get and had some absolute insane abilities. Again, I think one of them was the Frankenstein one. I know that wasn't the name, but it looked very much like it. Yeah.
Before their reprinting, cards like Crush Card Virus and Cyberstein,
That's the one.
two of the strongest cards from their era, were prize cards. This made for a
Also, I'm being told by Bill that guy I talked about in the Zexel clip was just what the Yu-Gi-Oh version of Miami looks like. Everyone there is like that. No, actually, I can see it. Yeah, that kind of fits.
really odd power system where the best cards were in the hands of players who just proved they didn't need them. They were the best of the best, and
that was
now
rare.
just got a lot stronger with cards nobody else had access to.
I mean, I knew it was a rare, but like rare IRL, not rare in rarity versions. Naming conventions throw me off. I'm just going to leave it there.
This would continue with later prize cards like Dark End Dragon and
Oh.
number 106 Giant Hand, which were extremely strong and only made widely available after they had already sorta lived out their lifespan. The solution to this was to stop printing mechanically unique cards that were intended for play and position the prize cards as more luxury items and trophies that didn't serve a purpose in the game.
But probably then gained value for the fact that they are luxuries and rare due to it. Unless they went the other way and made absolute trash and said it was a luxury. I mean, if I had a nickel for every time someone confused those two, though.
This gave rise to the Match Winner series of cards. These are monsters of various types that all share an effect of needing to be tribute summoned with 3 tributes of the same type, and upon direct attack wouldn't just win the game, but the entire match.
The fuck?
If you pull off a match win effect in the first duel of a best of 3, you instantly win the best of 3.
So they didn't want to have any more mechanically unique cards. So they created the mechanic that makes you not play the game by just winning. As a standard mechanic, you should... Who thought this was a good idea? I don't know a lot of game design, but rendering your own game over as something you just do sounds like it's a bad idea. Okay.
There have been 39 different match winners printed over the years, with a trend emerging later on in their lifespan. When handed out at a world championship, the match winner would actually be themed around the event they were won at. In 2013, the world championship was held in Las Vegas, Nevada.
As much as I might be bitching about the effect, I kind of like the theming of it, and the art is good.
So the match winner cards, Grandopolis the Eternal Golden City, and Entertainment Hero Pit Boss were themed after Las Vegas.
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
With Grandopolis being the city itself, and Pit Boss being a dealer in a casino.
Unironically, that's cool. How are they so good and so bad at the same time? Also, this card cannot be used in a duel is literally right down here on the text. I just noticed that. Okay, that makes a lot more sense then. And yeah, I just saw DJ point that out exactly as I noticed that. That kind of makes a lot more sense. Honestly, I like the theming more than anything. I wish they had created the full art cards at this point, because full art cards themed around the location they're at as a prize. I just love that in general. Like, that's really just cool, man. But I also like thematically appropriate rewards, because even if it's not money, I mean, money's awesome because, I mean, opportunity is what it gets you. But just having really cool things, and even if they're not monetarily cool, they're emotionally resonant because of the fact that it matches is great. Maybe that's just
in
me, though.
2014 in Italy, the prize cards were Leonardo's silver...
Oh, God. The spiral thing on top was Leonardo da Vinci's actual drawn representation of what a helicopter in his age would look like. It was literally a screw driving into the air, which is close enough that it kind of fits, because instead of having one continuous blade, our current helicopter technology and most propellers in general are just cutting that into phrases or individual beams that have the slant that he already has drawn in there. So they're on the same level instead of having to go up continuously and make one big beam instead of small ones.
Skyship, and the Twin Kings, founders of the Empire.
Rome, yeah.
Based on Leonardo da Vinci and the
Remus or Romulus, who are raised by wolves. Instead, it's just wolves here in Roman get up, yeah.
founders of Rome, Romulus and Remus.
That's actually cool.
Remus had a good idea for a city name. Romulus had a better one. These all share another common trait, a little bit of text at the bottom of the card outside the effect text, specifying they're illegal for use in an official duel.
And also, if you're playing against this guy in a normal duel and he pulls this out, you're probably going to lose well before that point, and he's just showing off at this point, and it's like, yeah, I know what's about to happen.
This is text it shares with the Colored Border God cards, the Duelist Kingdom cards, Everybody's Hero, the Caricature cards, and, weirdly, Card of Last Will.
Wait, what?
A kind of strong trap.
If the attack of a monster you control becomes 0 by a card effect, draw until you have 5 cards in your hand. Was it an award for something? Yeah, maybe.
From a legendary collection that they decided was so strong, it should be illegal. There's one more.
Yeah, no, actually, I can see how that goes, because it's basically the best pot of greed, where you're fucked your entire hand and you can just reset it. Used early? Not that good. Used late? Oh, yeah.
Series of illegal cards that also counts as prize cards, and are the most badass fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever printed.
Oh?
The Shout series. The setup for this one, Yuma is a cheater. Like, I know everybody in Yu-Gi-Oh is cheating all the time,
constantly,
but Yuma kind of puts his own spin on it. Yuma's shining draw is the ability to take a card he just drew and turn it into the card he actually needs. A lot of people who only...
I mean, it's literally the heart of the cards, but explicit. Yeah, okay. Also, according to Siren, or Siren? I might be butchering the name regardless. This isn't a new mechanic. Wait, it's not a new mechanic victory. Dragon came out in 2003. It had the same effect as the match prize win. The match win prize cards. They just banned Victory Dragon because its effect was confusing for the judges. Oh, okay. That's actually kind of unique in its own right and moderately terrifying. They even thought about doing that kind of win in advance.
Kinda, sorta read a plot summary of Zexal on Reddit, hold this against him as a reason Zexal sucks. But then Yugi attacks the moon, and it's not really that big of a deal. The Shout cards are a series of prize cards handed out in advanced tournament packs in Japan in 2014.
Really? The attack the moon part? I'm still going with heart of the cards was literally draw the card I need.
Creator of Hope, Winning Formula, and Creator of Miracles. Each one of these cards references a moment in Zexal where Yuma bent the rules, with the main draw of the cards being their activation condition. They're the only cards in the game whose activation is dependent on what you say. Not like declaring a card name for Crossout Designator. I mean, to activate Creator of Hope, you have to shout, "I'm feeling the flow!" Then you're allowed to stack your deck. Winning Formula lets you special a number from your extra deck by saying, "The winning formula is complete!" And Creator of Miracles lets you special out a Chaos Utopia by shouting, "Zexalfield!" These were never intended for serious play.
But I would love to see a narrative game, especially where this was in here, because that seems like it would be the best flavor dropped in.
But if you have a problem with saying stupid stuff when playing your cards, you're about to get eaten alive in Yummy format.
I've played against this deck often, usually splashed in with other things. Yeah. It's very adorable, though.
If you don't say, "I summon Cupsy Yummy," and wink where the star is in the name, you're getting banned and beaten by the cops.
Oh, man. It is a good deck, though, from what I've seen. And been beaten by.
Darkness predicts future Yu-Gi-Oh seasons. Yu-Gi-Oh was so good at predicting Nazca lines, why not predict itself? As the villain of the undubbed Season 4 of GX, I doubt many people are actually aware of Darkness. For a crash course...
I mean, literally, my entire knowledge of him was this entire video series by Bumbles McFumbles talking about him and how it wasn't released, because I did not know about that. I knew there were things that were kind of just not out there, but I wasn't sure it was like, you know, maybe an episode or two that just got cut. I didn't realize it was an entire season.
Close your eyes. There he is. Darkness is GX's final antagonist, a Bakura analog that's been present the whole time in the form of Atticus Rhodes and his Night Shroud persona, finally making his proper horny appearance during the show's endgame.
Phrasing.
While he certainly follows a lot of the final boss tropes, like a busted-ass deck, formal way of speaking, and minimal screen time, I do really like how Darkness parallels Jaden and the story of GX as a whole. In a story all about finding passions and building bonds, Darkness is the invert, finding strength in cold, calculated misery. With his explanation that he's doing all of this out of a logical understanding of the world, it means he is a being totally without passion. He's not doing this because he wants to, he's doing it because it's the way things should be. His duel with Jaden has plenty of memorable moments, like the merging of Yubel and Neos into Neos Wiseman, and the birth of God Neos. What we're talking about, though...
Again, I'm not only just because, not dubbed, I never got this far in GX, even didn't realize I didn't miss this. So everything he's saying right now, brand new information to me, which is actually kind of cool. Also, according to DJ, fun fact, in Genesis, Victory Dragon is 0 points because everybody knows how annoying it is and basically unconsciously gentlemen's agreements and not using it. Oh, dude.
...is during the duel when Darkness tries to convince Jaden that Earth is beyond saving. He starts his story with a card creating the universe, before pointing out the abnormal weather, unnatural occurrences, unstoppable disputes, and terrorism. The theory goes that each of these predictions from Darkness aren't random, but actually predict the next couple of series of the show by referencing key events.
I wonder how much people played into this for future shows, because maybe at some point, again, shows, it's the same company who would be doing a lot of the work with it, Gallup. It's entirely possible this might just be an Easter egg they decided to run with, in the same way that Trudge was kind of an Easter egg most of the shows just ran with. For all I know, this actually could just be one of those things they did for fun. I doubt it, but it would be kind of cool.
In order, the first thing to happen is in 5Ds. Darkness's prediction of unnatural occurrences could apply to a lot of things, from the Mechlord genocide to the Energy Reactor meltdown. With 5Ds' hyper-mechanization compared to past series, there's very little left natural in the world, which would make all of these mechanical meltdowns artificial or unnatural. Zexel's example keys on so perfectly, it makes the whole theory more plausible by its inclusion. The first thing Darkness refers to is a card creating the universe. In the beginning, there was a single card who ignited all life in the universe. This is, word for word, the Numeron code from Zexel, a card that created the universe and contains all knowledge that is and ever will be.
So they just made an Akashic record card. The concept of a tree, a card, entire anything, a library containing all knowledge, a book, a poem, a song, take it anywhere. There's always some kind of reference in mythology or stories about that. First time I've seen it as a card, but not the first time I've seen it in a cardstock format, oddly enough. Again, because of the books. I guess that's more paper, but close enough.
With every other one, you have to do a bit of tweaking to the wording and a bit of creative reading, but not with this one. This one's dead on. Arc 5 is one of the looser ones, but Darkness mentions terrorism, and if there's a better way to describe what the Leo Institute does to the Xyz dimension, I can't think of it. When Darkness refers to ceaseless conflict, this could apply to Zexel as well, but since the universe-creating card keys on so exactly, I'm shifting this one over to Vrains. If you remember back to the entry about Vrains' original ending, I talked about how I looked into thousands of simulations about how humans and AI could coexist, and found it to be impossible. Sentient computer programming cannot live alongside humans, and one of them has to go. In that original ending, it would have concluded with that ceaseless conflict being seen through to the end, with only I and Yusaku left. And abnormal weather refers to that one time in Sevens when it rains, but the schedule said it wouldn't. There was always going to be one.
Sevens? Oh, this is the Rush Duel anime, isn't it? That I think it stayed in Japan? I almost know nothing about this, including just from the mentions in this show itself.
That didn't fit. Genocide is present in every Yu-Gi-Oh series.
I mean, the first one's the easiest one because not just the filler stuff with darts, but I mean, ancient Egypt, man.
Still think Yu-Gi-Oh is a kid's show? Well, yeah, just one with genocide.
I mean, I'm just going to throw out the obvious response. Watership Down was made for children. If you don't know what that is, do not watch it with anyone under the age of 12. You will give them nightmares. Also, people who love animals, they will also have nightmares.
Like Avatar and SpongeBob, filthy f***ing nematodes. Dark subject matters are not foreign to Yu-Gi-Oh! Every series, regardless of the general vibe, will deal with heavier topics, and I'd say they do a good job with most of them. One theme that pops up in every series, though, is the topic of genocide. In every series, some group is being systematically wiped out, and it's up to the main cast to either stop it, look on helplessly, or in some cases, participate.
The
Duel
fuck?
Monsters starts the trend with the Cool Elna Massacre.
Yeah.
Cool Elna was a town of criminals and thieves that existed back in ancient Egyptian times, and was the town unlucky enough to be selected by Akhenaten to be wiped out. With mounting threats from outside nations, he enacted a plan to create the Millennium Items, which would require the souls of 99 people to construct. Akhenaten had the village slaughtered and had their body parts thrown in with the gold used to create the items, which in
I missed that part, but also, oh, right, that went a lot darker than I thought. Again, I did not read the manga. I did not get that far in the first show because I just didn't have TV at the time.
them with the
Actually, we did. I just didn't have time during that period.
power they have now. Not only does this lead to Thief King Bakura's eventual attack against the Pharaoh and set the entire series into motion, it even has effects that last into GX's manga. In the GX manga, the final villain Tragodia is another massacre survivor like Bakura that similarly had so much hatred and pain that it manifested into Tragodia. Speaking of GX, not only does Darkness's plan for total global destruction involve the death of everybody on the planet, but one arc previous had super polymerization. Super polymerization was a lot like the Millennium Items, where it was all powerful, but required a huge amount of souls in order to complete.
I hate that card because every time it's used against me, it works, and every time I have it, oh, none of the cards on the field match what you have. Every time!
When Jaden becomes the Supreme King and takes the nearly completed Super Poly, he decides to make up the weight of missing souls by slaughtering the Duel Academy students who had been transported to the Spirit World with his Colosseum of Death. 5Ds was kind enough to label its genocide as such with the Mechlord Genocide. The energy resource Energy, invented by Yusei's father, had been corrupted by overuse and malicious intent, causing it to spiral out of control. As a result, the Energy was able to manifest the Mechlords, an army of robots with the ability to capture and control the synchro monsters that were used to abuse Energy. Mechlords rampaged across the planet and killed a large amount of the population.
Okay, I did not know about that. Again, I literally just started watching the show. I had no idea this was going to happen. Granted, it's multiple decades old at this point. I have no right to say that, but spoilers, hit me then.
Till a man who embodied Yusei's core values, to the point of changing his face to look like Yusei, discovered that purging yourself of evil intent was enough to pacify the Mechlords. Of course, it was all too late, and the Energy ignited and blew up itself, the Mechlords, and all but 4 remaining cyborg survivors. Zexels is the entire plot of the show, as the conflict between Baryon World and Astral World won't end until the other is gone. Neither side can coexist while the other is around, and they've been waging war for centuries to try to permanently put the other side down. Arc 5's genocide is with the Xyz dimension. Originally, it was just like every other dimension, simply a slightly remixed version of its associated anime. In this case, Zexal. However, the Fusion Dimension, led by Leo Akaba, invaded as a means to try to reunite the disparate dimensions back into the original one that it was before Zark fractured it.
That's the plot line of it? Actually, that's pretty cool.
Plan to reunite them all involved massacring the Xyz dimension to use their souls as fuel for the fusion process, which led to the dimension becoming a hellscape and the survivors like Yuto and Shay escaping to other dimensions to try to stop Leo's plan. It's been mentioned a few times, but the one for brains is the war between the humans and the Ignis. Going purely based on what's in the original story and not the alternate ending, the humans do end up winning. Each Ignis is picked off one by one until all that's left is I. And once Yusaku's done with him, the entire Ignis species has been wiped out. The only series thus far to avoid killing a whole ton of people is Sevens, which you'd think meant this new era of Yu-Gi-Oh! Wouldn't include genocide.
Wait, is Ryziel from Sevens? Isn't this the Japanese only one? Or no, wait, is it? I think I need to find out more about this show because it has giant robot pictures, man. I'm easily bought with that.
But no, the Sevens follow-up, prequel, sequel, midquel, Go Rush, features the Velgarian War. And I'll be straight with you, I don't know enough about Go Rush to really explain that one. Call it a blind spot, but after going through a whole rabbit hole of wiki articles, my head was spinning.
Oh, I've seen that character with the blue hair. I guess light blue hair. I had no idea that was a Yu-Gi-Oh character the entire time. Although I kind of expected it just because crazy hair and Yu-Gi-Oh are the trope.
Yu-Gi-Oh in other mangas.
What?
Involving fans.
Oh, or this is like the people animating him in because it's a fan shout out from other people. I think I know of a few of these. This is going to be fun.
Fans in the creative process of manga creation by accepting
Other than Boba,
fan
but which we already saw.
designs as a time-tested way to make readers way more attached to a story by giving them the chance to engage with it in a whole different way. It's because everybody wants to be like the f***ing king. Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself is no stranger to this. We talked at length about various cards that would be turned into the real deal that started as fan designs.
Yeah.
But a funny inversion of that happens when newer manga that are released after Yu-Gi-Oh! Open up the floodgates to fan submissions. The kids who grew up reading and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Would see these open calls for character designs in the manga they were reading and would submit Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards as their characters.
Oh.
Importantly, these were not characters based on Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. These were just the monsters from the cards. They might as well have sent in a picture of Goku and said, "Put him in Mixmasters, please."
I don't know what Mixmasters is, but that would be kind of funny if they could get the rights for it. Also, according to DJ, Ryziel is not from Sevens. Sevens and Go Rush anime archetypes are in Rush Duel. Oh, okay. Rush Duel is the new version in Japan that's kind of replacing regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they, according to previous parts of this iceberg, finally fixed their shit and then never released it outside of Japan. Also, Codemaker, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Go Rush use time travel, making a sequel set in alternate past after Seven's ending. So it's a sequel prequel. Oh, that's definitely a word. And the Go Rush war in season 1, and it ended, but the season 3 of Go Rush, thanks to OTS, aka backwards Kaiba Velgears, are turned aside and were turned to extinction because of ritual summoning. Yeah, with how that works, that would do it.
Among these include the manga adaptation of the series Deltora Quest, which in its fan-submitted creature design section included embodiment of Apophis. Another example of this exact thing is with the series Zatchbell. A few of the Momoto characters in the series were accepted from fan designs, and among the characters submitted was one kid's illustration of Woodland Sprite, currently avoiding the chair for his crimes in Duel Links. In these cases, it's honestly kind of adorable. These were kids excitedly trying to participate in their favorite series and make them cross over with their other favorite series.
And we're about to find out where it wasn't adorable, aren't we?
And in some cases, like the Zatchbell one, they would even get a little author note complimenting their design. And it's not like this was an uncommon practice, stealing designs to put in other series based on fan designs. As much as I love Kaniku Man,
what am I even looking at? I want to say cheese grater, but I got no idea.
If the people behind Gold Lighten never came after Sunshine, I really couldn't make any argument.
What?
However, with this many examples, there has to be one that actually...
Oh, isn't this the food fight show or something? I don't know what it's actually called, but I know it's like the guy who's a professional foodie or something.
made it into the series, and wouldn't you guess it, there is. Enter Mitsutoshi Shimabukuro, author of Toriko.
Yep, that's the one.
Mention it if you ask nicely, but it doesn't really apply to what we're talking about. Toriko had a section for fan submissions to turn into monsters in the story, and one submission was traced artwork of the monster Flyfang from the pack Generation Force. You can see
Oh, they literally trace it. And that's probably why it looks so ragged at the edge. Yeah.
it even has the little kid hallmarks of not really understanding what shading is, and unlike the others, this is much more
I mean, admittedly, still a better artist than I am. I can't even trace. Granted, I also never tried, so yeah.
directly a tracing of the original monster rather than a redrawing like Woodland Sprite or Apophis.
It made it in.
And wouldn't you guess it, it actually made it into the series. Shimabukuro liked the design enough and went ahead and included it. I don't really know what the legal recourse is for a series using a copied design submitted by a fan, since it's not like the author knew.
There's leeway, but this is also Japan, so there's a very good chance he's fine because no one else found out, is what I would say, except I'm pretty sure Toriko is high profile enough that they probably found out. It might just be more one of those gentleman's agreements, or maybe it was worked out behind the scenes for all I know. I don't. I really don't.
Obviously he didn't, but maybe that's why they were redesigned in the anime to be turned into sawfish.
Probably.
Upper Deck Seal of Orichalcos.
What?
The Orichalcos arc of the
Wasn't it
original
American
anime
only?
is one of the most interesting in the entire series.
For what reason?
Didn't say good. Bringing back side characters, bringing the Pharaoh's moral character into question, separating the Pharaoh from his better half for most of the arc. There's a reason so many people look back on it fondly. One of the most interesting parts, though, was the titular field spell the arc revolved around. The Seal of Orichalcos is a super interesting card for its effects on gameplay and the lore baked into it.
Does this card exist in the actual game, or is it just one of those, we added it in later, but don't really, don't look at it?
Allowing for an additional row of monsters to summon for an even bigger wave to beat through, the flat damage boost, and the biggest of them all, the soul wager that came along with it. The loser of a duel where the seal is activated loses their soul, and it gets sent to Darts for him to use to fuel the Leviathan's revival. This made every duel feel important and dangerous. Even if the heroes didn't want to, they had to potentially kill somebody by taking their souls to get closer to their goals. And every duel brought the villain's plan closer to reality. Seeing players like Joey try to think of a way to save people like Rex and Mai from having their souls taken makes for really compelling writing. And it's easy to see why this card in particular stuck with so many people.
How is this ever? It's probably going to be something incredibly rare, or it's something that they really screwed up and no one wants to talk about it. There's really going to be no middle ground on this one, huh?
But what if you wanted to use it? You could be trusted. You won't use it for evil, right?
Please don't tell me someone actually tried to buy someone else's soul with this card. Oh, God. I don't want to... Please don't tell me it's going that level of dumb. Now that I said it out loud, I'm almost assuming it is.
It would take a long time for a proper Seal of Orichalcos to be printed, but it would eventually come out in the TCG exclusive pack, Legendary Collection 3, Yugi's World. Only in America would we sanction a card that can kill children. The card was hotly anticipated, and...
This is just a display mock-up version of the card. We tried writing the text of the card, but the previous mock-up was disintegrated by such awesome power. Only a true, specially prepared Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game card can hold the power of the Seal of Orichalcos. The entire world will see the true power of the Seal of Orichalcos when Legendary Collection 3 Yu-Gi World releases October 2nd! I don't know why I got so hyped reading that, but I actually did.
Hyped up by a promo image saying that the text was just a placeholder, because the real effect was so powerful,
it never came
the
out,
card
did it?
burst into flames when the effect was written on it. They wanted you to know that this card was going to be insanely strong.
Or is it just going to be
and
really
when it was
bad?
finally printed, this sucks.
All monsters you control gain 500 attack. Okay. Once per turn, this card cannot be destroyed by card effects. While you control 2 or more face-up attack position monsters, your opponent cannot target your monsters with the lowest attack for an attack. Okay, I guess it's some defense. If this card is activated, destroy all special summon monsters you control. You cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck. So let me get this straight. Once per turn, this card cannot be destroyed, and all of your... So you get 500 attack and the ability to destroy your own board. Well, I can think of instances where this would have been useful, because I played against people whose entire shtick was putting plants on my entire field so I can't play. I think that's such a niche usage. I don't know if that would ever actually be useful to anyone else.
The Seal of Orichalcos is ass, super ass, turbo ass, championship edition ass. This thing is sucking doo-doo batter through a straw straight from the spigot. Oh my god!
Yep, it was super bad.
Positive effects. It gives you 500 attack to all your monsters.
Neat.
It was immune to effect destruction, and it protected your weakest monster from battle.
But...
Okay. Negatives. Destroys all the special summoned monsters you control when it's played, locks out the extra deck, and can only be activated once per duel. The paper
I guess it would kind of work if you're playing more of a Mitsurugi deck, which is explicitly rituals. But that's very... Is it even explicitly rituals, or have I just never encountered anyone doing something beyond the rituals? I can't even say that's the case.
didn't burn because the effect was too strong. It was suicide to preserve its dignity. Get this trash effect off of me! All of the Orichalcos support cards were terrible. Shunaros, Divine Serpent Ge, both complete trash, but those didn't have the expectation that the seal did. It didn't even line up with the anime version. Not just playing monsters in the back row,
I mean, if you got double monsters, that would have been kind of cool and broken. It would immediately be banned. But I wanted to at least have someone say, like, you forfeit your soul if you lose the game. Because who's going to actually try and do that? Other than definitely someone would try and do that.
Extra deck rule contradicts the Rex duel, where he summons a fusion monster. Most importantly, it can't kill people. What's the point of printing the card without the soul steal effect? That's the entire appeal. Well, it wasn't...
I mean, all you really have to do is just say, we play Texas rules. I'm not going to explain further than that.
The only version of the seal that has ever existed,
But
as prior to this, all the way back in the early 2000s, there was a proper Seal of Orichalcos.
Oh?
This was the Upper Deck Seal of Orichalcos.
This spell card is impervious to negation, destruction, and removal. Okay. Increase the attack of all monsters by 500. All your monsters. Okay. You control a back row of monsters that cannot be attacked while a monster is in front row. Oh. Giving you time to build up without being fucked around with by at least combat, other than card effects, which still do that. Send this card from your hand to the graveyard to negate and destroy any card. The soul of whichever duelist loses is forfeit from the winner. Or to the winner. So yeah, they just made the card. Yep. Limited edition, not official. Wait. An official Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG card. Or is that the word not? I think that's the word not right there. Oh, okay.
A version printed for the Duel the Master event that took place at Upper Deck Ran National Tournaments. This was a proper seal, coming with the back row effect, damage boost, had the additional effect to discard itself to negate and destroy anything, and was totally unrespondable and invincible.
Honestly, get rid of that last card and it's kind of fun to play against once.
And to top it all off, it even let you kill your opponent if they lost. Of course, this could also be you as well, but live by the sword.
Who cares?
Die
It's
by
just
the
a little
sword.
soul.
You take the good with the bad. This version only exists in limited quantities, as
People
only
have it?
15 were ever printed and were given out
very
to
limited.
Upper Deck Research and Development as a keepsake. A card whose rarity can't even really be quantified since it was never released to the public in any form. but if one ever did turn up, it undoubtedly would be one of the most valuable cards of all time.
So in other words, if the people in development decide, hey, guess what I stole and no one realized? Yeah, 1, lawsuit. 2, if it's outside of the term, if it's outside of the time limit where you could actually be held accountable for it, at least it would only be civil as opposed to criminal. So maybe useful.
Seawatts.
What?
Minecraft is a game
What?
I f***ing hate.
I have mixed feelings about it. On the one hand, I don't ever want to play it. On the other hand, I love seeing what people do in it. How are we going from Yu-Gi-Oh to Minecraft? Wait, did Yu-Gi-Oh make its own Minecraft server, or are we going even weirder than that?
You don't know me well enough to know why I hate it so much. I just hate it so goddamn much. As for what this has to do with Yu-Gi-Oh, I could talk about the Yu-Gi-Oh Minecraft mod that adds a modified crafting table to the game that allows you to play games a la Dueling Book with the manual play. But instead, I wanted to talk about a popular Minecraft YouTuber, Seawatts.
They modded Yu-Gi-Oh into Minecraft. I mean, sure, with mods you can do almost anything, but okay. Not what I was expecting, but sure, why not?
Seawatts' channel has existed for a long time, but it wouldn't start uploading frequently until 2021, with a focus on Minecraft challenges. Playing the Bed Wars game mode without being able to place blocks, only being able to walk on sand, being able to talk to mobs, this found a super fast audience who enjoyed his content. The content he'd eventually become much more well-known for, though, was actually a different genre of video called Minecraft storytelling.
I think I've heard of this genre as both something a lot of people came up with and a genre some people became very obsessed with in not healthy ways. But I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing.
Kind of like machinimas from back when I was...
Also, being told they modded Uma Musume into Minecraft. Does it work well? I mean, that might be kind of cool to see an actual horse race.
As a kid, these were videos that used Minecraft as a medium to tell a story, like the story of Herobrine or The First Wandering Traveler. These are both videos Seawatts made, and they're two of his most popular. Eventually...
Wait, is he the guy who started the Herobrine story? Oh, shit, even I've heard of that one.
Seawatts would even make his way into the most popular Minecraft narrative series in recent memory, Parkour Civilization. Thanks to his
Parkour Civilization? Sorry, the only storytelling I know is just the Civilization series in general, but this is not that one. Yeah, that'd be the rich versus poor Civilization stuff.
own success and his role in Parkour Civilization, this has led him to nearly 2 million subscribers and loads of fan art, either of him normally or in his Parkour Civilization persona. It's some really impressive artwork. A lot of very talented people enjoy what he—
Okay, I see how this is immediately going to Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the hair. It's the hair. Yeah. If I didn't know who this character was and it was explicitly told this is not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Character, I'd assume it was because of the hair.
He makes and have poured their appreciation into some really pretty art.
Also, I'm being told Herobrine was not from Seawatts. It's just someone who told the story. Oh, okay.
Except if you noticed, it's kind of familiar. Not immediately noticeable, but if you look at the original model these pieces of art are based on, it might make more sense. Seawatts' Minecraft avatar is Yugi! Specifically, it's the Pharaoh Atem from the Millennium World arc.
Oh, no wonder I thought it was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Character. That makes a lot of sense immediately.
But it's just him. The lower fidelity of a Minecraft model, though, has led to a loss of a lot of the details that make Atem Atem.
Yeah.
Like the purple highlights and the yellow bits going along with the crown he wears. I discovered this by accident because God knows I'm not watching Minecraft videos.
Dost thou protest too much, Mr. Fumbles?
But I was floored when I realized that all of this fan art was for a character nobody even knew they were drawing. This isn't even the only case of this happening in Minecraft.
Really?
Stampy Longhead is one of the biggest Minecraft YouTubers ever, and one of even fewer to not be a criminal, and his character—
what the hell is going on in the Minecraft community that's a sentence you could unironically say? Maybe I should be okay with not getting too much into it.
character is Fidget from Dust and Elysian Tale.
Never played that. I don't know that one.
Big Dog.
What?
Top 10 fucking big dogs. Number 10, Summon Dog.
Is this just like some kind of old YouTube thing? Or like pre-YouTube, like YouTube poop essentially, but prior to that even be a thing? We're just modded, or sorry, not modded, photoshopped art of characters from Yu-Gi-Oh! As dogs because he's wearing a doghouse. Yeah, okay, I'm okay with this. Also, according to Troa and a few other people in chat, I'm just going to pull this up. There's a certain stereotype. There have been a lot of Minecraft YouTubers either become legends or become horrible people. How does Soviet Womble fit in that? Because apparently he was in TF2, not Minecraft. PewDiePie started in Minecraft, oddly enough. Game Guy. Or Game Dome Guy. Got really popular, and a lot of bad apples got in. A lot of Minecraft YouTuber issues. Most of them are creepy. A lot of them are predators. Some of them are abusers. The Sky Dome S Minecraft, for example. I have no idea who that is. Okay.
Number 6, Bark Magician. Number 8,
okay, the Bark Magician actually is pretty cool.
it's Sword Fisher. Number 7,
what is even going on?
Number 6,
Oh, it says number. It's incredibly intentionally low key, but he's wearing a dog. It's Blackluster wearing a dog head. Yeah.
Labrador Soldier. Number 5, Rexodia. Number 4, Ultimate Dragon.
Oh, this is literally a shit post. This is just a shit post.
Number 3, Pendulum Machine.
What?
Number 2, Celtic Gird.
Gird. Yeah. Oh my god. I just that's because of the low poly count of the image and the very staticky voice. I assume this was old, but there was Pendulum, I think, was mentioned. So what the hell is going on, man?
And number 1, you already know.
I know he ends his videos with weird fever dream segments, so that definitely counted, man. Oh God. I have no idea what to say about that last part because that was definitely something. It was so much of something I don't even know what it's something about. So we're gonna take a quick break to let my camera cool down, and then we'll jump into Master Duel. And anyone who wants to play me can probably utterly destroy me. I will have a few decks up. You can choose what you want to beat me in. This sounds really bad saying it like this. Whatever. But before that, I'm going to run out, get a little more coffee, and be right back because I may or may not be a coffee addict. It's not like I base my entire channel around the coffee mug as my avatar or my logo. Yeah. Also, the DJ said Simorg as the #1 spot was great. Oh, Spot dog. Yeah. Ooh, also, according to Bill, logging in today gives you a Shadow Duelist icon. Oh, neat. I haven't done that yet. I think I did update the game, though, so I must have logged in before this switch over time-wise. That's going to be fun. But yeah, I'll be right back. We'll do that. We'll keep me on a timer so there's no more than an hour to cool down the camera. Otherwise, I will apparently spend another 2.5 hours playing you guys in Master Duel again. Yeah, that happened. I enjoy playing against people in chat. It's fun. Not to say I won. I suck. Except against people who get absolutely bricked hands, which happened a few times. But yeah, see you guys in just a bit. All right, we're back. Just logging in quickly. Oh, the camera was not off and still overheating. Oops. Okay, that's better. And we're back. Hey, we're back and we're good to go. I got more coffee. I also used up the last of my wife's creamer, so immediately after the stream, if someone could remind me to do that, I would actually appreciate it because I will forget on the All right, so I got a mission. New things. Noise. Hey, Troa, thanks, man. Rix Javix, know your EVE Online. Combat fatigues. Oh, sure. Why do I think Rix Javix sounds so incredibly familiar, but I don't know why. I will add this to the list. That is the wrong button. I typed in the wrong one altogether. Here we go, notepad. All right. Here we go. I will add this in. And we'll just add it like there. So that's in the list, and it will be there tomorrow morning when we start up. Thanks, Troa. Also, even though I don't usually mention these streams, if you guys do specific recommendations, I will add them to the list today, even if it's not a regular recording stream. In the meantime, let's see. Going to go to dual room, create a room. How many people were there? 7? It looks like about 8. I think, no, max occupancy is 8 people, so we need 16 if everyone gets a table. Yeah. Oh, okay. And here we go. Yep, 8 tables. All right. And again, if you guys just want to play amongst yourself, I'll probably go top down. So whoever gets in last, you'll probably have time, but I'll warn you if there's ever a thing. So anyone who wants to jump in, I will share the room number now. It is in chat. Going to pin the message for anyone who wants to jump in. And there's also the spectator ID, but yeah, you can see it literally live, so it doesn't really matter. All right. Oh, Zero, you're up first. Nice. Ooh, Zero, in the chat, I'm going to let you choose which deck to play against. I got a few of them. Some of them are good, and some of them I play, so that should tell you all you need to know. As soon as you type in chat which one you want to try, I will drop that in. Because before I just chose random ones, here though I kind of just want to see what you guys want to see. We got Exo Sister, Sky Strikers, Mirror Maid, Albaz, and Asbel. Oh, and Unknown Guy, if you want to see more Yu-Gi-Oh! Card stories, there's a playlist called Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Backstories, the top 10 list. 7 to top 10 list card stories with a bonus of revisit for updates. Nice! Oh, and Zero, you want to do random? Unknown Guy, been loving the reaction to the Iceberg. Thanks, man. They're a blast to make. It actually got me into this at this point. Let's do the Mirror Maid. Yes, I'm doing that because it's the first one. For everyone who's in the list, sorry, Zero, you got picked up. Yeah, it looks like a few of them are in already. Oops. Yeah. Oh. Ooh, hey, another art. I appreciate the art. Sorry, Zero to know. It looks like someone dropped in. I'll check out what's going on in this match. If they're about to either win or lose quickly, I might actually just drop in and play him still, since he was the first on the list. Oh, and Zero has the yummy... Oh, no, it's the Hanafuda cards. Oh. Okay. Dragon Maid Supremacy? Nice. So how does that even work? They're both at 8,000 still, so this is early into the match. I'm not going to stick around for the whole one just because that would be unfair. The flower cardigan. Okay. Not the Hanafuda yet. So it looks like Zero, I'll play you after your match is done. In that case, A, you're up. Which one do you want to play? I'll type it in chat so you get the prompt before you hear it. What deck? Wow, I cannot type. And I'll put the decks on right now that you can choose from. We got Asbel, Albaz, Miramate. Oh, there's one missing there. Sky Strikers and Exo Sisters. I should probably adjust these. Nothing too crazy. I will be honest though, Sky Strikers is the one I'm actually the least confident about. It's good, I just don't have all the cards. I don't want to try and unlock the packs because I just got unlucky. I don't want to start taking these apart. How about another branded mirror? Okay. Sounds good. Deck selected. Begin the duel. All right. Now I will warn you, I'm bad. Yeah, I got this far because people kept quitting every time I played Albaz and they didn't have a counter. It actually happened a lot. I'm not complaining, it's an easy extra gems in the game, but yeah. Oh, goddamn. Well, that's definitely a hand. One Jester in attack mode. I should probably play a man-eating bug in attack mode face up. That seems like it would be the right choice. I don't think I see any counters either. I might be able to just do a bunch of things. Alright, Albaz is going in. Pulling that off again. Special summon this one. In the graveyard, he goes away. That's fine. Rebellion. Drop the fusion deployment. Keep it simple. Let's do it that way. I nearly made a mistake there. Because I want to get those both back reset so they're not banished anymore. And what do we have now? I'm going to turn down the audio just because it was a little loud. But that should be fine. End of phase. Let's see what else we can pull up. Why is auto not on? Ah, hell. General. Fuck. I'll do it later. I have my settings set up on mobile, so right now they're not correct. Ugh, that's gonna bug me. Either way, it's fine. Normally I like to drop the Max C directly after draw in standby, or even in draw if possible. Also, hey, you wish you had the overframe mirror jade? It does look cool. Wish I had it in real. Do I have an IRL? I actually might. I don't think I do. Ooh. Not yet. think I have the regular Mirror Jade. Or I don't. It's in the Fusion deck, of course. Let's see. Branded Fusion. I wonder what card you're going to do. Pitch that one. Oh, nice one. That's fine, though. Nah, regular Mirror Jade. And now his effect is already gone, so you probably have the counter to me. Oh well, it's not bad. Oh. Let's see what you got going. Oh, I know this combo. Yeah. Using materials. Alban Lenata's jump scare, man. I think I don't have this card, actually. Or maybe I do. I don't actually remember if I decide to use the UR reference or resources for it or not. And who are you bringing out? Mirror Jade or... I mean, maybe doing the same thing I was. Oh, Lubelia. Think of it. Another Lubellion. Oh, I see a problem now. The auto is going to bug me, though, because there's a lot of things I would like to. I think it's blocking from. Alright. I have an idea what's about to happen. Haven't seen a lot of branded sword, though. Any number of branded spells from your graveyard. Ice Jade tokens. Okay. Banish this card from your graveyard, then target one banished monster that is Fallen of Albaz mentioned, add to your end. So I assume he's making tokens right now. Alright. What do we got next? Is it going to be a mirror? Hey! Not bad. Yep, knew that would happen. Don't you just love it when you have a bunch of things that the deck, you think you can use them, but the game doesn't seem to let you. So I'm pretty sure a few of these could actually go off. Oh? What is he planning? Oh, really? Macharmy. I mean, yeah, sure, take it out of the graveyard, but definitely getting that one back is the important part. I just love when you can treat certain cards. Now we'll have to adjust that. So sort of just discard. Oh, okay. Hey, not bad, eh? I am going to have to adjust because I'm pretty sure a few of those cards could have activated. For example, let's see. Yeah, I think I'll leave the table. I don't think I disbanded it. I want to adjust my settings quickly. Where are the settings? Oh, game settings. Duels, self-chain. Automatically. That's fine. Card position manual, activation orders. Or maybe I have it correct. Display face down cards as trim parent. Don't care. Don't care. Actually, that's kind of cool to know how many. Oh, neat. We can turn the animations on and off. Display card effects. Display. Okay, maybe I'm in the wrong one. Hey, SpongeBob, sup? Oh, we got the jewels for the laughing disco ball from Rick. Thanks, man. Is it over here? Maybe I'm just going crazy. I thought there was like some extra additional settings you needed to use to make things appear in the right turn. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Would have sworn they were in mobile, though. All right. Zero is still going against Aaron, so I'm going to leave that one. I'm going to be going down the list. Alan, since you dropped in after Egg dropped out, I'm going to try and get back to you after I can finish Zero up and everyone else. So let's try this one with Mr. Mad. Also, I'm going to... Here we go. I'm going to unpin the room since it's filled. All right. Oh, Zero is free. I can drop in with him now. All right. Yeah, Zero, I'll drop right in. Gonna do Mirror Maid again. Here we go. And then I'll do Mr. Mad right after that. Demandus, yeah, you got time to change your deck if you want. Just because Zero got free and I was eventually going to play him first. Alright. As you can see, I'm bad at this game. I just really like it. Sorry, if someone drops out, I might bring it back up at that point, but right now there's so many, we'll probably take too long to finish it. I'm very aware of that. Alright, what are you going to do? Alright. Peony with butterfly flower cardigans. Okay. Negating their own effects. If this card is special summon, draw one card, and if you do, show it to monster. Why is it self-negating? Cannot be normal summon, must be set. Oh. Once per turn, May phase, cardigan, special summon. Ah, I already went away. And hey, I need to activate it by setting it in your turn? Yep. I was more worried about like the everything else that wasn't activating, like just not getting certain prompts, but that's not the point. Usually I'm setting it up so that I have prompts for things that play during the draw and standby phases if possible. So not seeing them was kind of weirding me out. Ooh, light. Oh, his design is the Book of the Moon, isn't it? Okay, that's cool. Honestly, everything's going so fast right now, I have no idea what this deck is doing. Activate this directly. If you activate this to skip the draw phase of your next turn, Synchro Material, treat all other Synchro Materials as level 2 monsters. Okay. Oh, and that's probably why they're so high level by comparison. Alright. The flower cardigan of... Yeah, sure, I'll try this. Not sure if that was a good move or not, but we'll find out. I guess my turn was made. I'm not going to apologize for this. Oh, it just constantly taxes me. Okay. Huh. Let's see. I don't like how I don't get that prompt to make it in defense, but face up. Unless maybe that's just not something you can do. In which case, that's just me not knowing the game. Alright. Let's add a few more things, though. Not going to use that effect just yet. Sending that to the graveyard from the deck, also speeding it up a bit. Getting a little more in there. What else do I want in the graveyard? Yes. Dragon to the graveyard, gotta love it. Maybe not best to have her in attack position, but I'm okay with that. Whatever. I know it should be in a defense position, but that's fine. You can't put face-up monster to vest unless special summon. Oh, okay. That makes sense, eh? I thought I was just fucking something up the entire time. Which, I mean, it's me. That's a very valid question. Alright. And now we have the big pieces for the maids set up out. I've actually played some people who did some really janky combos with Dragon Maid and Albaz. What other options do we have? I'm good. Alright, let's do it this way. What cards do you have in hand, man? I see you have a reaction. Monster gains 1,000 attacks. Okay, let's see about this. It's not as strong, but it's definitely interesting. That works. Okay. Watching someone play solitaire? No, there's a lot of interaction, and it's definitely hitting me still. But I think I have a few options of how this should work out. Get one more back out. Get this back in defense from banishment. I think I can now fusion again. Here we go. I have to do both of them, damn. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I misplayed. That's fine. And he'll probably... Every turn he taxes me. Yep. Oh, that's why I can't target because of his light shower. Okay. Skip the draw phase, negate this card's other effects. Oh. What do we got here? Pretty large. Let's see. Because I can't target them, so that would hit me instead. So he can knock me out and probably start doing damage. Alright. And that would knock out my entire field if I did that. And I can't target his creatures, so yeah. Interesting impasse. I need to agree. So taking out a few things from the graveyard was not a bad idea. I think I have a few ideas of what I can pull together, but I need to make sure I have things right. If I use the effect right now, I'm just bouncing my own field away. Doable. All right. Zero might have me on this one. Yeah, this one, that effect is really throwing me off just because during your opponent's draw phase, if they draw cards for the normal draw and inflict 1500, that's not so bad, but not being able to target. And this entire deck resolves around targeting to control the opponent. Ooh. If I can't do that, I'm pretty locked down unless I bring someone in. I did have the stronger monster, but that would be immediately buffed and overwhelmed. Yeah, he'll probably knock this out. And then he'll just go to town on me with the remaining monsters. But overall, I think I like this unless he can draw back into his boss monsters again. I might be fine with this. Now, here's where I'm wondering if he now pulls it back in on another copy of it. We'll see. Top of deck was selected. The order of the cards on top of the deck was changed. Oh! Okay. Let's see. Also, Siren. Just really wanted to do me? Yeah, but he missed the time to join since playing stream. Finished live stream. Yeah. That happens, man. Again, there might be people dropping out. If that's the case, I'll just repost the link number, but it's kind of filled at the moment. Oh, what are they pulling together? This is a new one. 5,000. Once per turn, during either player's turn, when an opponent activates a spell card, you can negate the activation. If you do, destroy that card. Okay. Monster your opponent controls battles, and the monster that opponent's monster has effect negated during the battle phase only. Sink or summon, destroy the battle, leaves the field because the opponent card effect. Control. You can special summon card. Oh, okay. So they get things if it's destroyed, and a negate on a stick. Big cost to get it in there for 4 monsters, though. Let's see. What effects do we have? Let's start with this. Get back, Ladies Dragon Maid. Force the counter. I know it should be in defense, but whatever. Oh, he's holding on to it rather than just auto-using it. Okay. Getting more of the effects in. I wonder what he's going to eventually pull in here. Oh, is this where the counter happens? It's a spell or a trap card that he can counter. I think I already got the effects of these, so let's try just having more bodies. Let's see if this fixes it up. There we go. Now the negate's gone. That's what I was waiting for. All right. Now I don't think these have any other effects they could use. So I stole his boss monster. He'll get it back next turn, but that's if I don't fuck this up. I really hope I don't F this up. He might actually survive, actually. Huh. I wonder if I can merge away this thing somehow. Get a little more effect out of that. Gotta go fast because we're running out of time. I've taken too long. Oh. All right. Okay. No, 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 no. I ran out of time, damn it. Ah! I spent too long reading the cards. Wow. I've never heard that in Yu-Gi-Oh before. GG, Nova. GG, Zero. Aw, damn. Alright, Ashley, you dropped in after Mad, so I'm probably going to drop in with Mad, then see if I can swing back to you after I finish the other ones. Mr. Mad, do you have any preference of what's going on? Oh, it would help if I actually typed. That would be nice. Win on time? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, gotta change your deck, no? Ah, I see. Mind if I change my deck? Has it been 1 hour? I don't think so. We've only done one match. No, 2 of them. I got beaten in both. Oh, I'm already in this one. That's why. Why do I keep pressing the goddamn same button? Change decks. I'll try this one. I haven't done that in a while. Oh, you play Mech Knights? I don't actually know how Mech Knights play. I'll try this. Alright. And Bill, the Shadow Duelist icon? I can see it, but it's grayed out because I took too long. It does actually look pretty cool. Oh, I will warn people for everyone watching. If you're dropping into a match and you're not playing me and I end the stream, or not end the stream, end the segment, I will be disbanding the table, so you might get kicked out of the game. I will warn you. This is the deck I'm the least confident in. Oh. That's a hand. That is very much a hand. Huh. I don't think I've ever had this problem before. Alright. Negate the effect. Let that go through. That's one in the graveyard. Let's start by getting this up, just so I actually have something I can do. This turn, I definitely want this ability. Get more engage in. I think the best option is probably just trying to build my hand right now. That's not the right card, is it? I did not activate the effect. Let's see if it'll let me actually do it. It's another trap card. Alright. Yep, I think I have enough cards in the graveyard. I'm fine with that. Let's see if I haven't fucked this up too much. I have the least experience with all of the decks. This is the one. This is the least experienced one. Alright. Oh, is this gonna... Yeah, Mecha Knight. How are they going to make this work? Break the board and spam and engage? My problem is I almost never draw it. This is the most I've ever actually got to play that card in this deck. It's actually happened multiple times. Ooh, cool little avatar. probably making a decision here. Oh, strong one. Reduced. I'm not going to make a cut on that. Mech Knight, Purple Nightfall. You can only summon once per turn. Target Mech Knight monster you control, banish it. I'm not gonna do that. She was the one reducing them, that's why. And here comes the loop I'm aware of. The Fiendsmith loop. I still don't quite know how to break this one. Because I see it rarely enough that I don't think I need to learn how, but it just frequently enough that it keeps coming up. I wonder what the rest of the archetype does for Mech Knights, though. I have one Mech Knight. So apparently he sends other people away? Yeah, I know this loop. Also, I just realized that's a burger in a flower for their logo for Mad. Oh, that's kind of awesome. Oh, man. Let's see what they bring out. The Orcus Mech Knight. Oh, so Orcus is the Mech Knight mechanic. All right. If this card is not summon, you can turn one Orcus or World Glacier card from your deck to you grab 2 or more other cards at this turn. Dinner, control. Let's not use too much time. I don't want to lose my time out again. And Troa, you have too many ships to fly? Oh, yeah. Unless you can beat whatever Fiendsmith ends on. I've seen people just loop it so much. When the burger is angry. The burger has teeth! And even now, it's actually making me hungry looking. Or it makes me feel hungry just looking at it. Yeah. Fiendsmith sequence. Yeah. The goal for today, try not to time out, win, or lose again. A Ragnarok class Titan count? I don't even know what that is, but it sounds terrifying. I wonder what their final piece will be. One of these is definitely a negation. I'd be incredibly surprised if it's not. Oh, putting it back there. That's new. Oh, he probably has an ability, yeah. Send to the graveyard, shuffle 1 light in. I see. And does damage. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what that is. Summon Mech Knight. Oh, he activated it. Let's say no. Still, though, that's not a good trade-off for me because that's a lot of not getting to use things. I want to get a few things back. Will this work out? Was that worth it? I have no idea. Let's try it anyways. Oh, summon destroy when it leaves. Okay, what are they bringing? Bringing back the Fiendsmith. That works. It's doing more damage to me again. Oh, damn it. Let's see. Go to battle. I know this is not how you're supposed to play this deck. Also, Trey, you mentioned Ragnarok is the largest playable ship in EVE Online by the Republic, astonishing 17 kilometers or 11 miles. That is a lot. Yeah. Should not have summoned this one, probably. Probably should have reset to 0 instead. Not 0. The previous one. Alright. This card is special time. Yeah. Alan, how many football stadiums is that? Probably enough that a Texan be like, that's nice. That's nice. I know a lot of Texans who are obsessed with football. Granted, I know a lot of people from Ohio who are obsessed with football. Actually, kind of like I know a lot of people who are obsessed with football regardless. Wonder why that is. Because I'm not. I don't go looking for sporting events at all. I just know a lot of people who are obsessed with it. Weird. Yeah, I think I might be cooked on this one. Do they have another gate? Nope, they're moving things around. Who are they pulling up? And according to Troa, that would be 193.6 football fields. And Alan, you prefer hockey? Yeah. I heard once the guy went to a hockey match and a football game. Sorry, a boxing match broke out. Wait, I got that backwards. Yeah, whatever, it's the same thing. Let's see what we can do here. This might be fun. Is there? That's Kagari. Use the effect, get some stuff back. Now, what are they doing? Oh, just a punk. Play Sky Striker from your deck. It's the deck you think you would struggle the most with. You had too much luck with victory today. Don't worry, I have no idea what it's like to have luck with victory. So you probably beat me anyways. Oh, what do we have here? Another Mech Knight. Mech Knight Blue Sky. Lib the World Key Blade Master. Is it live or live? That is some big knights. We're getting more things here from the World Legacy era. Isn't this the first storyline they did within it? Okay. That's a lot of me not living. I wonder if I can make this work out. Mech Knight Indigo Eclipse. 2 or more cards. Special summon. Once per turn. Target monster you control moves to another main zone? Oh, it's probably a control thing. If you control, you can only use... There are 2 or more cards other than this card. Treat this card as a tuner this turn. And he already used his effects. Only be links. Oh, they're using one of mine. Oh, I see. Underworld Goddess. Oh, I've seen other variants, but not this one. That's cool. Negate the effect of all face up. So I want to definitely activate this before that goes off. Move the target to another monster zone? Oh, there was an effect over here that turned that off. Oh, okay. And they just casually removed that. Ah, I see, Matt. That's a cool deck. GG, man. Not bad. All right. Zide is already in a match. Alan, you would be up next. I'm going to switch out my deck. Oh, Alan. Usual question. If you have a preference, let me know. Here's the ones we have. We got Albaz, Mirror Maid, Sky Strikers, Exo, and Asbel. Take your choice. Oh, man, your spot's open? Yeah, hell yeah, anyone else can jump in. And Alan, you want to do Exo? All right. Gonna select that deck. But did I edit this? Oh, I removed one copy, yeah. Yeah, that's embarrassing. That's fine, though. I can deal with that. Still need to take a few of these out. Anything else I can really cut down on? It's good enough. Alright, let's get started. Oh, and Silver, you're back. What's the room number? I can't actually pull it up at the moment. If anyone remembers it from copying it in, it should still be valid. But also, I'm probably just going to go down the list, and anyone above me, I probably won't get a chance to play. Alright, Alan, you're up first. Ah, thanks, Zero. But yeah, oh, just warning people though, when this segment ends and we're not going to do this, I will be disbanding the room, so anyone in it will be kicked out. Or I think that's how that works. I'm not entirely sure that's how that works. I've never actually been in a room as it's been disbanded. Alright. Alright, Alan, let's see what you got. Also, I do love the Dragon Maid sleeves. That's amazing. Oh. I mean, I kind of think I'm playing a graveyard hate deck, so I better hate the graveyard. Zero, can you be next? I actually don't know who's next. It's whoever's just right down below me on the list. Also, I keep saying zero as if there's not multiple zeros in the chat right now. So, Gardner, I'm not sure who's below me right on the list. Oh, what's this card? Dragon Maid Welcome. All monsters you control gain 100 attack defense for each Dragon Maid monster you control. Oh! I never actually paid attention to that one. That's kind of cool. Let's see. That was a choice, but okay. I want to keep calling her Caramel. I know that's not how it's supposed to be, but it's how I read that thing every time. Let's try that one. Get some things back. All right. Bill, I'm not sure I trust you saying interesting. I feel something bad's about to happen. Oh yeah, because Dimension Drifter went off. That's fine though. Oh, that is such a cool effect. Oh, dude, Alan, sorry, I'm geeking out over that. Alright. Hope he doesn't disconnect. Sometimes I've had issues just maybe with my stuff. Also, Gardner. You can call me Alvin or Gardner. I'll probably do Gardner because I will forget otherwise. Sorry. Let's see if I'm doing this right. Love the art on these Dragon Maids, honestly. It's one of the reasons I like the deck. It's also pretty good. You can just summon a graveyard. Oh, we got this one up. Chamber. Or sorry, Lady's Dragon Maid. Did they ever reveal who the lady is? Let's see what we can pull together now. Really should look into more of this because you can build out a hand really fast with this. So having an additional 500 is not bad. Oh, wait, no, you can have 600. It would rely on everyone surviving long enough. But at the same time, extra damage is extra damage. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's see what this does. This I do know. No summoning from the graveyard, which is the biggest strength they have. Yeah, taking out the one that can buff me the highest. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. Oh. Useful. Let's see. Not enough in the graveyard to really use yet. And this is why Chamber's so damn good. Using up all of her ability right now. Just saying nope to that. Am I doing that or? The effect is add one card from your opponent's graveyard to their hand. Let's see. Get some warm bodies back. Huh. That's cool. Get another Link monster in. Not a Link, that would be an Xyz. Wonder what else I can hit right here. Throwing that one to the grave. I don't think I have any revive effects in this deck. I could be wrong though. All right. Oh, I probably have enough. Okay. Huh, Dimension Fisher. But that counts with my own stuff. There's going the first view. Just because their battle phase is still really strong. Get the buff in. All right. And Alan, severely underestimated Exo-Sister? To be fair, the deck has to go off, and getting things from the graveyard is what sets it off. I've had really bad hands before, so this is not new. Winning is... Oh, what do you got? Alright. Also, Larissa, who knew your favorite anime apparently ruined Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5? Oh, yeah. Symphogear. Honestly, though, I kind of want to see Symphogear, though. Is it bad that talking about how much it ruined Arc 5 makes me want to watch Symphogear, though? GG, Alan. That was a fun game. Oh, wait. Did I already? Yeah. Zaref, you're up next. Oh, and Zero, your account was under Ashley. Sorry, I'm being an idiot. Yeah. And I'm getting that backwards. Sorry, I keep forgetting Zero Gardner is not Alan. Because Alan is someone different. Oh, and Zaref. That's what I wanted to ask. Deck preference? Because I'll just play whatever you want me to try. We got Sky Strikers, Mirror Maid, Albaz, Exo, and Azabel. I can't speak names, apparently. I think Exo-Sister is... I know it's not my strongest, but I do love it. Because when it works out well, it's really good. Sorry, 12 out of 6 members? If I don't hear anything about it, I'll just drop in with whatever I have. The room detail is... this one. Although I will warn you, I probably won't end up getting you because I'm just working down the list, and that's kind of filled. For example, Gardner is Evil... I think, yeah, Evil Flower, right? No, Gardner is Ashley, who's up above. I know Evil Flower is one of the people here, but I'm just forgetting names, damn it. Zaref, if you're okay with it, I'll just keep using this deck. Alright. Also, if you have an issue with using me... wrong words! Me using this deck, let me know. I'll drop out. We can try this one. And Bill, you're Evil Flower. That's the one. Because you were asking about the icon earlier. Yeah. And also, it does look really cool. I haven't checked out my icons in a while. And Bill, you can probably guess what your name is a reference to. I want to say Bill Cipher, but the thing is, I've never actually watched Gravity Falls, so if that's one of his other names, I don't actually know it. Yeah, that's on me. Okay, that's a cool joining effect. Ooh, and a cool stand, too. Damn. Alright, let's see what you got. Is this an auto counter? Or not. Okay. Should have chosen something else. That's fine, though. Let's see. Don't account from... Yeah, countering my own thing. That would be fun. An extra Ellis. So we have that one. And we got these two in. McAllis and Caramel. Also, Bill Cipher. Run into the bullets. Friendly pellets. Flowy. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And getting another trap sounds like a good idea. Do not want to counter my own spell. Alright. Let's see what you got, Zeref. Okay. I would've... Actually, this is something I don't know because I'm a very new player to Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Exo Sisters a format that's still getting support, or is it kind of like what you have is what you have? I don't know how recently this has received new cards in any of the sets. So for all I know, this might be an archetype that's still being, well, upgraded. White Stone of Legend. Not going to do anything just yet because I'm not sure what these do. A Link Karibo. I keep seeing this used everywhere. I don't know what they're doing with it. I've just seen people leave it on the board. Also, apparently, according to Wave, Exo Sisters did get some support a while back, or some support a while back, but nothing in a while. Oh, of course it's a Blue Eyes deck. These things kick my ass so much. No complaints, though. Taking a hit to my health. Yeah, I definitely want to turn that on. Not sure if that stops the deck or not. Also, Link Karibo is Link Karibo. There we go. Is an attack stopper. Okay. That said, if he just drops down some regular Blue Eyes, I'm dead regardless. Speaking of regular Blue Eyes. Okay, that's just cool, man. What can I do to interact with this? All right. Also, Gardner, Vampire Archetype hasn't got support in a while. Yeah. Honestly, I thought I'd do something with them. Guess not. Because I turned off graveyards, they go away. Oh, damn. And get someone from my deck. For obvious reasons. I think we have this one done. Also, Neko, you're making biscuits while making this? Or watching this? Nice! That sounds awesome. And pull out the big one. Not fusing caramel for once. That actually feels weird. And do they have a final card to do anything about it? Nope. Sorry, Zeref. I think I kind of overran you on this one. This deck is surprisingly control heavy. I think I won't use it again for the next one. But thanks for dropping in, man. GG, man. Oh, I forgot we could do this. Oh, there we go. Oh, I already dropped. Oops. All right, Bill, you're up next. You got a preference? All right. Let's see what deck. Albaz, Exo Sister, Mirror Maid, Sky Strikers, and Asbel. I don't think we've seen... We saw Mirror Maid. Yep, we got the Maids, we got the Sky Striker, we got Albaz, we got Exo Sister. Really, the only one I haven't played is Asbel. Huh. A Synchro or XYZ deck, really. All right. That would be Mirror Maid... Synchro XYZ. I don't really have a Synchro deck, so it probably would be XYZ, and that's mostly probably Exo Sister. Yeah, functionally, that's mostly Exo Sister. So we'll do that one again. Ah. Bill, I'm sorry. Someone dropped in right before I could join. And Siren, I'll play you right after this one if that's still open. And Ashley, I know you've been sitting around for a while. But yeah, sorry, Gardner, that's your name? No, wait. I think that was Gardner's name. I'll drop into you or into this one after you're here. For everyone else above that, I probably won't make that match. Feel free to play amongst yourself though, because I don't think we're going to be closing this just yet. So the last ones will be Bill is Evil Flower, Cyan, and Ashley. If you have any ideas what decks you want me to play, let me know. Okay. Oh. Okay, the ritual circle with laundry on it. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Also, oh, they light up! I'm sorry. I'm geeking out over silly things. Well, I fucked up. I saw a shiny button. I clicked shiny button. I did the shiny button. I should not have pressed shiny button. And Garner, you're Ashley? Yep. Okay, thanks for reminding me. He's again, I will forget. My memory is very bad. Sorry about that in advance. Let's see. That's a choice. Okay. All right. Also, Siren, the server isn't responding to you? Oh. Shit. It might be my connection at that point. If it times out, I'm sorry. It could just be on my end since I'm the host. Yeah. So, what do you got, Bill? Also, interesting deck sleeves. I don't think I've seen this one before. Actually, I don't think I know anyone who's using that sleeve. So that's new. Oh, Predaplants. Dude, I have no idea how this deck plays. It summons a lot with Dark Infusion, doesn't it? Ah. Now, do you have a counter to my counter? No, apparently not. Hello, summons my old friend. On 0, and you're on table 8 now? Okay. Excuse me. Throat. I don't know how Predaplant normally works. Because I know some of the upper level monsters are really scary. Hell, they're even used as splashes in some of the decks I play. I don't have them, is why I don't use them. Also, according to Bill, Predaplants use something called Predator counters, which turn opposing monsters into level 1 dark monsters. Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, and Siren, your phone's about to switch out, so it's switching to PC. Maybe that'll be easier then. Because I know if you're out of phone, well, I mean, if you're out of battery on your phone, you can't really do much there. And it almost guarantees something important will happen as soon as you try. Okay. And here we got a few more things coming in. Get in the Sister of Buff. I just realized she's holding a gun, not a needle. And we're dropping in the last one. Oh, and Gardner, you were making some adjustments to your deck. You got some cards never seen mixed with your vampire deck. Ooh. Also, if you have an idea what deck you want me to play against you in, let me know so we, can just do it right away. Drop this one out. Oh, I just realized you can actually hear Laundry squeak when you hit him. Oh, I don't like that. I actually don't like that. Oh, God. Sorry about that one, Bill. But GG, man. I think I had the counters early on to your strategy, so that might have been why that would be it. The biggest problem with the deck is it tends to brick. Is there something you can splash in that gets around that? Either way, GG, Bill. I do think Predator Plan is one of those decks where I would love to see it. Oh, and... Yep. And Gardner, if you know which deck you want me to play, let me know. And Zero, why don't you use the favorite deck? I'm not sure if that's my favorite one, but I'm going to try a deck I've been working on a bit lately. I'm not sure if it's good yet. I think Albaz might be my favorite, but this is definitely one of my, oh god, what am I doing decks. It's... I'm putting a lot of time on it. Still not sure it's good, though. Also, Alan, that is why you use Laundry Dragon as a dual pal, because it makes people feel guilty. Sorry, I mean, yeah, that's actually amazing. I love that. Also, ooh, Predator Plan just got new support. All right. And according to Bill, the Predator Plan design is mostly against XYZ and Synchro decks, and that's just how it was used in the anime. Okay. I know the counters are really good at the high end with your fusion stuff. Oh, that is beautiful. Shit, I don't actually usually get tempted by these, but the Trap Tricks one, because the water on the field, and this... Ah, god, that's actually really cool looking. Ash Blossom for the dual Pal Taunt. Yeah, that's awesome. I might have already fucked up. Oh, well, that's on me. I just got Bunny. Oh my god, I haven't seen that emote before for the bunny. He just waving its head. Oh. During the second standby phase after this card's activation, add that card to the hand. Ooh, shiny. Oddly enough, I know it's amazing. I know it's a card you could probably get. I just haven't got around to it. Also, I just realized it's the flower petals, the flower setup, Ash Blossom. But deck is telling me things. Definitely telling me things. Okay. I think I bricked my deck by accident. Yeah. Yeah, because I put down too many things, and that's what bit me. There's only one more, so my turn it'll go off on. Okay. If this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, declare one card type monster spell trap. Your opponent sends one card of that type from their deck to the graveyard. Oh. Also, nice art. I just realized the wing is attached to its arm. Oh, dude. And Bill, one of the spell cards is basically a better Raigeki that requires Starving Venom Fusion Dragon on the field. Oh. Oh, what does that do? When a monster declares an attack, you can special summon this card in defense position. Okay. How does this work? Send one opponent's deck type to the graveyard. Alright. Also, Mello, will I still be playing? You're almost done with the obligation today and finally free for the rest of the afternoon? Probably not because we're getting close to the time, but... Reveal one as a fusion monster from your extra deck. Yeah, let's try this right now. What does this card do? Oh, it's a zombie instead of vampire effect. Oh, he's... And there goes my hand regen. And I can't do anything about it either. Ash Blossom is a zombie, so make it look like it. Yeah. So it's zombies and flowers is the aesthetic here. Actually kind of nice. I am seriously bored jealous, though. Like, legitimately. It's not even expensive to get. It's just, I keep forgetting to do it. Well, hello. Heart of the cards indeed, damn it. So help me if I do what usually happens with this deck of just immediately hitting a monster in the very first card. Luca, there is, but it's mostly for things I probably won't get to. Yeah, 2 lava golems right away. And the music just changed in the background. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna do it again. Hello, deck out my old friend. I gotta remove this card. I really gotta remove this card. Ah. Well, now that's interesting. Let's see. Determination, returning that. All right. Sending that to the graveyard. Now let's see if I fucked up. No, don't want to put that in attack. Don't want to put that in attack. Do not want to put that in attack. Get rid of this guy. All right. Yeah, I think I might have overrun you on this one. Sorry. I've been putting a lot of work in this deck, though. I think it might actually be close to taking sometime soon. But mostly it's an offhand play. Let's see. Not enough to win just yet. Is that enough? It's enough. Okay. Any trap cards coming out? Nope, nothing for quick. Alright. Thanks for the game, Gardner. I do want to see what the zombie effect looks like. I just keep pulling up the stupid decks I have. I think if I pulled up Strikers, maybe it would go on longer. Just because this... GGH, what the hell? There we go. Siren, there's a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers deck? Of course there's heroes. But seriously though, thank you very much for the match, man. Alright. How about this, Siren? I know you just got here. I'll try and play you, but I do want to get one match with Alex. Because they've been waiting as well. And then I think that'll probably be it. Code? I'm not sure who you are in the chat, sorry. And I think that'll, yeah, it'll be Alex, Cyan, and if Code's still here at the end and no one else has joined in, maybe we'll see what happens. Just because I don't want to... I know it's been a while. Hey. Oh, Alex Lopez. Sup, man? Alright. Oh, I'm still using Asbel. Sorry, Alex. I forgot if I was going to ask you who you want me to use. I'm sorry. Oops. Alright, going second. I like Asbel, but it's so easy to break this deck. A handful of counters, and it completely loses it. Granted, my problem with Branded is I get a handful of counters on old Charmies immediately, so it dies all the fastest way possible. Also, Codemaker. Okay, it's the same name. Yeah, literally, you're right in chat with the same name. That makes sense in hindsight. Oh, Fairy Tail. Wait, is this Fairy Tail? Maybe not. Maldosh, Mali... I don't... Also, I'm trying so hard... Are those... It's all cake-themed. Oh, dear God, it's cake-themed. Oh, this... Oh, God, I can even feel my stomach rumbling looking at this. This is legitimately going to hurt me. Oh, no. Also, I got super lucky on getting that card. I've only pulled 3 from that entire set. It was just the stuff from winning, like, a single match. The Maldosh Floodgate. Oh, that's what this does? Okay. Cake, toys, and puzzles. This is so incredibly cute. Oh, we both draw cards for that one. Okay. Literally, I'm just... Oh, there's a chocolate fountain, and... Oh, there's little mini cakes! Oh, there's... Everything about this board you have is torture to me right now. Oh. I see your game. And it works. What do these normally do? Oh, it's adorable and cute. And oh, that's actually... I don't even remember the name of that dessert, but I think it's like some kind of... Not a flan. Creme brulee. Oh, I just realized the witch had like sweets as her broom. She has little pastries behind her. Oh my... Maldosh teacher glace souffle. Oh my... Her name's actually... Sorry, I should go back to the game. Oh. Also, Troy said it's Ma Dolce. Ma Dolce? Ah, Ma Dolce. Okay. And Zero, or Gardner, after the stream, you will be on Yu-Gi-Oh! Streaming on Twitch. So if you want to join, you can under Zero Gardner. I probably won't after the stream because it's probably going to be another 2 hours after we finish the segment. And then I need to go appease my wife by not being there all day because I streamed way too long. Yeah, that's on me. But yeah, good luck on the streaming though. And feel free to drop any tags you have for this on here. Wait, no, you can't drop links. Yeah, that's not good. Let's drop that one. Let's see if they have counters. I was told one of the Azabel or Diabel Star style arts does have AI in it. I'm gonna have to find out which one. That's disappointing if it's the case. Ah, there we go. Okay. Let's see if I have enough. Do they have another counter? Oh? Detachable material, target one. Oh, it turns it face down. Okay. Also, Gardner, you're on Wi-Fi? Oh. It was enough. Do they have another response? Except, oh, 2 hours in the graveyard. Let's see if I can activate this before they can get it off. It's still a really fucked up thing. It's like, it's a bird with fur and metal wings. The more I look at it, the more fucked up it looks. I wonder if that's the AI one. No, it's probably this one. That still looks too sensible. Unless I'm very much off base. Oh. Removing them from my graveyard so I can use them. Yeah, that would do it. And let's see about getting something back. Did I just fuck up? I might have, but at least something will happen. Oh, it just brings it back. I put it in the slot that's... It can't be used this turn anyways. Protected? Oh, it's one of the effects they did, isn't it? Oh, well played. I don't even know which one that was. Oh. And Alex, you make a lot of misplays? No, you didn't take any damage, though. To be fair, I understand a lot of misplays. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it's probably St. Alex. Let's not. Return one monster on the field to the hand. Yeah, that'd do it. Ooh. Also, Gardner, you're severely dyslexic? And sometimes can't read, just send an invite, feel like outside streaming? Oh, yeah, sure. There goes the control aspect. Also, I'm just bad at typing, so your dyslexia is actually less bad spelling than me just not knowing how to do it. I'm not dyslexic. I'm just bad. So, congratulations. Your disability is better than my ability. Not sure that's something I should be proud about. Or you should, actually, because it's a very low bar. Oh, hello there. Please don't tell me I just fucked up. Oh, it's another negate. Okay. Good card, though. Anything I can use from here? I did the stupid. I thought I would return Diabella. She's not an Azamina, that's why. She works in the combo, but she's not part of it. God, just... That's fine. I think I managed to save it. I don't think I managed to save it. No, wait. I think I have enough, just because one of them was banished and didn't go to the graveyard, because I got it from the graveyard previously, so its effect said it didn't do that. Ugh. Alex, you're losing. But only because my issues happened late enough that they couldn't fuck me up. If I had done that earlier, oh god, you might actually have this one. Thank you for the match, though, man. Ugh. Note to self, I should read my own cards. Oh, good. Was I already not following people? Oh, shit. Usually I follow people after a match. I forgot completely. All right, so I think we can get the last two in. Code, Sign, you guys okay with being the last two? If so, we'll probably finish this into it. Siren, if you have a deck with 3k attack monsters, you would prefer to play that one in case you get the funny card. Also, I know 0 general meta cards. There's no Blossom, no Infinite, no Nibiru. I've actually never played Nibiru, so I don't know what it does. Blossom and Infinite I have. And 3k attack. Who do I have with 3k attack? I mean, my current deck... Yeah, my current deck has that. But not a lot of them. Yeah, sure, if you're okay. If you want to see... Oh, I need to actually leave to do that. Who has 3k attack? Albaz does? Technically, yeah, not really. Not really. It's really just Albaz and Diabell. So I'll do Albaz one more time here because it's probably the closest thing I got. Jake, reading the cards? We don't do that here. Cyan, this is the probably biggest one we have. Just hit with a 3k or more before lethal. I'll see if I can pull that together. In code, I might just do Azabel against you just because I don't get to play it often. And usually whenever I play it, people have this weird thing with that where they just disconnect. And I don't mean like when I start playing, I mean after they win the coin toss, they keep disconnecting. I don't know why that keeps happening. It's the weirdest thing ever. And I don't mean like in ranked, I mean in casual, where it means nothing. It just keeps happening. Multiple times. Oh, is it about to happen here? Siren, if I'm having connection issues and it's hurting your side, I'm so sorry. Also, it only matters if you draw your funny card. Looks like we might be having connections. Let's try again. Oh, we both have to click at the same time, huh? Oh, okay. If you draw the funny card, let me know. I will gladly wait around for it to go through if you have it, because I want to see what it does. Are we having connection issues all the way through right now? Damn you, Comcast. Comstar, damn you! Also, I was about to shake my mug to really express my entire bit right there. Then I realized there's still coffee in there. That would have been bad. Again. Also, Gardner, whenever you have the time and look at the Destiny board, it's one of your favorites. Oh, I think someone played that against me recently, and it crushed me. And sorry, I already got to choose turns first. I think I broke it. Oh, no, you made... Okay, we made it in this time. We connected this time. There is definitely a connection issue, though. Okay, this time we made it in. Alrighty. Also, am I the only one who just likes to place their mouse right in the absolute center when it does the spirally thing? Maybe that's just me. I am a little weird, so... Alright, we're going to do it again. No funny card yet? Okay. Ooh. Oh, those are cool sleeves. It looks like lava rocks. They're glowing and everything. Wait, is that the dinosaur? Oh, is it? Oh, I think I might know what deck this is if he's playing what I think. Or not. I don't know what that... Dinomorph Theresa. 1. Cool art. 2. If this card is normal special summon, Dinomorphia, trapped around... no, things going on. Gotta watch. Oh, that's a lot more cards to drop since I looked away. Oh, damn. I wonder how this deck runs. Destroy by battle, graveyard banish. Oh, and it searches up. Oh, it gets traps. Oh. Now that's nice. Especially when they're enter effects. Molcharmy. My favorite to draw on turn 2. Is it bad that my favorite thing about Albaz isn't Albaz? It's that he can put something in the graveyard. Wait. Hey, half your life? The fuck, man? Oh, so whoa, that art goes hard. God damn. I'm actually just going to play this right now because I think I might want it. Oh, here's the funny. I've never Molcharmied myself on my own turn intentionally. Done it plenty unintentional times without realizing. And Gardner, you're gonna head out? Alright, thanks for dropping in, man. Whoa. Seriously, the art on this is so... It's literally dinosaurs and people in power armor. Or at least that's what it looks like. Is that a giant dragon? Oh, it's a giant dinosaur. It's a giant it's a mech-equipped dinosaur. No, it's all mech. It's a mechasaur fighting an actual regular robot. What set even is this? Nice art. Dude. Oh, this is so cool, man. I have never seen this deck before. Your opponent cannot activate effects of monsters that have greater attack or equal to your life points. Oh. Not activate effects greater or equal to the life points. Okay. Let's see. Wait, is he going to kill himself before I can? Or are they going to bring in one of those guys who does damage based on the missing life? I've been killed by that a few times. What does this do? You can use... This card is destroyed by battle effect. You can summon more dinos. Rex turn? What? This is such a cool deck. But it's so nerve-wracking to be that low on health, man. This was activated before that. Effective monsters cannot be activated. You know, I'm just going to use this right now because I think I can get use out of it. Let's see. What can I do? Ooh, a Necro. The biscuits are done. They're pretty good. Oh, I'm so jealous right now. I can't cook to save my life. My wife does, though, and she's an amazing cook. But we didn't buy the stuff for biscuits. Again. Goddamn art. Let's see. Do they have a response? If they do, that might be a problem. Negate the activation. Ooh. Yeah, that kind of hurts. I think I can... Getting rid of the weakness that I had to deal with. That's a problem. Alright. I need passive effects to make this work. Okay. Huh. Yeah, the card actually paid off a bit. Will it auto get countered? Even from the hand, or is it only on the field? No, it didn't say anything about the field. It was... Opponents cannot activate effects. Oh no, but she's 0 attacks, so it's safe. Can I affect this? This might actually be stopping me a bit. Bad Maxi, you finished summoning? Yeah, but oddly enough, it drew the ash for me, which is the only thing I got off it. Not saying that's good, but it's definitely something. Yep. Let's see what I can pull together then. Let's get those in the graveyard. And if I have the stuff for it... See, almost every combo I have right now, it all relies around activating effects. So turning that off actually does hurt me quite a bit. If I had been able to steal the monster, that might be different. But no go on that. Anyone else coming up? Let's see. Is it only on the field? They control. So I guess that would imply field, unless I'm wrong. Can't really do much else right now, so let's try moving on. Does he even work from the graveyard? I don't think he would if it does imply everywhere. Control. Oh, no, it did. Oh, okay. Put a little defense on that. And that's probably the end of my turn. Yeah. Unless they have a way to get their health back up. Oh, it don't feel so weird, though. Also, Bill, one of the go-to prayer plants is Chimera Rafflesia, which has a once per turn effect that allows you to banish one level 7 or lower monster on the field. If there are none, it banishes itself, but you can choose to do it. Okay. A Siren. GG, by the way. Yeah, I think you might have this one. Duh? Oh. Well, now. Polymerization, yeah. Interesting. What are you pulling up? Horn stars. Oh, wasn't that one of the the Orichalcos ones? No, maybe not. I might be thinking of a different one. And now everyone's at 0 attack. So you can probably just run right through the 3 I have that are not in defense. Yeah, that'd do it. Ah, I see how this works. But that means I have a few options now. So ideally what I need to do is get rid of everyone I have who's not in defense mode. That limits how much damage I could take now. Oh, and now I got eggs. Eggs for days, you could say. This guy's still too big to do anything, but he's at least in defense mode. Oh, he can attack. Oh, he attacks through. All right, we're doing better here. It's still defense mode. That egg was summoned face up or in attack position, man. But cannot pop the egg. Oh, it's pop the baby. I get it. Yeah, because the eggs that need to stop. It's the dinosaur combo. Honestly, the dinosaur deck is kind of fun, man. Okay, I can see this. Wait, what's that do? Normal special summon. Oh, it just does flat out damage, doesn't it? Oh! Oh, that's good. That's cool. Oh, dude. GG, man. GG. Because I still couldn't use anyone's abilities because they weren't too weak. I think if I had been able to get rid of 3 on my field, that might have done it, but it didn't quite work out. All right. And for the last one today, it'll be me and Codemaker, and this will be the last one. Also, Siren, your Mighty Morphin Power Ranger Dino deck is fun. Yep, I see it now. It definitely is. That actually was really cool. Surprisingly, I had the connection issues, and it didn't fuck up during the match. That's weird, because normally when I see connection issues, all I see is connection issues. It was a pleasant surprise. Oh, are we going full heroes on this one, Code? Oh, cool. Okay. I wonder how this works out. One sec. Oh, this is definitely a hand. It is the most hand of hands that I've ever handed. Handily, even. Okay. Yeah, if you have a counter, that might do me some damage. Let's see what happens. Also, I wish I could zoom in on the back of the art. It looks so intimidating. There's going to the reasoning. And we got 2 cards! Siren, next week? Next week, we'll be doing Ultra Kill, because that's the next thing I overrun. So it'll be a bit. I might try and do it sometime during streams, but I'll probably need to find time dedicated just for this otherwise. Infinite Impermanence? Yeah. That'd do it. Let's do it again. I've been told this card is banned in the TCG. Or, like, limited down to 1. I don't quite know the difference. I mean, I know the difference. I just don't know which one it is. Really? Really? Are you kidding me? One card? I like this deck. I swear I like this deck. I didn't take out... It doesn't even matter. The one extra card in here isn't even the one that came up. Yeah, that's fine. Destroy all attack position monsters. Alright. I mean, you did half the effect anyways. Taking a risk on that, getting rid of the lava golem. I think it'll work out, but... We'll find out. It's probably the best option. Alright. Alright, code. Let's see what you got. Dark Fusion. Oh! Evil Hero Adjusted... or Adjusted Gold. Discard one card. Oh, actually, things happening. I missed what happened. That's on me. Ooh, what do we have here? Evil Assault. Wait, these are all evil hero themed? Oh. Okay, I'm curious. What? Let's see what happens if I do this now. Seriously, though, that's a lot of life loss. If I fucked up, I might just give them the game right now. Hopefully that was a piece they needed to keep around. Right. Also, Bill, this is the deck you warned me about, a lemon-scented melting corpse. Oh, God. All right, Snake Eyes, Venom Dragon. Vengeance Dragon, sorry. Let's say no to that. Banish card. Evil Hero Sinister. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't screw me up too much. And see if I can take away some of their power. And this deck has a lot of ways to negate. Be prepared to negate the negates that does the negates for the negates. Oh God, Bill. To be fair, the things they let to go through still didn't do much. Let's set this instead. One more out of the deck. Send the previous one to the graveyard. Get a new one in. See if I can bait out a negate. Oh, hello there. Maybe this will actually work. Oh! Not what I meant to do! Oh! And code, I'm more or less preventing you to take advantage of the field. Yep. And then I put the 0 attack person in attack mode. Oh. Yeah, I want to put that back. Not sure what it does. Let's find out. Also, the Dominus combo there, just like one summoning the other, is double negates. I don't know why I haven't seen that everywhere. Because it banishes, doesn't let you play black cards. And those are the, dark cards. Those are the absolute strongest ones, probably. Let's get some cards. Actually, this works. That's banished, not graveyard. It doesn't go off. Damn it! Either way, it's fine. I think that's enough damage. Make sure not to accidentally destroy my own monsters. So, Code, I do want to ask, though, if I hadn't gotten really lucky in top decking the control aspects, how would that deck have gone? Because I know Predaplant is, you get the Predaplants out and you fuck over your opponent. I saw some of the upper end stuff, man, it scares the shit out of me. But I do want to know what it does. Also, good game, by the way. Do want to see how that deck plays, because I've seen so many things about people talk about heroes being terrifying. I think I did play against one who killed me so fast I don't actually remember how they did it. Like, I looked away to check out their card, I looked back and I lost. Oh. I should probably actually turn the room off. Yeah. If there's anyone here, sorry about that. Oh. Okay, I know I spent a lot longer on that than I meant, but it was freaking fun, man. I do enjoy playing against you guys. So right now, though, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get something... Oh, I actually have water already. Nice. But we'll come back and we will finish up the last part of the iceberg. It's only 48 minutes. Okay, I'll be honest. I thought that I would be looking at another 2-hour video. Nope, apparently we're actually close to the end. It'll be another 2 hours. My wife will appreciate that because I don't think she likes it when I go past 3. Or 4. Oh, yeah, I definitely pissed her off. She heard. Oh, I'm in trouble. Love you, dear. Well, I'm already in trouble. Might as well just leave it at where it's at. Yeah. Yeah. Also, according to code, I would have summoned evil heroes to swarm and add more cards. Oh, so they keep multiplying in effect. And Bill mentioned has several ways of applying using predator counters for the predator plant deck. Even a card that allows you to use opposing monsters with predator counters as material for fusions. It also turns XYZ strategies that aren't that many good rank 1 XYZ summons with level 2 synchros. Oh, okay. But yeah, I'll be right back and we'll finish this up. Someone's sleeping on the couch tonight. In my defense, it's a very nice couch. I'm there a lot. Metaphorically. Yeah. Oops. But yeah, I'll be right back and we'll finish up the final bit of the iceberg. Oh, for everyone who didn't hear it earlier, I'm going to not put this part up after this video is done. It'll be taken down, not even members only. And I will take out all of the previous parts, so they're not going to be visible for anyone. And then I will recompile them into one giant video and put that up as the entire iceberg in one go. So yeah, just to give everyone a heads up. So if it just happens to disappear right away, that's why. Be right back though. And we're back. Oh god, Siren, I see your comment about streaming from the couch to max revenue. Oh god, if I fuck around too much, I might have to. Are there any level 2 synchros at all? I don't actually know much about synchro summoning, Bill, so I can't actually answer that. Also, I realize we're still on the wrong camera, so probably should switch that around. Let's see if it's back. Oh, that's not good. Oh, good, it's back. I thought it actually... I actually turned it on quite a bit before this. I thought the camera broke. That would absolutely really panic me if that happened. I actually have my backup old camera, but that's the old one that had trouble. Like, it auto-focused on anything but me. As opposed to this one that occasionally focused on anything but me. Woo. Okay, panic averted. All right. Let's get this doing. Also, according to code, Formula Synchron is a level 2 synchro. Okay. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm not. Okay, I'm not muted. That would be embarrassing. All right. Oh, I definitely need to do a quick test of the audio to make sure it's not too much on the wrong side.
The 4-part duel between Yugi and Joey in Battle City. Well, now if I want to follow the story on only my Game Boy, the whole thing doesn't make sense.
Okay, now we're good. I think that's at the right audio level. Alrighty then. Let's drop into the final bit of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg. Speaking of, hey, final bit of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Iceberg. Oh, good. I did leave a like already. I did subscribe to Bumbles McFumbles. It'd be really embarrassing if I didn't. Let's see where this goes. Just going to wait for that to go away. Okay, we're good. All right. Am I the one who just likes going through this every now and again and just waiting to pause to see what random card they get? Oh, hey, Dragon Maid Hospitality. Hell yeah. I'm going to call that a win. Angel Trumpeter. Is it a plant blowing a plant? That is a sentence that definitely has meaning. Ga 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 girl. Isn't that just alternate art dark magician girl? Oh, yeah, I can see why. What? It's ducks farming with other ducks around them? What? Dude, sorry, I just have a fun time with that. Is that a fairy being summoned out of food? I shouldn't be surprised considering all the other food-related things. Oh, God, the tempura. I should not have paused right here. This is actually hurting me. Oh, God. The final part. The final part for now. Who wants to bet as soon as I finish this, he's going to release the final part. Part 2 of finals. If he does, I'm just going to look at this and go, son of a bitch. Okay, it's playing. How weird are we going to get into the final one? What?
It's all over after this. We gotta start strong.
What?
We're all familiar with emoticons.
How do you even put a triangle in an emoticon? You know, I thought I was aware of them. I did not know many of these. Oh, dear God.
As much as I would love wasting your time recounting the history of the American Standard Code for information interchange, it wouldn't really be worth it.
Wait, this is an official code? That hurts me in more ways than I thought.
That. Various ASCII emoticons are famous for...
I'm sorry, I know it's supposed to be shaving the whipped cream, but there's so many things wrong with this. One, that is a foot of shaving cream. I'm assuming this is either AI or probably 3D added in, because if this was physical effects, what the hell, man?
For their use, but in the terminally online space, perhaps the most famous is a woo, representing two closed eyes and a cat mouth.
You know, I don't actually know what this is supposed to mean. All I think is it means I'm being a troll and trying to look cutesy while doing it. It's like, oh no, I turned off your power. Ooh woo. Hope you didn't like having cell phone service. Ooh woo. I accidentally axe murdered your entire family and now hunting you down with a mask on my face while screaming. Ooh woo. You know, the standard ones.
Usually meant to represent something cute or innocent. It's more specifically a cow-emoji. ASCII art emojis originating from 80s Japan.
Oh.
This itself has spin-off emoticons like a whoa and twit, representing surprise and crying respectively. A woo, though, has taken on a life of its own outside of simply being a way to punctuate a cute message or...
I'm sorry, can we just acknowledge the clip he's using right now for ooh woo? Like, literally
taken on
this.
a life of its own outside of simply being a way to punctuate a...
We're talking about ooh woo and the words masculine energy come up, and I'm just going here. Okay. Femboys apparently dominate masculinity. Confirmed by Bumbles McFumbles. Is that what he's going for? Yeah, sure, why not?
Cute message or post. A woo became tied to various online subcultures like scene culture and Tumblr, which emphasized a cute or innocent appearance.
I'm not on Tumblr. I'm assuming this is just what it's all like. Although I think this is AI for some reason. I don't know why I think it's AI. Probably something about the horse.
Taking off especially in the mid to late 2010s.
Oh yeah, no, that's AI. It's like the body was turning at a different rate from the rest of the scene. That's why.
As these groups began meeting up more commonly in real life and began verbalizing the emoticon. This took it from simply being a U, W, and U to a woo, which is how it would sound when said out loud. It's grown to represent a lot depending on the context it's used.
I feel like I should know these characters, but I don't know these characters. Homestuck. Okay, never mind. It's Homestuck. I get it now. Everything makes sense.
Sincerely, ironically,
Why the fuck, out of all the things I fail to remember, this is the one I remember? I would actually kind of prefer not remembering that part. Okay.
nostalgically, parodically, it's become something more than almost any other emoticon. And while a majority of them have been abandoned in favor of emojis or stickers or reaction GIFs, Awoo has stuck around. It's natural to ask then, what are the origins of the emoticon itself? That's not a very easy question to answer, though, due to the nature of the internet. AI. The sites that would have originally hosted the communities that you...
Oh god, that's so much 90s intro anime. Ranma, I don't recognize the frog, Chibi-Usa. I keep wanting to say My Little Pony when I see this, and I know that's not correct. Sailor Moon, a lot of Sailor Moon. Ooh, really? Goten. Okay, sure. There's My Little Kitty. Why do I remember it when I see the bow, but nothing else, but not the actual full character? Okay, sure, why not?
Used Awoo are long gone. And as for the casual usage, that would have been in chats like AOL Instant Messenger or other direct messaging.
I'd say pour one out for AOL Instant Messenger. It was the real one. And after that, we got stuck with everything else. I'm looking at you, teams. Goddamn you. Also, according to Wave, Hello Kitty is 3 apples tall. My God.
Apps.
How big
There's
are those
no
apples,
way to
and where can I
preserve
find
those
one?
without screenshots, so nailing down its early usage is hard. That early usage, by the way, only applies to the English-speaking half of the internet. We know it comes from Japan, but we're focusing solely on the English half.
Would there be a lot of cross-pollination at this point? I mean, I'd assume so because Nintendo, but maybe I'm wrong.
The earliest recorded example of Awoo comes from the site Vixen Controlled Library by the user Ghislaine Deslieri.
Interesting art.
If you're not willing to go to decades-old furry art sites to do research, you're half the man I am.
Research is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Oh no, I think my wife is watching. Oh no, I might be in trouble. Yeah, we're just moving on.
This, though, only exists as a screenshot, rather than a tangible piece of accessible content.
I wonder if they're ever going to think their entire impact in history is being the oldest known instance of Uwu. That's definitely one weird claim to fame.
For that, you have to go to fanfiction.net. This is a website.
I have spent so many hours on this website. Specifically old-fashioned, like looking up crossovers for Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, that's where I started. What were some of the others? I didn't get obsessed with Worm yet, but I was on this website so much. Oh, man. What was the other really good crossover bait? Oh, I don't remember. It's still around, and honestly, I still don't like light or dark mode on this website, but it's a good repository if anything else.
Fuck you, you can guess what it does, and the fic we're looking...
Yep, this is still exactly what it is. Although, give them props. The website found out exactly how to make it look generic enough that it kind of just works, and it's just kind of stuck that way forever. Unlike a lot of websites that constantly update and sometimes fuck it up, it's like, this is good enough, we're set. It's kind of like the... I'm going to say something I did not expect to bring up in this video. It's like the Craigslist of general fan fiction websites. It's so incredibly cheaply run that if they get any ad revenue, it might be sufficient. Good on them if that's the case.
For is Genie of the Puzzle by Daku Kitsune, a puzzle shipping fic. Puzzle shipping is the ship name for Yugi and Atem.
I mean, Atem already got inside Yugi. Soul deep, you could say.
Meaning that the earliest recorded usage of Awoo in the English-speaking internet that we can still access is from a Yu-Gi-Oh fanfiction. The part we care about is the preamble of chapter.
Notes: Yami's personal thoughts. Yugi's personal thoughts. Yami to Yugi via mind link. Yugi to Yami via mind link. Line breaks. God, I remember when everyone had to include the notes of how they're going to say what means what. And I'm just sitting here going, if it's not obvious to the reader without explaining it, don't do it. Sorry. When it comes to writing, I immediately go super harsh. It happens every time. I don't know why. No, wait. Yeah, I do. Literally have a master's in fiction. This is actually personal. Words. Ji-chan. Grandpa. Oh, God, they're explaining that. That's not a bad thing, and I guess it's how you learn. And I don't mind the word one nearly as much, but the thoughts about notes of how to say which one's which.
Chapter 6, where the author apologizes for how long chapters are taking to come
Oh yeah. Ooh, ooh, I deserve it.
out, and there we can see it.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Woo. The important things. This is not the first usage of a woo.
It's
These
not.
are not the origins of a woo. Yu-Gi-Oh! Did not invent the phrase.
I mean, I kind of wish it would, because that would be hilarious.
The story often gets misreported as any of those things, but it's only what I said. The earliest recorded usage on the English-speaking internet.
To be fair, it's pretty common in a lot of platforms that it's not the first who is credited with something, it's the first recorded who is credited with something. I think there's a phrase for that. I'm not sure if it's publication bias or not, but there is actually a phrase where that is legitimately a problem that happens, where someone could just lose credit because they didn't document the first instance of something, and the first person who's found to do it is just there. Is that the case? Yeah, sometimes.
That we can get to. That said, in a custody case, this is our evidence.
Our custody case evidence is Dark Magician Girl. To be fair, if I was the judge, I'd be like, you win. What are we doing? I don't know. Traffic court? Sure, you get a ticket. Wait, I'm with plaintiff. You lose it then. Yeah, I guess that's just how it goes. There's a reason I don't go to court.
The Leov cocaine bust.
I'm sorry, we just went from ooh fan fiction, haha, Yu-Gi-Oh! To okay, we're just going to do a full-on cocaine bust? What are we bringing in, SWAT and the DEA or something? Are they actually bringing in SWAT and the DEA? Yeah, this is the lower end of an iceberg. It's so incredibly weird, there's no other way to describe it. We're just going full DEA on this thing. Hide the dogs. No, that's more FBI, whatever.
Have you ever wanted to call the cops on a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player?
What?
Have you ever not wanted to call the cops on a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player? Crime and Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't usually go together, but there are more than a few examples of some illegal stuff happening during a game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
And I'm not just talking about misplays.
I mean, all of the murder and the genocide, technically, if you're in charge, it's not illegal.
Usually if there's going to be any illegal stuff going on during a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game, it's physical assault. Players who get too upset and angry over a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! When they end up doing something violent, like flipping a table or attacking another player.
Yeah. Again, I've heard stories, mostly from the Magic community, and people murdered over a Black Lotus back before it hit its current high price of whatever it's at now. Like in the 90s murdered. So, it's like still expensive, but by comparison, yeah.
We're not talking about such pedestrian examples of breaking the law, though. This one time, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was involved in something much, much bigger. For this story, we're going to Australia.
I'm assuming the next phrase is, these cards were really high priced.
Australia, New South Wales in particular. On August 23rd, 2022, a major drug bust was done in Fairfield, which resulted in the seizure of over 4 pounds of cocaine, 2 pounds of ice, and the arrest of 5 people in connection.
Oh, ice is another drug name. That's why.
With the drugs. This was a massive drug dealing organization with ties all across Australia that had been pinned down to this very specific street in West Sydney.
Damn.
With 5 buildings being raided by Australia's Raptor Squad.
I'm sorry. Australia is allowed to name their police units things like raptors? What next? The Kiwis? Sorry, the emus? Actually, no, that might be too offensive. To Australians, referencing the fact that they lost a war to them.
I have questions, I know you do, but Raptor Squad is just the name of Australia's specialized police unit dealing with organized crime.
I just realized they put them in an ice cooler for the back of the vehicle. Oh my god.
All the other divisions have to bum it with actual job titles. Meanwhile, Raptor Squad gets to be...
No, I'm with them on that one, including the Tarkov reference. Nice.
The Raptor Squad.
Can we acknowledge this is just really hardcore, man? It's like if you were naming a unit of police to go after drug dealers in a video game and you had full carte blanche, you'd be like, nah, Raptor's too on the nose. And then reality is just biting you in the face with like, nah, we did it.
All in all, $2 million in cash was found at the scene,
Goddamn.
as well as $800,000 worth of drugs. But that wasn't all they found.
What?
Sticking out like a sore thumb in all of the photos released from the raid is stacks of boxes of Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Lightning Overdrive.
There was nearly 300 boxes of cards found at the scene.
And tissues. And I'm going to assume that's ibuprofen and not lube. I'm just going to come to the obvious conclusion, seeing a bunch of tissues, cards, and unspecified substances in a jar, and say that obviously the drug dealers were also scalping cards. And they were doing drugs to finance their hobby, since there's no money in doing it for Yu-Gi-Oh! Except for the times there is.
The price of which hovers around $50,000. Why did the
I'm sorry, how much did you tap it?
The price of which... There was nearly 300 boxes of cards found at the scene, the price of which hovers around $50,000.
So it was cocaine, ice, and Yu-Gi-Oh! A major drug ring was trafficking in cocaine, ice, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. So if you're ever looking online to get those secondhand cards, make sure they're not dusted.
Why did the Australian drug trade seem to be so interested in new Utopia support? Well, the time this happened exactly is really important when considering what
COVID?
this was. 2022 was the tail end of the
COVID. Yeah. Also, it might be the tail end of the huge hype for games. But oddly enough, a lot of it, while the demand has gone down, it hasn't died off like some people forecasted.
COVID lockdowns. And during that time, card games...
So apparently, yes. I'm not even making a joke when I said that card games were right up there. Card games were so profitable, it made drug cartels start looking for legitimate businesses of scalping. There's a lot of words I just said, man. Virtual World My Hime? Lulu? I have never even seen a deck around this one. Okay.
Had boomed. During the lockdown, card games switched from being a hobby to a speculative market.
Yeah. Again, I played Magic. I know what happens next.
In the same way people sold old Disney tapes for hundreds, famous card...
They did what now? I got multiple family members who just have entire libraries of Disney tapes. Which one are they looking for?
Cards like first edition Charizard were selling for hundreds, thousands, heck, millions of dollars.
How much? I mean, I never had a Charizard, but goddamn!
As a result, the speculator bubble on card games was bigger than it ever had been, and cannot pop soon enough. A lot of speculators, though, are dumb and don't know what they're doing.
Not this guy in particular, or maybe he is, I don't know. Is the Rogue's Dragon really... Oh, it's like the ghost foil. I think I've heard of that. It looks cool. I'll be honest, I'd rather see the card. Maybe that's just me. I love the full art foils, though. Those are so cool looking.
So they'll just buy product, hoping that whatever big flashy card is on the cover or has the most sparkles on it will be worth $1 pentillion in 50 years. The comics bubble of the 90s could teach us a lot.
There was a comic bubble in the 90s? Yeah. I have no idea about that. This is actually the first time I've even heard about. I don't also follow comics that much, so maybe that's on me.
Could. This leads us nicely to the time frame
People reminding themselves that bubbles exist and somehow jumping on them is not a good idea. Who'd have thought?
again. 2021 to 2022, when Yu-Gi-Oh was swinging at ghosts and missing every softball they could.
What?
The quality of packs wasn't low per se, there were good and bad ones.
Okay, not gonna lie. The Magic Karibo. It's like a Dark Magician Karibo. Is there a Karibo deck? I don't even care if it's good. I just kind of want that. Like, legitimately, it's just adorable, man. Ah.
But the value of the boxes themselves was terrible. You'd get a pack like Blazing Vortex with all of its value tied up in a now $3 card, or Dawn of Majesty, that only held value thanks to Starlight Rare Stardust. There was little to no incentive to buying product when it would have just been easier to buy single copies of the cards you needed.
Yep.
And so people who did...
To be fair, that holds up with every card game. Unless you're going for like very expensive one-of cards that you're only going to find one of ever in your entire lifetime, and it's so goddamn expensive that dropping $10,000 on buying all the boxes is actually a financially sound investment. In which case, you're dreaming, don't do that.
Stockpile worthless sets.
Also, I'm being told there is a massive Karibo deck. Ooh. And it even gets new support. Oh shit, that's actually pretty cool.
We're sitting on maybe a decent Starlight, but that's it. Yu-Gi-Oh's aggressive reprint policy and eternal format also made sure that chase cards like Pot of Prosperity didn't hold their value forever the way a card like Black Lotus or Charizard do.
Although in Black Lotus's case, it's because they banned the shit out of that in all of the formats because it is overpowered. If Magic had moved to the Black Lotus as the standard format to make sure it didn't get too powerful, it would be a very different game. And probably have burned itself out way faster. I'm not saying it's burning itself out now. I'm saying the investors are doing that.
Frostby is always
and purple. Do I have Wind Up Kitten? Unfortunately not.
Going to be playable. It's never going to get rotated out. And players at large don't care if their Frostby is secret, common, ghost, or platinum.
I mean, I know a lot of people who do because I've watched videos, and I will admit, seeing a foil treatment on a card and then the card is not immediately warped from the moment you open the pack does make me kind of like the foiling treatment more. I'm just burned on literally decades of foils in Magic being worse than regular cards because they come pre-bent in half. So many times. Yeah. Also, Bill, you still have Nightmare of Karibo with human hands that showed up in the manga? Oh, God. That would be moderately terrifying.
They just need the card. It might be $100 at time of release, but now you can pick it up for $1. Cards have to be special to hold their value over time.
Or just be incredibly evergreen. I think I have a few like that, actually.
Like being a super rare rarity, or being a prize card from a tournament. All of this is to explain the circumstances of the boxes found at the drug bust, which were boxes of Lightning Overdrive.
Yeah.
This was a set from the era of low value that had Starlight Black Rose, Diviner of the Heralds, and Mu Beta Fafnir. These were the only chase cards in the set worth any amount of money.
So I'm assuming they probably bought them really cheap then because they're super unaffordable, and then selling them really high because a lot of investors would be buying into it without knowing what they're buying.
Trying to speculate or resell boxes of Lightning Overdrive was a bad investment. So why did they have the boxes in the first place?
Or were they just the bad investors who got stiffed by it?
Simple. Money laundering. Money that you get from drugs is dirty money. If it's traced, then you're in big trouble. However, if you get money from selling cards as a part of this big speculator market, then you're all set. Basically, swap the drug money for card money, and you're in the clear.
Yep, and if you get a lot of money in cash to buy cards, yeah, you don't know where it comes from, it's cash. Yeah, that would do it.
This only works, though, if you actually swap the cards for money. Instead, all that happened was they bought the $50,000 in cards, and then couldn't get rid of them. Remember how I said the bust went down in 2022?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Leov was released in the previous year in 2021.
Leov?
June 3rd in Australia specifically.
Oh, Lightning Overdrive.
The dealers had to have been sitting on worthless boxes of cards for a year at that point, and were probably just keeping them to see if they'd appreciate in value.
Yeah, and who knows? Eventually, collectors of a certain box, you just want to open it, is a thing. Also, people were mentioning in the chat that individual boxes actually keep value better than the cards within them, so maybe that's the case.
The situation drew instant jokes from the Yu-Gi-Oh fandom, with the number one joke being that cops were tipped off because nobody would willingly buy that much Lightning Overdrive without being on drugs.
Although there is a thing with speculative investments of going into incredibly bad sets and buying all of it. It's like the kind of person who goes out in Magic the Gathering and buys all the Homeland boxes they can find after Homeland crashed, but before the boom in the entire value, because it's a stupid set. No one wants it. Everyone throws away their cards. It's bad. There's nothing in there of value. But if you buy everything super cheap because it's horrible, and then you control the market, if anyone wants anything for speculative reasons, such as, well, this is an interesting card, or hey, maybe there's one card in there that's worth value someday, or more just collector pieces of this is so old it becomes valuable due to the age, suddenly you have things that are valuable. It's very speculative and very easy to do bad, but that is entirely a thing where people will buy a stake in a specific card that is not being reprinted, or they have only the first edition of it and they have all of it. And I'm not talking like they have a lot of it. I'm talking all as in actively hunted down them all. Very easy to fuck up. Very easy to buy something terrible. Very easy to basically buy high because you think it's on the low end, and then it turns out, no, it can go even lower and you lose all your money. This is why speculation is a bad idea. But it happens, and usually with people who have done it enough times otherwise, that they kind of get fucked up and do the wrong thing without realizing they're making the wrong choice. Or they're right, and you find out because they just got tons of money. Speculation, man. You don't know which way it's going to go, because if you did, it wouldn't be speculative. Also, Troa, your bud has a complete set of all the Portal sets. Oh, I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool, because I just keep thinking Half-Life, Portal from the orange box. I know that's not the case, but it sounds interesting.
Assassin cards.
How is that a thing?
So I've worked really hard to try to make this iceberg as legit as possible.
Wait, are we talking like Assassin's Creed crossover cards that were not entirely legit, but also in there somehow? That's the only thing I can think of.
I've given up on interesting facts that would have made for sensational entries simply because I can't verify them. I'll give you an example. I got this one from a source who knows a source who knows a source.
Also known as the utter bullshit level of verification. But sounds fun either way. Also, Wave, you mentioned they have got to be uncut sheets of Mercadian Masks out there somewhere. I mean, probably, yeah.
But apparently, Valance and Scareclaws were meant to be the same archetype at one point.
I have a single Scareclaws card. I don't know why. I think it was just in a pack. But Valance I've never heard of. Looks like giant mechs with giant guns. And giant mech wings. Oh, that's why. They're pendulum. That's why I don't know.
It makes some sense if you look at the design space of both archetypes, with them both caring about columns and zones and spaces, but I mean, how am I going to verify something like that? I think the worst thing I could do is put all this effort in and then fuck up. I owe it to anybody who's put in the time.
Okay, I will admit that does look pretty cool. I've never played with a Scareclaws deck, and I'm assuming that's what we're looking at. This might just be me, but sometimes the foiled treatment means I cannot read. Oh, it's Evil Eye. Oh, it's an Evil Eye deck. I can't read some of the card names because they just disappear. Maybe that's just my problem. Also, Silverdust. They what? How? Yeah. How not?
Time to watch this whole endeavor to at least try to give you the real facts. But it is the last part. Assassin cards aren't a broadly defined series of things in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, and more like minor mass psychosis.
I mean, we've already got to specific psychosis. How crazy are we going on this one?
Assassin cards are a theory of the community that certain cards aren't made with the intent of being good or relevant or competitive, but serve some sort of ulterior motive. You might immediately think of a card like Flux Ocean Field.
What?
A card that's currently exclusive to the TCG that's massively powering up Magnet Warrior decks. making them meta.
Oddly enough, I think I've only played maybe 2 Magnet Warriors, and one of them was actually during a stream against someone who just pulled up the deck because they thought it was cool. And he kicked my ass with it. It was cool. But I don't think I remember seeing this card, or it was gone really fast.
Whereas in Japan, they aren't. No, that makes sense, and is a common thing that happens with TCG-exclusive cards, buoying decks that in the OCG didn't see the results they were supposed to. Well, then...
Because they would know that this deck isn't going to perform, so they add a card to let it perform so they get more sales out of it. That kind of actually makes sense. Also, the game guy, or the game dome guy, sorry, I keep missing the middle word. I bet Bumbles is only saying that because he is traumatized about having the nuclear Gandhi thing wrong in an old video. The what? The fuck did Gandhi do with nukes? I mean, I know India has them, but I thought he was already dead by that point. Also, Garner, if you want to learn about the Karibo deck, TGS Anime has a good video. Ooh, I might actually.
Does it mean cards that are meant to kill certain formats?
Oh, so like you have a board breaker who's good against the current board. Kind of like how I think Branded was the killer to Cool Tunes. Although it kind of ended up being a very even format now that I think about it.
We already talked about how Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon killed the 2016 Worlds format by boxing out the best decks, so is it cards like that?
I still play against this deck and lose my ass. Yeah, they just steal it. It's gone. It's not even mine anymore. I have to go rent it out, and it's like, please, sir, may I have my seat back?
Dingirsu the Orcust of the Evening Star is clearly meant to be Orcust's answer to meta-constituent Thunder Dragon Colossus.
What?
Or even...
I mean, I just played against that guy in interesting art. But yeah, I played against the Orcust deck earlier. It was actually pretty good.
Something as simple as GB Hunter stopping Gladiator Beasts.
Cards on the field cannot be returned to the deck. Interesting effect. Love the art.
No.
But I don't think I know any decks that still do that.
Those are much more pointed, but still within the mechanics of the game. Entirely sensible. Assassin cards are when design goes a bit deeper and has a function outside of the game itself. The one that I think started the idea that Konami would try to do something like this is the B-Trooper archetype.
I mean, the concept that they might try and do this isn't impossible, but the development time on a set would not have the same turnover. For an assassin card to be made and then introduced into a format, it would probably have to be against a dominant archetype that had been dominant for so long that they probably would have just banned it and fixed the issue well in advance. Because that would be the best way to do it. That's the only thing I can think of. Either that or they're about to discontinue a set and they're trying to soften the blow by getting rid of it. But I don't think they've done that either because they just stopped printing them. Also, the civilization thing with Nuclear Gandhi. There was a theory about the aggressiveness of the CPU opponents being bugged in a way that would cause Gandhi to loop around to hyper-aggression. In the first game, somehow let Gandhi live long enough. He adopts democracy that makes him have -1 aggression. That overflows him to 200 aggression out of 10. Oh, God. That's definitely fun, man.
B-Troopers are a TCG-exclusive archetype who were made famous for fucking up their second wave of support so badly that we flinch every time a TCG-exclusive archetype gets a second wave.
After this card is fusioned, 4 insect monsters too, so wiping your own board. It is unaffected by other cards' effects until the end of the next turn. Not bad. So basically end of your opponent's turn, unless you do it on your turn. And then it would hit your effects. At the end of the battle phase, target 1 insect monster with 3,000 or less attack in the graveyard, special summon it. Only 1 ultra once per turn. 4,000 is nice, but if you're not targeted, unaffected by other cards' effects, does that imply you cannot destroy it or banish it? You could probably still tribute it or lava golem it then. Because it's not an effect, it's a cost.
It's an insect deck with a sole purpose, putting out a lot of monsters in order to link summon. Insects have a fairly robust link lineup, including their in-archetype monsters, so it has plenty to do. Among the things it can do is use Insector Picofalena to equip itself with Retaliating Sea.
What? When your opponent activates... I think I have this card, actually. That special summon the monster, you can special summon a card. Okay.
When that card is sent to the graveyard, Like when Pico Falena, the card you equip it to, is used as link material, you can search an Earth insect, which includes Max C. Max
they're
C
insects,
is a card that's haunted Yu-Gi-Oh! For over a decade.
I have it in my deck. I'm not going to say it's a bad idea. I'm going to say it's Master Duel. There's one allowed. And honestly, I think that's perfectly fine. Because it's a nice, special moment when you get it. And then immediately play against a trap-only deck that has absolutely no regular cards that are summoned. It's only cards created by interaction on your turn instead. Every time.
And hearing a deck can now search it over the course of a normal combo is a terrible thing to hear. Max C is banned in America, though. So the territory B-Troopers would debut in would be safe. In the OCG, though, Max C had been legal for as long as it had been in the game.
Is it still legal?
It was semi-limited as,
I mean, this is only 6 months old, so I don't think any big changes have happened like that.
A joke once or twice, but only within the year, back in January, was it finally sunk down to limited.
Is it bad I kind of like having it limited because it's a fun card to use?
The card's continued legality is despite how completely all-consuming it is on the game. If Max C is legal, you have to account for it, because giving your opponent a free draw on Special Summon is so good, your turn isn't worth giving them that much advantage.
Although I have lost after Max C'ing someone many times.
Thing is that B-Trooper and Max C share more than just a combo line. As both were made in America as TCG exclusives. The theory goes that B-Troopers were intentionally designed the way they were to combo with the previously mentioned cards, to make a deck so optimized at getting Max C that the OCG would have no option but to ban it when the deck finally got to Japan.
So that's what they meant by assassin. By forcing someone to see how bad it is so they make a change. But this would also imply that the Japanese OCG is paying attention to the American TCG, or I guess the international TCG, which, I don't know, maybe they are. But I always got the impression is like, you do your thing, we do our thing, and if it's really bad in one, the TCG is more reactive to the OCG. Or at least that's the impression I've been getting so far.
Thus finally putting down the monster they made. The plan seemed flawless.
Except they could, already have it banned, which doesn't make sense for the entire. That's probably the point he's bringing it up. It's a conspiracy theory with the obvious flaw of they already banned it. They don't need to put down the thing they made. They already put it down. Yeah. Also, Wave, the Max C challenge is fun. For some decks, it's possible for them to special summon so many times in a single turn it decks the opponent. That actually is really fun. There's a few decks of mine where I could accidentally do that because I have a lot of graveyard mechanics to put things in my graveyard. If someone played into that when I have Max C out, which I need to remove from that deck for that very reason, I could easily get decked.
Except for when that second wave of support came around and crapped the bed. If you want to turn this from a theory into a conspiracy, you could say that it was purposefully done to punish the TCG for trying to get Max C banned. An even more obtuse example of an assassin card is with the equally underwhelming archetype of Argo Stars.
Really?
Argo Stars are a series of trap monsters, with the main monster, Glorious Adra, letting you...
I actually played against this deck earlier, like, not on stream, but a few times, and it seemed like a very competent deck. On the other hand, I'm me, and I think they were splashing in other formats as well, so maybe I was just against one person who played it really well.
You tag into the one you needed to underwhelm your opponent. On the surface, the deck doesn't really break the game on purpose like B-Troopers. But with Argo Stars, it's all in the name. Alter Reality Games was a massive tournament organizer outside of Konami's authority that started running tournaments around 2013 that rivaled the size of actual YCSs.
Oh, damn.
As far as non-Konami efforts go for putting together tournaments, Alter Reality Games was one of...
I have that deck box, and I wish I had that drink right now. I wouldn't drink it, but it's an absolute bribe to my wife, and she would love it. Note to self, get one of these later.
The biggest and earliest adopters who managed to outdo Konami at their own game.
Oh, damn.
They seriously threatened Konami's bottom line by putting together tournaments in a way that Konami wouldn't. and offered up pricing that we know Konami can't.
Oh.
They made a few controversial decisions across their history, though, that led to them dropping out of favor,
Frogs.
including making choices that dictated the format of the game itself.
Oh.
Alter-reality games would occasionally put out custom ban lists that contradicted what Konami had put out, as well as contradict their status as a vendor. If they wanted to, they would be able to skew the format to unload valuable products at exorbitant prices before a normal Konami ban list would come in.
That's a level of controlling a marketplace that is, I'm not even sure if it's legal, but it's definitely fucked up.
And render their product worthless. Their website and social media have gone dead for half a decade at this point, but...
Only 5 years, right after COVID started. And if they are a card company who went out during the high days of COVID, because that would be 21, that means there was probably a lot of other issues there.
It does still show up. The theory goes that Argo stars were printed just to push down ARG in search results, so when you looked up Yu-Gi-Oh! ARG...
No, that's not what would happen. Mostly because COVID is right when search optimization kind of hit the absolute shit. They don't need to push down search results. They're already broken entirely and utterly. You have to make an active effort to get your stuff seen, let alone to make it to this point. Like, there's a reason people are unironically using AI on a personal level to do searches, because just going into Google sometimes doesn't work anymore because it's so heavily SEO optimized as to render it meaningless now.
You would get Argo stars instead of alter-reality games. That's why the deck is as underwhelming as it is, because it was more important to get the name out there than it was to make it any good. This is especially true of the Japanese name, which stylized the O in Argo with a star, which meant it was ARG all on its own. While this one I definitely put less stock into than the B-Trooper example, and given how ARG had been dead since 2019...
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it was something of a victory lap, though. That might be the case.
It did also work. Now ARG comes after ARG O stars when searching for Yu-Gi-Oh! ARG. It also...
But that's only if your search history even shows you it in the first place, and again, that is not a guarantee, and it hasn't been for years.
So means that ARG...
That said, a lot of people wouldn't have really realized that until more recently, when AI got more popular and really highlighted how broken search was. So maybe it was.
O stars had more of an impact on Google search results than it ever did on the game itself.
Wonder if that deck ever got support then.
Arc 5 Tag Force Special Fan Translation.
Oh, this is either going to be really, really funny or really, really bad, which in my opinion translates it back into being really, really funny.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan translations have existed for a long time.
Yeah.
Not every Yu-Gi-Oh! Game is as lucky as Wheelie Breakers to get officially translated into English. So to understand and appreciate the whole series, fans are often required to translate what Konami won't. Hopefully somebody will be able to translate Forbidden Memories into English from its native Martian. The largest group of games to get fan translations are the Tag Force games.
Wasn't Forbidden Memories a game that was on the Game Boy? Like, in black and white? It sounds very familiar. Probably not the right one, then.
With only the first 2 ever making it to America, and 3 being the last translated into English. The games needed fan support to get over the finish line and translate the rest of the series. We talked about before how these games would give characters who would never get exposure in any other mediums a story, and to leave those untranslated would be a real shame, especially since the games after 3 cover the super popular 5Ds.
Oh.
The community surrounding these translations would grow incredibly protective, and since they were Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans, naturally hated Konami to go along with it. Many were enraged they had to do these translations at all. that Konami was leaving the later Tag Force games in Japan without a proper translation.
Were they just
and
not
that
doing
resentment built with every release. When the final Tag Force game, Arc 5 Special, was released in 2015 for the PSP in Japan only, when the Vita had been available for years to that point, 3 community members decided they were going to translate the game the hard way. Omario, Quantum XM, and Click Clack 01
Those are definitely names. Those are the most names of names that's ever been named. Okay.
worked on a fan translation for Tag Force Special that would release soon after the game's actual release between 2015 and 2016.
Oh, wait, these are actually relatively recent then. Because of the stuff he's talking about, yeah, that would be right when they came out.
Fans were excited for the translation, since the three had worked on previous translations for the Tag Force games.
Oh,
they were
so these are actually guys who did it officially. Konami's not going to like this, will they?
Trusted names. When it came time to play, though, and there were a few odd things off the bat.
A special thanks to, since Konami doesn't know how to run a successful franchise, they decided to port this Yu-Gi-Oh game over to the rest of the world, and thus had to make our own translation. The TFSP translation team worked really hard on it for you guys, so prepare to be satisfied with the game. Ooh. I don't know why, but calling out Konami by name and highlighting it in both bold and another color, yeah.
The game started with a screen thanking the three and saying their translation was made for their love of Tag Force and in spite of their hatred of Konami. Getting into it, and the translations seem pretty standard. There are a few dubisms worked into the text, like Joey saying Yug instead of Yugi. Pretty cute detail. And then Pegasus shows up.
What?
So when I say spite, I
What do they mean, and then Pegasus shows up? How bad we talking here?
mean spite. The Arc 5 Tag Force fan translation was made this way on purpose as an outlet for the people working on it to get out their frustrations and make jokes. Being an accurate translation was not the first thing on their mind.
Because they weren't being paid, so that's probably how they got away with it legally as well. Ooh.
Raunchy jokes and mistranslations in fan translations are nothing new.
I will you with a rake. Oh my god. To be fair, I've seen some shows where that would be the literal thing they say, in some games definitely, but
anybody who tried playing the old Final Fantasy games in the early days of the internet would know that throwing in a few random fucks was just kind of the way things were. Arc 5, though, has more than a few jokes in it.
And remember, kids, gambling is good for you. To be fair, it's how he made his money.
The translation is as offensive and edgy as it can get away with. In between properly translated texts are just some of the most out-of-pocket things you could think of.
What the fuck?
Starting...
Oh my god. Also, according to Bill, Tag Force abridged. Wonderful. Oh god, it basically is official people making it abridged of the game. Oh god.
From least to most egregious, the translation is loaded up with references to Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. Jokes
Thank you, Freaky Fish Guy. Oh my god.
Like Odeon saying gummy bears and calling Mako a freaky fish guy are all over the DM portion of the story. After that is the rampant cursing. The original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime had bad words in it, but it's used so much more liberally and tactlessly in this version. It's never darn, it's always god fucking damn it or shit. It makes the translation feel like less of a labor of love and more just throwing in bad words for the
Gummy bear nonsense. Oh dear.
sake of it. Worse yet, though, is that the translation intentionally included as much objectionable content as possible, whether it was sexual, racial, or just flat-out bad taste. Lowlights include Pegasus being a pedophile.
Considering he's one of the guys who canonically did have a wife, I mean, that doesn't mean anything, but at the same time, there's easier targets. It's probably the look. It's this right here. It's literally the blouse he's wearing. It's that part. If that's not called a blouse, I refuse to believe it.
Bastion being a wannabe rapist. Callan using slurs like f*** it. Crow being a homophobe. Sissy, don't watch this part. This is the
Sissy?
translation's real
Probably
legacy, as even among offensive fan translations, this is really bad. It'll just be trucking along like normal, and then one of your favorite characters will throw out some heinous bullshit, and you'll just have to sit there slack-jawed. Like, Leo and Luna don't talk like that. Not to mention, this game never got an English translation. If you wanted to play through Arc 5 Special, you were just gonna have to wade through all the gay jokes and slurs to try to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! We have options to do that already. If you did want to check out Tag Force Special now, you're not out of luck. People weren't happy with this translation.
So they took the translation and retranslated it? Yeah, actually, that makes sense. The abridged references is kind of funny, but really the rest of it? There's mediums where hyper-offensive things are fine. Again, people in the chat are talking about South Park? Yeah, South Park. If you're not being offensive in South Park, something's wrong. Yu-Gi-Oh! Just doesn't feel like that's where it's going to go. Blood, murder, guts, sure. You want to go hyper-violence? I could honestly, unironically see a Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise, if they ever got off the leash, going that way, and it being accepted by the community. Edgy, raunchy humor? Only in the art. And if you don't know what I mean, you have never been on the internet then.
And thought it was a shame.
Also, Jake, you mentioned Cece is a fan of Crow on Twitter, who draws art of her Yu-Gi-Oh! Sona shipped with Crow. Oh, yeah, that was mentioned earlier, too, in one of the previous icebergs.
That the most available version of the game for Western fans was this abomination of a translation, and they didn't take it lying down. Efforts have been made to either modify or remake the translation to remove the offensive content, with the most recent and complete translation coming by way of GL Lance 99, who cataloged his changes and further mods, like adding in voice lines to the game on his YouTube channel. Since then,
Actually, that's a lot of work on its own right. That's impressive.
Original 3 members of the team have left the community and the internet as a whole.
To be fair, this feels like a fuck you, we're getting our final bit in and we're done with this shit in terms of how to present this. Because if you're going full on scorched earth, this is what it looks like. So hearing they left the community is not surprising. What would be more surprising if they was like, oh, and then they did something normal and we were rehired to dub something else. I'm wondering if the reason they never actually got further games is because the people who did the previous ones who did this pissed off Konami and they said, fuck you. Entirely possible. I don't know the backstory though, so it's mostly speculation on my part.
Click-clacks are sticking around. If you want to try out the game and want to use the right fan translation, just pay attention to when they describe Pegasus before you get too invested.
Yeah.
Why Barians don't have mouths.
Oh, that's the one.
We're going to Tumblr.
The
There's
series, right?
no bullets in it. It's the first.
What? These are the guys from Zexel, I think? I could be wrong.
We're going to Tumblr. There's no bullets.
Oh, that's why there was bringing up the gun, because there's no bullets when they're talking about Tumblr willingly. Is it weird that I've actually heard that reaction to talk about Tumblr more than once? Not often, just it's come up more than once, like willingly going to Tumblr. I've heard people describe it as, yeah, maybe that's just me, but I've heard it multiple times.
Bullets in it. It's the first thing we all try. I'm going to be direct with you on this one. This entry is referring to an obscure post by Daddy Zark to Tumblr called Hot Take. The Barians are the only innocent creatures in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! That does sound like a hot take, given all the people they kill.
Yeah.
But thinking about it, and it's not unreasonable. A strength of Zexal is the time it dedicates to its villains and showing their thoughts, their wants, and the reasons they are the way they are. Most stories frame chaos as evil and order as good. And while that's how it ends up shaking out in Zexal, it's not that cut and dry. The Barians are masquerading as Yuma's friends, but they form real bonds. Even Vector hesitates before twisting the knife one more time. Their backstories all go into the tragedies they've had delivered upon them, and ultimately the fault lies not with them, but Dawn 1000. Chaos is not a one-for-one analog for evil. Yuma and several other good guys utilize chaos to power up, and it's...
Also, I keep hearing Dawn 1000. Is it bad that every time I hear that, I just go to My Hero Academia because it sounds like a name out of that. I can't take it seriously every time I hear it. It's like, we're going to go to Don Thousand. I know this is not where it's referencing, but I can't unhear that. It's where my mind goes, and it really makes this hard to take seriously. Actually, not even hard. Hard would be way less disturbing.
Not treated as them falling into darkness, but rather just using an energy source for good. The Baryons are never shown as beyond redemption, and when they work alongside the good guys, like with Mizar and Nash, these aren't asspulls, but rather elements of the story built up and paid off in a satisfying way. At the core of the conflict, the Baryons are simply on the other side, fighting to keep their world alive in a battle that requires one side to go. That's not what the post is about.
What?
The post instead focuses on how Baryons don't have mouths. Yeah, it's a part of their design.
Is this going to be something along the lines of, they don't eat, therefore they haven't killed, therefore they are the good ones? That is such a dumb take, because even plants are carnivorous. Both carnivorous plants explicitly, and new research showing how much dead matter is consumed by plants due to symbiotic fungi and bacteria that live among the roots, who do actively go out and hunt down smaller creatures, dissolve them, and feed them back into the plants in the form of a, like, not parasitism, but symbiosis. Yeah, it's kind of disturbing when you really look into it.
Design, and what do you think that means? It means that Baryons are the only creatures in the Yu-Gi-Oh series that cannot do Vor. The post details how, thanks to their lack of mouths, Baryons have no way to partake in Vor, and
somehow, this is even dumber than I thought. It actually is dumber. I thought it was just like a dumb, see, they don't have mouths, so they don't eat. But no, it was just the specific, that specifically. Why does this feel like this was written by someone who's so in denial? They're like, I'm not into this. Like, I'm not into insert random thing that I've been thinking about constantly here. It's like me constantly talking about my age or pizza. Never mind. The age thing is a joke because I really don't care. The pizza thing, oh dear God, I even said it right now and it started. I literally just got saliva build up in my mouth thinking about pizza. God damn, I should probably eat before doing these streams.
Therefore are incapable of sin. Daddy Zark compares them to the Ignis, another mouthless.
If eating people is the only thing that causes sin, in your opinion, I think you're missing out on all of the rest of them.
Species who are capable of Vor thanks to I eating multiple people. This should be all you have to say before the cops come for their second Yu-Gi-Oh! Based arrest today, but instead it just keeps going. Somebody who will be beaten senseless later asked, what about anal Vor or cock Vor? Which is what it sounds like. Well, they decided to go into even more upsetting detail about the
that's just, what? I'm pretty sure that's just an enema or a catheter. Why? Oh God, dude. I'm sorry. Is this implying there's people who have a catheter fetish? Maybe humanity was a mistake.
Anatomy of the Baryons and how they have no visible genitalia or anuses. But then also feel the need to explain how Baryons would display hierarchy without penis size being a part of it. They equate the formation of various ridges and protrusions on a Baryon to their dick size, with more elaborate and controlled designs meaning a bigger penis. That's why Nash is the top dog and Duman is on the bottom of the totem pole.
I hate how they might have like, they're completely wrong, but more spikes meant stronger, kinda. Anyway, that's just Yu-Gi-Oh! And edgelords in general.
Aren't you happy this is the final part? Bakura's eye color.
What?
I bet you've never even noticed the color of Bakura's eyes.
They have color?
Just because you get pussy, big whoop. The only climax I'm interested in is the G1, yeah! I could try some preamble here, but I think you just need the facts. Sorry,
Green, brown, looks like yellow, brown, blue, purple. I mean, that's season 0, so that doesn't count. Green over there, purple over there, yellowish green over here. I can't even tell what that is. Brownish gold. Oh shit, they're just inconsistent as hell. And again, season 0, but every color was weird in that one.
This is an old one. Sorry, this is an old one. Sorry, this is an old one.
Is it just like an actual joke right now that every time they draw him, it has to be a different color? Actually, unironically, I hope that's the case because I legitimately want that to be the thing where you're never allowed to use the same color twice for him in a scene. Or in different scenes.
What you're looking at is the result of countless hours of work by Tumblr user Neversonk, who has gone through and cataloged the most inconsistent detail in the entire series, the color of Bakura's eyes. It's a very small detail and can be explained away as stylistic choices, but Bakura's eye color shifts so frequently that there are categories upon categories to explain the differences. First is Bakura in the manga. Ryo, as in the non-Yami version of Bakura, is usually shown with teal eyes. Though, even just here you can already see minor variations that lean closer to silver, or even white. There are also more radical versions that give him red or purple eyes when he's
And there's both sides of him doing purple in this one.
Next to his dark version. Speaking of which, this one usually goes for the
yeah, because how Pegasus went out.
paler blue shades for dark Bakura, while often dipping into a more teal color, with some radical outliers going into brown or yellow. Finally, Thief King Bakura is your safest bet for consistency since they're almost always purple, though very often different shades. Got all that? 'Cause that was just the manga.
What?
You know, the one in black and white. The anime makes
So it had to be explicitly just the covers that did the color then. Oh,
its
jeez.
first big change and sticks baby Bakura with brown eyes, often ranging in saturation and getting lighter and darker as scenes go on. Dark Bakura usually sticks with brown as well, but a much duller brown. Depictions in Duel Links, Dark Side of Dimensions, and certain Takahashi arts, though, go for much deeper reds.
Oh, that must be Dimensions then.
The Season 0 anime wants to be
Yeah, but Season 0 fucked with colors so much that doesn't count. And I'm going to stand by that one.
special and gives Bakura green eyes, which he had never had before, while sticking dark Bakura with purples, reds, and even a hot neon pink.
Damn.
The last major outlier is certain pieces of Bakura merch, which will saturate his brown eyes so bad they're a full-on orange.
Okay, I'm not the only one seeing that then.
These are the
Good.
major eye colors Bakura's used across the series, and make up the majority of these different swatches, with the main bulk of it being inconsistencies in shades. They can't decide what color Bakura's eyes actually are supposed to be, and that leads to dozens of different browns.
Oh, yeah, because it was the duel where they started getting erased. As a kid, this terrified me.
Reds and blues used that might look the same in isolation, but next to each other are obviously different colors. Feel free to make your pride flag out of Bakura eye colors.
Yeah.
Karasawa Takahiro.
Who?
Time to get legal again!
Oh, no.
So to properly tell this story, we're gonna need to get a few things straight.
Wait. What? Some of the characters I don't recognize. And then Rimuru. Not Rimuru. Sorry, that's different. Reimu. Reimu? I can't remember how to say her name because I've only ever read it. But I knew Rimuru is slime instead. But yeah. Okay. Not what I thought to see here.
Wait first. 2channel is a message board in Japan created by Hiroyuki Nishimura. As you can guess by the name, it's Japan's answer to 4chan.
Why did they need an answer to that? There is no answer. The answer is not to pick up the phone.
Not only predating it,
Oh.
but currently being owned by Nishimura. 4chan in English-speaking circles has the reputation of being where the internet's real work is done. You
to disagree about that. I wouldn't say it's the real work. I think it's more of the self-selected madhouse.
Want something done? Ooh, better go ask 4chan. They really like it when you do that.
Bro, you're not funny at all. Wait until 4chan raids this Twitter thread. Raid this Twitter thread. Bro, oh my God, they actually raided it. Is that Steve Harvey with a mustache? But like painted green? What the hell?
While the reputation is both earned and overblown, 2channel actually does have a huge influence on Japan.
Really?
It's one of the most frequently visited sites in the region with over 10 million users.
How many people are in Japan by comparison? I have no idea, so damn.
At least back at the time.
Also, I'm being told by Necro 4chan is based on 2chan. Oh, okay.
Relevant for this story. It starts in 2012 when a stir was kicked up by user Yagami Taichi. Infamous accounts exist on every social
Post is him mocking recent earthquakes. Why? Like, that's just needlessly dickish.
media site, but they rarely get the sort of attention and hate that Yagami got on 2channel. 2channel has a ranking of its most hated users, and Yagami was at the top of S tier.
Damn.
He's the Ned Flanders of Simpsons wrestling.
What?
I lost the metaphor. Everybody hated this
There's
guy
Simpsons
and
wrestling?
wanted to get back at him for all the shit stirring he had done over the years. Their chance came when he got baited into posting a college acceptance letter to win an argument. The users of 2channel were able to use the template of the letter to narrow down which school it was, and from there it was as simple as telling them the type of guy Yagami was.
And in the process, he doxed himself. And because it's 2chan, which is actually important, they probably fucked him over pretty hard.
It got worse, as using this let them narrow down even more about him until within 4 hours, they had his name, Twitter, and personal blog. Yagami's response to having years of racist posts exposed all at once to his friends, family...
Would they not be aware he's like this already? And I don't mean that as a joke. I mean, legitimately, if you're like this constantly, there's probably signs. And anyone who says otherwise, either you know someone who's a sociopath, or you are as oblivious as I am. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Yeah, that could do it. The fuck was that? Oh, door's cracked.
And university was to threaten legal action against the 2channel users doxing him. And up to bat to try to save Yagami was Karasawa Takahiro. Karasawa marketed himself as Japan's premier internet defense lawyer, which is why he had no idea how to make a thread on 2channel, fell for obvious bait posts, and got mocked for the fact that his law firm's Twitter account followed a large amount of idols.
To be fair, that last one, I'll give him a pass on that one. They know what they're interested in. It technically is the internet. Ooh. Also, Game Dome guy mentioned some people are chameleons or social chameleons, believe it or not. I honestly have a hard time with that one. I've run into people like that. Definitely made going full-time easier. So, yeah, I can see that. And Bill mentioned it's called acting. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. In unfortunate hindsight, I get where you guys are coming from.
2channel didn't give up on dogpiling Yagami. No, he was still in for loads of abuse.
I just realized, because Necro pointed out, this is exactly how L baited Light Yagami. It's another Yagami who was baited in the exact same way as... Did someone get the idea to do this out of Death Note? I'm assuming Death Note. Yeah, I don't know. Death Note's old. Someone probably got the idea out of Death Note to do this. Oh, shit.
But Karasawa transcended 2channel and became a phenomenon across the Japanese internet. Karasawa was ripped apart for years by 2channel users, with the most important piece of info they got being his face.
Unironically, though, considering he does internet business, I wonder if this actually did have the effect of promoting him to so many people who never knew about him beforehand. Because on the one hand, a lot of people would probably look down on him, like treat him like a joke. On the other hand, unironically, there's an entire possibility this probably made him a lot of money if he didn't go radio silent out of shame for any reason. Because if you're willing to stand through it, there's probably a lot of people who will reach out to you now because they know about you and they trust that you're not going to rip them off. Because if you're just known as the goober online, sure.
No, they didn't actually have a picture of him, but his profile on the law firm website had a little cartoon rendering of him. This image became the de facto face of the anti-Karasawa movement, and was memed hundreds upon thousands of times with different renderings and uses over the years.
Yeah, I think they're actually going to backfire and make this guy super popular as a lawyer. It could actually do something with that.
This included being the face of a ransomware scam that claimed Karasawa was holding users' computers hostage, as well as the establishment of Koshinism, a religion structured around Karasawa to mock him in the style of the Om Shinrikyo cult.
Oh. Okay, it's like, oh, a cult around him. That's creepy, but kind of, oh god, those guys. I'm pretty sure those are the guys who did the gas attack, right? Oh god. Yeah, nope. Okay, that went from kind of funny to real fast.
Things would escalate way more from there.
Oh no.
From Karasawa.
No, those are firefighters. Oh, this is probably not good.
Receiving razor blades in the mail, being named as responsible for multiple bomb threats,
yeah, that happens.
Getting his family grave defaced, even being framed for the assault of two idols at a meet and greet by—
Why? I mean, again, he might get business off of this, but the rest of it is just unbelievable. No, never mind, it's not unbelievable. Unbelievable imply I don't believe it. I fully believe this, and I have no trouble doing so.
By attacking them with a handsaw. Karasawa's story is one of the most insane on the entire internet, and the fact that I didn't even have a chance to bring up the song where he poops his pants is—
See, that I actually don't have a problem with. That's just kind of funny. And if you're a good sport about it, cool. The rest of it, though, that is a line, man. Being a dick, sure. All of the other things. Hell, even the cult one is just in bad taste, but not actually crossing the line.
Testament to the fact that this story is way
okay, I'll be honest, if they can get someone to play while being in a Batman costume, they won this one.
Way bigger than any one thing. Yugioh plays a small part in it, but it's still worth noting as one of the major events of the early anti-Karasawa movement. During the early days of Karasawa hate, a popular way to spread his image around was by using Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Generator, a website created by Japanese website creator Jax. People would use their edited images of Karasawa's profile picture to make cards out of, sharing them around and collecting all the variants they could. This was one of the early things that actively pissed off Karasawa, and—
Oh, wait, this is what got him? Really? Out of it's early things that piss him off. Oh, okay, never mind. If it was the only thing, I'd be very concerned, because that's weird. But the rest aren't.
Resulted in him contacting Jex to remove the offending cards. Important to note, they were also making cards of Yagami, and he didn't care at all. Jex complied, but that didn't stop people from posting. Yeah. Not even close. Karasawa asked him again.
Streisand effect. The more you try and say no about it, the more people do it and the more attention you bring to it. Which is why this entire thing is about him and not the guy he's defending.
Jex took them down, new cards got uploaded, wash, rinse, repeat. Jex would comply with every message, but kept getting more and more frustrated with Karasawa, to the point he would include messages with the deleted cards, blaming it on a certain lawyer. Included as well would be a set of instructions about how to use Google's search algorithm to hide the results from Karasawa, teaching people how to operate under his nose.
Yep.
The likely explanation was that Karasawa didn't know how to find the cards, short of just searching his own name and seeing what came up. So by trying to hide it, you could still post the cards and not alert Karasawa. If you wanted—
They put a lot of work into doing that animation to make fun of the guy, but it kind of works for him.
To do reading for yourself, you can always try searching on the Karasawa Wiki, which details every event that has happened in this entire sordid saga, including the page dedicated to Jex.
I mean, on the one hand, I don't like anyone who just abuses the legal abilities. On the other hand, the guy has right to be pissed if that's not the right way to go about it. The cards, though, are honestly just kind of good promotion for him. What are we gonna do to top that? Oh, God. Or are we just gonna do something completely random for the last couple?
Korean missing kids cards.
You know what? I don't even want to guess what this one is. This is like, there's no good way this can go. This is literally at the line of, oh, hell no. Because either it's actual cards of actual missing kids, which is fucked up, or kids went missing over the cards, which is believable, or I don't know. There's really no good way this can go. Oh, God.
It's September 25th, 2009. You're in South Korea. You've just bought a brand new pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Ancient Prophecy. You're looking for the rare cards, like an Ancient Fairy Dragon or Vayu the Emblem of Honor. You pull some decent commons, a Flamvel Fire Dog, and a skill successor as your super. Not bad overall. But you notice an extra card in the pack. You pull it open and see something you never thought you would.
Is this real?
It's a card with a child's face on it. And the text below gives
Someone probably had the bright idea to make awareness of missing children easier by giving it to children who might see it. On the other hand, seriously, they don't see the problem with kids suddenly having cards of, we want this child. That's just fucked up, man. Good intentions, definitely. Bad execution.
their details like height, age, and last known location.
Because again, it's a collectible trading card game with the implication being collect all the missing kids here. Don't! And Cyberdragon, it's like missing kids on milk cartons. Here's the thing, that worked. Like, it actually got awareness out, and it was something you were not trying to make money off of in the same way you would be like collecting kids and selling packs. Like, hey, find out who's missing today. Is Tammy gonna be the one you get? Oh, we need a Johnny.
At the bottom of the card is the official Korean Missing Children's Hotline and website. What?
Oh, it's actually related to NCMEC. That's actually apparently international for all I know. Well, literally found out now because missingkids.org is its own group.
You just pulled is part of a long-standing collaboration between the Korean National Center for Children's Rights and Konami, working together to try to solve sometimes years-old cold cases of missing children.
It's not a bad idea, but making collectibles of missing children seems so bad. Ugh. But again, the thought is in the right place, and I want to give them credit. I would not be surprised to hear that this actually did work, that it did find missing kids because someone was like, oh yeah, I know insert person. They were with this other random guy. I would not be surprised because this is effective at getting people to look at it who would never see it otherwise. But it does set a precedent of collect them all, which in terms of missing kids has so many things wrong with it. Especially if you do it IRL. Don't.
South Korea has a history of mass searches for missing children coming up with nothing.
Not just South Korea.
With the most famous being the 5 Frog Boys. 5 young children who went missing and whose remains weren't found for another 11 years. As such, it's pretty common to see mass rollouts of missing children material.
So, okay, that actually makes my what the fuck a little less terrifying, because if you're used to seeing it, it probably wasn't as shocking, even if it still is in bad taste, in my opinion. But these things do exist. If you go to a Walmart, for example, most of the interior areas where you start walking into the store,
or in various Sam's Clubs or other major locations to shop, a lot of them will have boards of missing children for this very reason.
Like his tape on packaging. The Yu-Gi-Oh cards are simply an extension of that effort. These aren't official cards. They're not used for anything. They're purely part of the collaboration. They'd be included in packs up through the Zexal era when the collaboration finally ended, and I don't doubt it's for a sad reason. See, people who didn't know about the collaboration, like tourists and foreigners, were...
They probably thought someone was trying to actually sell them because they couldn't read Korean, even though they're buying Korean cards. It's going to be something fucked up, isn't it?
really freaked out when they opened up packs and saw random missing kids inside.
Admittedly, yeah. Yeah. Now, who did something stupid? Like that idiot who decided to go into a pizza place that doesn't have a basement, asked to see the basement while armed, because they thought kids were in the basement, which doesn't exist.
Yu-Gi-Oh fans, being as horrible as they are, started using the missing kids cards as tokens and field centers, or giving them out like they were regular cards to be collected, one even ending up in the collection of Little Karibo. This is the danger of giving the maladjusted malcontent who play Yu-Gi-Oh access to something serious.
Yeah. And the worst part is, because of where they were issued, there is a legitimate point to say that these are now collector pieces. And I want to say no one's going to actually pay money for this because there's so many things wrong with everything I just said. And unfortunately, one of the things wrong is my belief that no one would pay money for this. I know it. I don't want to acknowledge it, but I'm aware.
They'll ruin it. Errata theory.
What?
November 25th.
Errata, as in just changes in like Oracle text? Or at least that's what it would be called if it was Magic the Gathering? But this is Yu-Gi-Oh! So what do they do?
2015. A post to 4chan's X board details a recounting of an encounter the poster had with a woman already fake. She was working at a factory going through a...
Oh, I just got it. Had an encounter with a woman, which means no, they didn't. Virgins forever. Oh my God. This is why I got married before starting to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Massive shutdown across the country, closing down factories and packing away supplies into boxes. The tape gun the girl used, though, had a mysterious word written on the tape. Errata. Upon voicing her concern, the girl had her tape gun taken away.
The fuck?
And was warned by an older worker that she should never, under any circumstances, post about this online.
Yeah, definitely fake. You never have an older worker say don't post online. You will never hear that. Like, I'm talking, if someone is 10 years older than me, they won't say that now. If this came out, what, 2015? No. No. That would never come up.
This X post probably got her fucking head blown clean off. Yeah. From there, more and more posts began openly talking about erratas, as it was figured out that erratas referred to a program used by companies to allow them to bypass employee verification and access personal information without...
You don't need to do that. It's just called buying the info from Google. That's not a joke, by the way. Google does sell personal information. It's how advertisers do direct marketing. All that information you can get by bypassing, it's literally already for sale. They get nothing more than they could buy for cheaper.
Consent.
Also, if you work for someone, maybe it's different in other countries, but at least in America, they already have your info. Unless we're talking about something completely different here.
Information was revealed in Jurassic Park 3 AMVs. Any attempt to expose this information was found, flagged, or dealt with.
Also, we have IRL conspiracies doing horrible, horrible things, and one of them is a guy who definitely didn't kill himself in a jail cell. Personally, I didn't believe that until I saw the cover-up, and I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
In the case of the Jurassic Park 3 account, not only had their mother recently passed away, but their videos were flagged and removed for having hidden messages that related to errata. Errata, the program itself, is described with a degree of sentience, able to act on its own, intentionally target and hunt users who have wronged it in the past.
So we're talking about Rocco's Basilisk, but an AI version. This is so many levels. Who's going to do something stupid because they believe it? Oh, no. I know where this is going. Because, again, this is just the creepypasta of us, like someone who knew about Rocco's Basilisk, which is a time-traveling machine that would who would destroy anyone who would harm it in the future. So if you weren't already on the Basilisk side, you would be utterly destroyed and fucked over. Maybe in that order. Maybe not if you're not unlucky. But considering Bumbles is going on full creepypasta mode and everything else was based on things that happened, this probably means that, yeah, someone is going to do something really stupid based on this creepypasta. Kind of like how there was someone who actually committed murder or attempted to commit murder based on Slender Man because they wanted to summon them. I think their victim survived, but I don't know, and I don't want to find out in case I'm wrong.
And work without the authorization of its creators. In its current state, there's ample evidence that Errata is a globe-spanning neural network that controls the flow of information to the...
Dude, we just call that the internet, and no one controls it. It's all over the place. No one knows what's going on. It's all bullshit. Yeah. People try, though. It's called mass media. Easily bought. Like, there's companies that do that explicitly. It's not... that's not a conspiracy. That's just media consolidation. It's not unknown. It's just most people ignore that. Also, someone mentioned that Rocco's Basilisk might be newer, so I'm going to double check this. I misspelled basilisk. Will Google still be able to figure this out? The answer is I really misspelled basilisk. Oh, God. Yeah, so Magnetar mentioned that it's full-on creepypasta, and they're the one who said this was probably the Rocco's Basilisk is not as old. I misspelled it so bad. I really should probably try to spell things better. How did I get a Q in there? Okay, that's better. Oh, Notorious from 2010, but let's actually check out this instead. Originated in 2010 discussion board Less Wrong, the rationalist community. Well, I already don't like them. Anyone who would really bring this up is obviously kind of insane, because the entire concept of destroying people who would stop your existence means that they didn't stop your existence to start with, so you never actually had to stop anyone, because if they could actually stop your existence, then they wouldn't have stopped your existence because you already would have been stopped. It's a very dumb thought experiment. Yeah. Because I don't need to guarantee I'm going to exist in the future by going into the past of today to stop me from yesterday not existing. Because I exist today, so I already existed yesterday. And that's only if you believe time travel is actually going to work that way, which probably doesn't, if it exists at all. But let's just move on from that, because I can get very pedantic. I know, that's probably a shock to a lot of people.
Point that the mentions of it that exist are simply exceptions that it lets slip through in order to delegitimize those who have pierced through and learned the horrible truth.
How bad
anyway, this is all bullshit.
Yes!
Yugioh disproves the errata theory because erratas are a basic part of the game.
Yeah! Magic does it too. It's what you call just like a stopover, or not stopover. It's a change you make. It's an actual word. Like the errata text, or like this is what we have in here to clarify.
I mentioned them on the iceberg previously, and you'll notice I'm bereft of bullet holes.
Or are you, and now you're an AI pretending to be Fumbles McFumbles?
Even the ARG itself can't help but address this one, since one of the routes leads you to a band called the KFC.
Oh, it's an ARG? Alternate reality game. Oh, okay, so it's someone's intentional game acting as a what if. Okay, I see. Never mind, that's actually kind of cool.
Murder chicks, who are heavily involved in the Todd Ellsworth Jurassic Park stuff from earlier. They were asked about errata theory and, well...
Magic Yu-Gi-Oh! Errata. Yeah.
They mentioned Yu-Gi-Oh! See, there's no global conspiracy about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, now, I mean, if it was Hasbro, they've done some shady shit. If it was Nestle, there wouldn't be a conspiracy. They would just do it and say, what are you going to do about it in court? Again.
Zork's design happened because of a stomach ulcer.
I'm sorry. There are so many ways to take this. The obvious one being someone had a stomach ulcer, so they drew someone really weird. The other one is someone tried to draw the feeling of a stomach ulcer as a character. I don't know which way is worse.
The Millennium World arc is one of the least talked about arcs of the entire series. Probably even less so than anime original content like Waking the Dragons or the Virtual World. Despite this being the natural follow-up to Battle City in the manga, it gets way less focus for a variety of reasons.
Why?
The key among them is the lack of dueling. Millennium World forgoes traditional dueling in favor of exploring a system called Ka and Ba.
Wait, that's actually real things. The Ka, evil monster, Ka, good spirit. Aren't these both parts of your soul in Egyptian mythology? Unironically, it kind of makes me want to watch it more.
Reflection of the good and evil in a person's soul that allows them to manifest dual monsters in ancient Egypt. Ba is the fuel, while Ka is the result. Bakura's Ka is Diabound. Atem's was Dark Magician. This resulted in fights that were less Yu-Gi-Oh games and more traditional battles.
Oh.
The arc itself suffers from some aborted plot lines that make their absence felt.
So in other words, it's one of those, they didn't do the entire card game thing. They decided to short it down and started plot lines without realizing it. Yeah.
The plot line about the priest Seto's betrayal of Atem in order to protect Kisara. That ended up not getting included due to what we'll discuss, and it leaves a tangible hole in the story. The most, I guess, divisive, memorable part of the arc is the final villain, and the final villain of the original run of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole.
Wait, final villain of the run? I thought the final villain was Atem, technically. Not a villain, that's why.
Zork Necrophades. Zork is a millenniums-old creature born from the darkness in men's hearts.
Penis dragon. Yeah, that makes more sense, but how does an ulcer do this?
Pure evil and bent on total destruction, using Thief King Bakura as a vehicle to enter the world of the living and wreak havoc. Fine, we'll talk about it. Now, Zork's design does hold some congruity with the previously mentioned Diabound, namely the top half man, bottom half snake. Zork, though, adds a pair of legs, which leaves his dragon dick. Zork has a massive dragon dick that is kept.
I guess it's scaled for your murder.
Kept him from ever appearing uncensored without a big moo-moo on. It's a design that's always drawn criticism and barbs due to how weird it is, and there's no defending it. It's a really weird design. No, don't make the attempt.
They made an actual card about it. Oh god, they even have the white sparkles coming out. Oh, they have to know what they're doing with this one. Oh my god. Oh, I just hate when it bends like that.
Max White! What was the reason for these changes and oddities during the...
It's so bad. I kind of respect it more for literally just sticking with their guns on this one and shooting straight. Unlike Zork.
Millennium World arc. Well, Kazuki Takahashi was working at 2/3 his normal pace because he was dying. In the volume 20 afterward,
I'm pretty sure this is not when he was... That was... What? Oh, dying is he probably got better. Oh, okay. Until later.
Takahashi would shed light on what was going on with him personally during the Millennium World arc, and it sounds straight out of a horror movie.
What?
He had become so unhealthy during the production of the Millennium World arc that he ended
throwing up 200 cc's of blood, collapsing midst of serialization at midnight, rushed over, brought to the hospital. I thought it was around that time drawing the pharaoh, leading to his priest, the divine apostle, Colonna, called me to suffer from a stomach ulcer. The doctor back then told me at the time I was lacking a third of the amount of blood a regular human was supposed to have. Oh, God. I don't think you're supposed to lose that much blood and survive.
Ended up vomiting blood.
How did dragon penis make you... How did that come from blood loss from ulcer on stress? Other than its entire thing about how you feel fucked over. But okay, never mind. I see exactly how that would happen.
And passing out in the middle of the night as he struggled to meet deadlines. When he next woke up, he was in a hospital bed and told by a doctor he had lost a third of his blood from vomiting and had gotten a stomach ulcer. A condition that, to have gotten that bad, would have been going on for weeks. He had lost the ability to stand and had to stay in the hospital for 3 days before being discharged. Fearing that he might die before the end of Yu-Gi-Oh!, he abbreviated the Millennium World arc to remove the Kisara and Seto subplot.
On the one hand, he didn't. That's good. I prefer that. On the other hand, seriously, his entire thing is, I'm in such bad shape, I want to finish this before I die. I mean, I guess if you do what you love, man, and he did love this.
And rushed to the ceremonial duel to make sure that, in case anything happened, the story would at least be finished.
Yeah, and the ceremonial duel is the one that is the right to focus on. I'm kind of disappointed they never went back in with like extra lost chapters and just finished fleshing it out more, but at that point, it's already done, so you might as well move on.
A complication of the ulcer and blood loss was that Takahashi admitted he felt like he had been working in a haze for most of the Millennium World arc, which led to the design of Zork being what it ended up being. He mentioned—
Wait. So are you saying he actually didn't realize what he drew at first? That kind of makes it better. Oh, can you imagine being a fly on the wall and finding out when someone points out to him, so, why did we make the giant representation of a product placement for a certain Dragon aficionado website? I would love to know how that went over.
It jokingly, but I mean, would you have been able to think about this with all your blood? I think it speaks to a wider problem.
I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think if I lost that much blood, I would be thinking at all. Or alive.
The manga industry that authors are encouraged, required, beaten into working past their natural limits and work themselves to death.
I mean, a lot of them are basically black companies. And for anyone who doesn't know what that means, think of the most horrible, oppressive, absolute terrible boss you've ever had, and then make that the entire company. And now make it more exploitative because they're usually not paying you, if at all, for a lot of what you've done, or basically just working at EA. So take it however you want.
We see so many older artists suffering through life with health conditions that could have been treated if they were allowed time off, who have to take long breaks between new chapters because they can't keep up with the crushing schedules manga magazines keep them under. I'm glad that Yu-Gi-Oh! Was successful enough that Takahashi could escape a cycle like that, and I'm also happy we can all laugh.
Hell, I'm not even sure if it played into it, but there's a lot of artists who did have massive health. Wait. I'm sorry. Is this implying that the artist behind Berserk died from health complications of being overworked early in his career? Because I know later on he took tons of breaks because he was literally dying until, he died. Is that actually a result of health complications stemming from overwork? Oh, I really hope not. But at the same time, if someone told me that, I could believe it. I don't like that. Oh, God.
Laugh at the dragon dick without a footnote being, this also killed the author.
To be fair, if anyone else took it, I think it would kill them too.
And
according to Necro, we don't know. Considering how long he went and he was able to take breaks, probably not, but maybe early on it was. I don't know.
This is it. We're really at the finale. The last fact on the iceberg.
If it's the last fact with all the other videos ending on stupid jokes, oh God, it's probably a really stupid joke as well.
Can I be honest? It's gonna be weird now that it's over.
You say that as if you're not currently working on a 7th one. Wait, how many are we on? This is the 7th one. Probably an 8th. So help me God, it'll probably come out within days of me putting out the full video of this thing. Just as that final, hey, you thought you were done? Drawing you back in. And this will be like the real final part. I fully believe it.
I mean, this has been a full year in the making. A full...
Yeah. Also, Necro, you think it was a heart condition, not cancer? Maybe. I don't actually remember how he died, just that he did.
Full trip around the sun, and I'm still here. It's been a labor of love, and one that has taken up days of my life trying to put it together.
Hell yeah.
Multiple all-night editing sessions to try to get it out on time. Downing black coffee, which I never do just to stay awake to get it finished.
Yeah, I get where that's coming from.
Fridays turning into Saturdays, and I'm still working. Things will be going wrong in my life, like they are now, and it doesn't scare me as much because, well, I gotta keep going, I gotta make it to the next part of the iceberg. I'm not the same guy now that I was at the beginning of this project.
Better or worse? Like, putting yourself under a bunch of pressure and succeeding is one way to show that you can do something. Or it can leave you scarred for life and terrified to ever try doing that again. Could go either way.
I've lost a lot of stuff, and while I'm happy to finally put a bow on it, I don't know, it just kind of feels like I'm losing something else too.
It feels like there's a lot more going on that his more traditional fans would know about, but I don't have the context to really talk to. So me mentioning part 8, I want to say that one is definitely completely inappropriate to say right now. And just hearing the hesitation in his voice, I won't be surprised if there is actually a part 8 because he just happens to randomly pull some more facts out. Oh, hey, sup, Tungsten?
A sense of rhythm, of passion, of intent, of hard work and routine. I'm sure I'll still have that like I do with everything else I make, but I guess that is it. There is no but. I lose it, and that's it.
I definitely need to check after this what else he's worked on, because this came out 6 months ago. He's probably done other videos, so I kind of want to find out what happens next.
So, thank you to everybody who's stuck by me for this long, who's had the patience to see this through to the end, and I hope that it was all worth it. Without it,
I mean, just as a random guy on the internet who's been checking it out, it's fun as hell, man. I'm glad this is done. I wish you had not put yourself to a timer nearly as much because it'll outlast whatever date you initially release it on by far. But maybe that's just me talking, and considering I do dates all the time that I miss, I'm not the right person to ask about that.
Wasting any more time, here is the final fact. Glacial Beast, Iceberg Narwhal.
I've heard of glacial beasts. I've heard of narwhal. Oh, of course, ending the iceberg with a literal iceberg. Okay, yeah. Also, I'm being told that Maxar, there's an Ultra Kill video, specifically since I'll be playing it. Oh, okay. So he did that, and according to the Game Dome guy, he's getting into King of Fighters factoids. Ooh, that's an old fighting game franchise that I know very little about. Might be fun checking out regardless.
It's the only card in the game with iceberg in its name.
My God! Surprisingly cool looking card. It literally has a narwhal hand. Oh, God. The bait and switch, man. I swear to God, every single freaking... Wait, this is not over yet? Is there actually more? What the hell even is that thing? Why do I recognize this music? Is that supposed to be Homestuck or something behind him? No, not Homestuck. Mother, maybe? I don't know. Burb. SMDF, Yugioh Iceberg, Womp. Thanks for nothing, January 4th, 2025. Oh my God. And that was the end of the Yugioh Iceberg from Bumbles McFumbles. And every step of the way, the normal iceberg is here's some weird shit, here's some other shit you might not have heard about. Nope, this was here's some shit you might not know about that I never heard about. Here's some even weirder shit that you never heard about and I definitely never heard about. Every damn time. 15 or maybe 14 hours of what the fuck am I looking at? So much of it that I have actually started in the course of just doing all of this to actually play and become absolutely addicted to Yu-Gi-Oh! Thanks, Bumbles McFumbles, for getting him into a hobby that I actually really love. Yeah, I'm going to stand by that one. This entire series got me into Yu-Gi-Oh! I had checked it out. I saw some things that look cool, but it was actually starting to watch this iceberg that got me to play the game, that got me into Master Duel, that got me to play it and looking and start getting cards and just pulling up random things that I thought were fun. And just getting the cards for decks that I want to play, finding out some of my friends have decks that they haven't been able to play for years, and finding out that apparently they have an entire deck based around bunnies. I don't know what that means, but we're going to find out eventually. And this is fun. And for everything he said about how he's moved on, I kind of hope he does. But I fully expect someday he might come back because he just finds out a bunch of random factoids and it just sticks in his head until eventually he has no idea, but I must do this left. Because that's how a lot of creative people work. They're either really good about doing what they intend to, or something is going to get their attention and will never let them stop thinking about it until it is done. And this may or may not be that. We'll find out. But I do want to see more because this was a blast. And if for any chance Bumbles McFumbles is here at this point watching the end of this video, one, why would you subject yourself to watching this many hours of someone overreact to your own stuff? I can't listen to my own voice for more than 5 minutes. If you were here for this many hours, you are a saint among men. Also, thanks for dropping in. Basically what I'm saying is, if you guys haven't, there'll be a link below to the original video. Hit it up. I'll see you guys later. Adios. All right, the recording is saved. And I'm going to now compile all of the previous parts and this last section into one giant video, and it'll be fun. I'm glad we did this. And next week, there won't actually be a stream because it's my anniversary with my wife and we're taking time off. But then we'll be immediately coming back in and the Sundays will be replaced with Ultra Kill instead because that was the next goal. I don't think I'll beat that game, but I'm going to at least bash my head against it until I have no other option but to give up. Or my wife threatens me to stop shouting because I've absolutely freaked out for the last time or I break something. It could go either way. Yeah. Also, Magtar, remember how I earlier mentioned Helldivers 2 style co-op with Titanfall mechs? Well, it does exist, sort of. Wait, sort of? That might be enough to get me into Helldivers. I mean, I like the game in general. I just suck at playing it. That's why I haven't, like, I own it. I just don't play because I'm really bad. And I just never had the time to learn how to play better. Yeah, that's the reason. No other, yeah, nothing wrong with it. I think the lore is fun. Community is really interesting. Just never got into it. Same reason I had with controlling GTA and The Witcher, oddly enough. Something about the mechanics just never did it with me. But yeah, now that we're off though, I am going to double check what else he's done because people mention quite a few things and oh God, he did Time Stranger. Oh, he did entire playthroughs of it. Oh, okay. So there's fun facts about King of Fighters. Wait, speed runs. The best Digimon game. Digimon Smash. Wait, Nintendogs. Same game, different name. Woo! Okay, that would be something. Glitches to gameplay. Oh, he's done a lot of videos since then. Biggest disappointment in fighting games. Oh, no. A fifth look speed run, glitches to gameplay volume 2, same game, fun facts, Digimon. Might check that out just because I like Digimon in general. More Digimon. Oh, it's fighting games with Digimon on the cover. Wait, was there a Digimon fighting game? There's a Digimon fighting game. Oh, shit. Also, Bill, he also made a video about Metal Wolf Chaos. Wasn't it the American Metal Gear? Oh. And Magtar, your comment got eaten by YouTube? Yeah, it does that. even when I set it to live chat, like I can show you right now, it probably defaulted to top chat. I switched it to live chat. Nothing changed. It sometimes they get hidden, sometimes they don't. I know no idea why. It's just weird. And the fastest speed runs. The Time Stranger one I really want to check out because I have the game. I just never really got into it because nothing really caught my eye just yet. The intro was cool, but it felt like I was off on something for some reason. But I've heard so many good things about it. Yeah, I'm weird. I like games more when I know a bit about what's hidden behind it rather than discovering it, because I like knowing it has the depth that I can look into and try and look for those kind of clues and the cues you might get without realizing it. I prefer that rather than going in blind and not know what I'm looking at. And Bill, it has no connection to Metal Gear? Yep, I think I did hear about that one. And it's the Armor Core America edition. No connection to Metal Gear. Oh, okay. Armor Core America, not Metal Gear America. Got it. Either way, though, I'm going to call this one here and then apologize to my wife for doing another 9-hour stream. Yeah, she is not a fan of those. Wish me luck. I'm going to need to go get a bunch of cheese, and that should about do it. Yep, cheese. Literally, I know how to bribe my wife. This is the best way. Yeah. Maybe flowers, too. Also, Bram, the live chat button thing has been an issue for a while. It is, and every time it resets, it goes back to top chat, except live chat looks the same. There's no difference. There really isn't. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. This video, when it ends, will default to tomorrow's video, and we'll be starting up then with, let's pull it up. I think we have there, American Wizard Dark Arts, the complete series from Madman Airier. We're going to be doing the Deltarune Genocide Weird Route from Bill. He's in the chat right now. This is his playlist that he's updated, or I'll probably refresh it to make sure it has. And then we'll be checking out a few more videos, starting but not finishing Dragon Age, the history and lore of Thetis. Oh God, we're doing Five Nights at Freddy's tomorrow. I don't know anything about this, but I'm a coward, so this might hurt me.
Today we end sea and sky.
Oh, this one was the one playing.
In today's
and a bit of Plasmo because it's the Nighthawk, which I'm kind of looking forward to because I actually had family who worked on this plane, so that'll be fun. And if we have time, we'll drop into 5 Great Villain Songs Volume 2, and I think if we can get through it quick enough, Bowser vs. Eggman, because we can. Just going to move this down here to show the ending point. That should be fine. So yeah, we got a bunch of things stored up for tomorrow, and that'll be fun. The Matt Pat jump scare? Indeed. Also, Mad Guitar. So, hope you see the Bumbles Ultra Kill video before playing Ultra Kill. That depends on chat, because they make a lot of decisions about what I check out next, and I usually just run with it because they're good. They're fun. So, yeah, if you see me tomorrow, just remember chat is controlling that one. But it'll be a couple weeks before, literally 2 weeks before we see Ultra Kill, because I won't be streaming next week, and it would be the Sunday after next regardless. Might send pics of what's going on, though. It'd be fun. So yeah, see you guys tomorrow, and thanks for dropping in. This has been a blast. Now, if you don't mind, I have probably 30 hours of video to edit together. Won't be a hard edit. It'll be hard to see if my computer can hoard all of that in a single video file without absolutely burning itself into cinders, and then trying to get YouTube not to absolutely and utterly despise me for trying to upload a single video in 30 hours. Yeah, this is going to be a thing. Later all.